Hello, good evening, and welcome everyone to this members only stream. Following on from our Central Powers alternative victory scenario, today Marcus and I will be discussing the same idea really for World War II. What if the Axis powers had won during the Second World War? Of course, I am rejoined by Marcus. Hello, it's wonderful to see you again.
Indeed, my friend. Wonderful to be here. And given the how well people responded to the previous video, it's good that there's a sequel. I mean, obviously, one event leads to the other inevitably, so it makes sense to have bookmarked this with a part two. So, although this one invariably, shall I say, is a little more complicated to cover, it's still a very interesting one with its own series of counterfactuals and what ifs and if onlys um, and so it's nice that we can cover it in this way.
Absolutely, and just a thing to the chat that you can still send super chats, and indeed someone has sent a super chat, immediately demonetized. Well, fortunately, because this isn't going to have any sort of traction in terms of large amounts of views because it's behind a paywall, it doesn't really matter. So hence why we're doing it this way. All right. So in terms of a broad structure for the stream, as with the stream on the Central Powers, this isn't going to just be looking at, I mean, this isn't Fatherland, or this isn't Man in the High Castle, or some other fantasy scenario where we're projecting a what if Axis victory well beyond any sort of even tangential sort of historical link, and we're going into the realms of pure fantasy. This is focusing very much on the real history and what could have changed to favor something in an immediate context, on a short, or at least a short-term context, rather than projecting this scenario 10 or 20 years into the future. And because of that, we're going to be looking into, like the Central Power scenario, how it would have been possible for the Axis to attain victory, as much as what a potential victory scenario would look at. So just to give everyone a little bit of context, assuming that not everyone is completely familiar with the chronology leading up to World War II. In Japan in 1931, we have a military-dominated government which invades Manchuria and sets up a puppet government in Manchukuo. In 1933, Hitler becomes Reichschancellor, and he augments that title with Reichschancellor and Head of State, or Reichschancellor and Führer, in 1934, and then begins a process of rearming Germany from 1935. Mussolini of Italy, of course, has been in power since the early 1920s, and in the year 1935, he invades Abyssinia, modern-day Ethiopia. Of course, Italy, Japan, and Germany are not the only Axis powers. The name Axis derives from an agreement in 1936 between Hitler and Mussolini called the Berlin-Rome Axis, but later this terminology would also include some members, not all members, who signed up to the Anti-Comintern Pact. And then the greatest of delineator of what the Axis power we're talking about is the 1940 Tripartite Act, which was signed principally between Japan, Italy, and Germany, but it wasn't exclusively those powers. In addition to the various puppet regimes and neutral, or sort of favorably neutral regimes, such as Vichy France, we have Finland, we have Romania, we have Hungary, and we have Siam and Bulgaria. Am I missing any, Marcus? As say, for
Um,
example, yeah.
no, sorry, I don't think there are. I think so long as you remember the European powers and sort of the satellite states which joined Japan in the east, I think we're good.
Yes, this map, for some reason, I have to apologize. This map, for some reason, includes French Indochina as being an Axis power. This map is basically the pre-war borders of all the nations that would become the Axis powers, because of course the war didn't start off like this. But regarding the pre-war borders, it's accurate with the exception of French Indochina, which is given over to Japan for some inexplicable reason, because of course it was legally part of Vichy France throughout
Hmm.
almost the entirety of the war, even though it's occupied by the Japanese.
Correct. Yeah.
So in terms of outlining the stream, so I mentioned the war in Abyssinia. I mentioned the Japanese acquisition of Manchukuo. In 1937, the Japanese begin a long and protracted war with China following the Marco Polo Bridge incident. They have already expanded into the borders of Inner Mongolia and set up another puppet state called Menkukuo. And regarding Germany's situation, in 1936, the Germans remilitarized the Rhineland, which was a demilitarized zone set up in the aftermath of World War I to protect France and Belgium from any potential future German aggression. The French and the British do not respond sufficiently to this, and indeed, around the same time, the British are concluding naval treaties with Germany that would allow Germany to build up a navy, which I believe was a third of the size in terms of overall tonnage compared to that of the British Navy. In addition to that, in 1938, February of 1938, we have the Anschluss. There is a coup which deposes the clerico-fascist, but again, it's the Fatherland Front. Clerico-fascist is a bit of a dubious term. Regime of Schuschnigg in Austria, and the Germans come to power in Austria. And thereafter, we're talking about the countdown to war, effectively, between Britain and France, the original main Allied powers, and principally Germany. I want to talk about various scenarios involving how Italy and Japan enter the war, because as I've demonstrated, Italy, Germany, and Japan are basically independent at this point. They have their own expansionist aims, their own foreign policy agendas. And say, for example, Marcus, what really do the Germans care about the Japanese attacking Manchuria, or what do the Germans care about the Italians occupying Abyssinia? It's important to really understand, especially from Italy's point of view, until about 1941, 1942, that these are independent powers with aligned agendas as opposed to direct military allies. And of course, Japan is the biggest example of that, where the Japanese war might as well be a concurrent war as opposed to something which is directly sort of tied to the Germans.
Absolutely, it's almost a case where Japan's efforts are more of a sort of a co-belligerent nature rather than actually acting as a cohesive alliance. And this is also true to Italy to some extent, whereby Italy sort of enters. I figure we're going to start earlier than 1940, of course, but just for the sake of this particular point, Italy obviously enters eventually 1940 and attempts a small invasion of southern France, whilst the Germans are sweeping in the north, cutting through the Ardennes and the Sudeten as they did with their panzers, and won the spectacular victory they did in northern France. It only took 6 weeks to accomplish. Italy attacks, makes minor gains in the north, but it doesn't really achieve anything against the French. And then Mussolini attempts a bit of a dice roll in Albania, launching an attack against Greece, which in itself from the Axis standpoint, is quite a frustrating enterprise, given that of all the sort of political elites of Greece, Ioannis Metaxas was probably the most germanophilic of them all.
Could we hold that off just for now?
Oh,
I think
no,
I think
no, I'm not going.
Albanian
I'm not
point
going
is
down there. I'm
yeah.
just raising the point. I'm not venturing down there. I'm just making the point that that obviously Italy gets itself embroiled in that, needs to be bailed out by the Germans, which then, of course, has implications for Barbarossa later. So even though Italy and Germany are very proximal as allies, there's still this kind of semi-independent, dislocated idea of operational and grand strategy. Meanwhile, once obviously Britain is in the war from September 1939, and once the Americans are on board, and then indeed, particularly following the invasion of the Soviet Union in 41, the Allies do have an overarching strategy, which is essentially victory in Europe first. And although America still, and to a lesser extent the British, the colonial forces, do partake in a Pacific campaign to whittle down Japan, the primary force is the defeat of the European Axis nations. Obviously, Germany and Italy as the major powers, and their junior partners in Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, are whittled down and defeated first as a matter of overarching grand strategy. And this mindset just simply does not exist comparatively in the Axis camp.
In terms of just before we get to the possibilities of war and the first sort of alternative history scenarios, I just want to very briefly outline. We've talked about the first sort of expansionist steps by the various powers, but let's start off with Germany. Germany, of course, had been defeated in the First World War and had to surrender a significant amount of territory to victorious nations of the war, but also nations that had been carved out of the war. So, for example, the territory linking East Prussia and Pomerania with the rest of Germany was given over to Poland, while Danzig, the predominantly German city, was effectively a independent free city, but under the protection of Poland. And I use the word protection in inverted commas, of course. Alsace-Lorraine, of course, which had been the principal objective of the French during World War I, was ceded back to France. The Saarland, which was a cold-rich region in the Rhineland north of Alsace, was awarded essentially independent status, but like Danzig, it was effectively a French puppet state. The rest of the territory north of it, around the city of Cologne, of course, was made into a demilitarized zone, whilst Eupen and Malmedy was given to Belgium as compensation for the German occupation during World War I. Areas such as North Schleswig were given back to Denmark, having lost that territory during the Second Schleswig-Holstein War. And in terms of the implications of wider Germany, as opposed to simply the German state which arises out of the Kaiserreich, in 1918-1919 posed a unique opportunity in German history for there to be a natural Anschluss, because one of the boons from German nationalism was the dissolution of the Austro-Hungarian Empire and the deposition of the Habsburgs. Now, all of a sudden, there was a large German population which wasn't saddled to the dynastic empire of the Habsburgs, namely in Bohemia and Moravia and in Austria proper. And this is where we first really get the idea of Anschluss, or creating a greater Germany, a Germany consisting of all ethnic Germans. This was denied. The Germans living in Bohemia and Moravia were given over to to Czech sovereignty. A large number of Germans living in Tyrol were given over to the Italians, and of course a significant number in Carinthia and Carniola were also given over to the new kingdom of the Serbs, Croats, and Slovenes, which would later become Yugoslavia, leaving a rump Austria, which only gained a tiny little sliver of territory from the former sort of co-member of their empire, Hungary. And of
The
course,
Burgenland.
the Burgenland, absolutely.
Mm.
And of course, Austria was denied explicitly joining with Germany, because especially from the French point of view, the idea of Anschluss, even though the government of Karl Renner in Austria wanted it at that time, would have seen as to significantly empower Germany at a point where Germany was supposed to be, even though it was no longer run by the Kaiser, even though it was now a republic, more in sort of concurrence with the French and the American political systems, it would have simply empowered the Germans at the expense of the French. And so the whole basis of post-war reconstruction and Austrian economic access to the West was predicated on it remaining an independent nation as opposed to joining with Germany. So Germany has a significant axe to grind as a result of this treaty, which in addition bans the use of an air force, restricts the German Navy, and restricts the German army, and forces a massive war indemnity on Germany as well.
Also, from a territorial standpoint, East Prussia is isolated with the turning over the Polish corridor to the new Polish state as well. Let's not forget.
Well, it's not just that, it's also Upper Silesia is also handed
Hmm.
over, and Poznan
Hmm.
is also handed
Exactly.
over to Poland, these territories which had formerly been part of Prussia for how long? 150, almost 150 years up until that point. So they had been considered German before Germany was even united, definitely
Hmm.
before Alsace-Lorraine was incorporated into that territory.
Most
So
of these territories are part of the Prussian state, even in the reign of Frederick the Great, for instance. So it even goes back further in many cases.
So the point here is that the German state was humiliated. The idea of even a small greater German nation, which would include aspects of of Bohemia and Moravia and the Austrian, what later become the Federal Republic proper, were denied Germany. And as a result, the conditions were there effectively to create some sort of reaction, especially because the political class, which had been in the ascendancy, of course, the army also, which had been in the ascendancy during the Kaiserreich, had been humiliated and their prestige had been sapped away quite decisively. After a series of coups, a communist insurrection in Bavaria, an attempted rightward putsch, the Kapp putsch in 1920, and of course Adolf Hitler's own Munich putsch in 1923, which also coincided with the French and the Belgians occupying the Ruhr, the industrial heart of Germany. We enter a brief period of stability for the Weimar Republic between 1924 and 1929, which is ruined by the Great Depression, which, given the precarious nature of German post-war reconstruction, hurts Germany all the more, creating all of these conditions to allow someone like Adolf Hitler to assume power. It should be noted also that even by 1933, it was no longer a question of whether the Republic, it was a question of Republic versus the Third Reich. It was basically a question of which conservative faction was going to take power in Germany. Was it going to be a military-led, socially conservative government under Hindenburg and Kurt von Schleicher, or was it going to be the more radical and seen by elements in the aristocracy and indeed the army, the more leftward Nazi movement, which of course the full name, the National Socialist German Workers' Party. Hitler is able to eliminate the more extremist leftist contingent within his own movement during the Night of Long Knives, in which the head of the Sturmabteilungen, the SA or the brown shirts, the stormtroopers, which had wanted to replace the regular German army as the main military force in the new revolutionary Germany, were eliminated. Most of their functions were taken over by the Schutzstaffel, the SS under Heinrich Himmler, and the army was essentially reconciled with the Hitler government, which is allowed to pave way for the various attempts by Hitler, in addition to the economic policy of Hjalmar Schlacht, to begin the process of industrialization and militarization of Germany from 1933, 1935 in particular onwards, such as the German four-year plan, which was very much modeled after Stalin's five-year plan. I'll keep talking, but hopefully Marcus will come back at some time and I haven't lost him forever. So I'll continue talking. The whole so his internet is just sort of cut out there, but I'll continue talking. So you can say that the whole basis of the new German government is about restoring Germany's position in the aftermath of the humiliation of the First World War. And Anschluss and the remilitarization of the Rhineland are important steps in terms of restoring Germany's lost prestige. In terms of the more moderate voices in the government, the more comparatively anti-war voices in the German government, like Hermann Goering, the interests lay in essentially the restoration of German territory back to the German Reich, essentially the idea of the Heimansreich, that all native Germans or ethnic Germans, regardless of their citizenship, because we're not just talking about Germans in Bohemia, Moravia, in Poland, in Austria, but we're talking about Germans in Hungary, Germans in Romania, Germans in the Baltic states. Essentially, this idea was the restitution of all ethnic Germans into a German Reich for all Germans. And this would have meant the restitution of some territory that had been lost during the First World War. And then you have the more, you can say, radical expansionists who, in addition to wanting to restore lost territory from the First World War, are looking to ensure German survival, not simply restoration into the long future, the idea of Germany as a world power. And these ideas were predicated around expansionism at the expense of Slavs. Much of the humiliation dealt on the Germans in the East was delivered by the Czechs and the Poles. So first, the expansion would be at the expense of the Czechs and the Poles, the Western Slavs. And then by extension, you can say almost following in a German equivalent of imitating America's manifest destiny, pushing towards the Pacific, Germany would push towards the Ural Mountain as the natural boundary of a German expansionist state. And this is linking back to very old ideas. Of course, this is a time of sort of race theories based on the presence of an East Germanic population occupying vast areas of Ukraine. In particular, Hitler was fascinated with the enclave of the Gothic peoples who lived in Crimea. So the idea essentially was restoring these even prehistoric territories, this ancient sort of patrimony of the Eastern Germanic peoples, back to the German Reich, which had essentially been in a perpetual struggle, the Slavs versus the Germans. Of course, this is simply delineating the more sort of radical theories of expansionism and the more moderate theories of expansionism. I don't know how much you heard of that, Marcus, but I was essentially outlining the more moderate proposals of German expansionism within the Third Reich, people like Hermann Goering, which was talking about restoration of German populations and German borders as they were before World War One. And then we have the more radical proposals of the war against the Slavs and pushing the boundary to the Urals.
Okay, no. Well, when my sorry, it's just my USB drivers just had failed. I just had to reset my computer. Yeah, no. I just caught the bit about Ernst Röhm and the SA wanting to sort of take over as the main fighting force of Germany, and then which sort of German right-wing party would essentially take power in the sort of 33 elections that were contested. And then I just heard that bit there about the ending part of about the Goths and the settlements in the Crimea that Hitler was fascinated in. So I hope I didn't miss too much, but I get the gist of what you're talking about. So I know I know where you're going with that.
All right, thank you. And of course, the idea underpinning this is the idea of Lebensraum, the idea that Germany is overpopulated and that the East was supposedly sparsely populated, and even there was a very large Russian Soviet population at this time, and coinciding with the more racialist theories and the desire to ensure German stability into the future, was this idea associated with the National Revolution in Germany, that Hitler is a revolutionary against the revolution, i.e., preventing a red revolution within Germany, but also as some sort of anti-Bolshevik crusader. And thereby, all of these ideological elements would coincide with the eastward push against the Soviet Union. Whereas this idea of the eastward push, I think is fair to say, Marcus, will be far less tantalizing for the German public at home had it, say, for example, been the Tsar who was in power rather than Joseph Stalin.
Yes, I think the Bolshevik element here can't be underestimated. That there's this sort of, and indeed, in by and large, a quite rational fear of the Bolsheviks, even though Stalin is of a different orientation in that respect than, say, Trotsky, who obviously believes in this sort of perpetual worldwide revolution, where Stalin obviously orients the Soviet Union towards socialism in one country. But still, nonetheless, there's this very powerful entity to its east, which is of a completely alien and in most instances a hostile ideology to whatever it is that will grow up in Germany, whether it's the NSDAP, whether it is a royalist monarchist, a Hohenzollern restoration of some kind, the Kaiserreich. All of these entities, one way or another, are going to be on a collision course with the Soviets, and most people kind of realize that these two things can't exist together. You might say Eastern Europe is too small for the two of them, and definitely given what had happened to a lesser extent in Italy, with the March on Rome, but certainly in Germany, with the establishment with the full-on Spartacist rebellion in and around Berlin in 1919 by Liebknecht and Luxembourg, with the establishment, a very temporary establishment of a Bavarian socialist government under Karl Radek. The people had lived in the midst of this tumult immediately post World War One, and were rightfully fearful of the forces of communism. And so there's this feeling amongst the vast majority of the right wing in Germany that they are diametrically opposed to that which exists in the East under Stalin in Moscow, which I dare say you're quite right in saying is a very different sentiment than if it was still the Romanovs in charge of a a Russian empire, so to speak.
So we've mentioned the political contingent of the essentially the German Revolution being the anti-revolution against Bolshevism. We've talked about the idea of this historic contest between the Germans and the Slavic people. We talked about this idea of securing Lebensraum, securing resources and German security into the future. And then, of course, there is the idea, which I'm not going to dwell too long on this stream for obvious reasons, hopefully to the audience, which is the idea of thwarting the Judeo-Masonic conspiracy against Germany, which of course dates back to Ludendorff and the stab in the back theory and the idea of uh, the November criminals during 1918 and those who were privy to the signing of the Versailles Treaty. Moving on to Italy. Italy, of course, is slightly different from Germany because whereas the Kapp Putsch and the Beer Hall Putsch failed in the early 1920s, the March on Rome succeeded, and Vittorio Emanuele III of Italy was able to help usher in first a parliamentary government headed by Mussolini, and then progressively throughout the 1920s, a one-party state with Mussolini being the dictator of Italy as Il Duce, the leader. Of course, this is of a similar background that even though Italy had been one of the victors of World War One, Italy was denied the full territorial acquisitions which had been promised to them in the London Treaty of 1915, notably the Dalmatian coast and a significant interest, a dominant interest in Albania because of, and of course, the most you can say hotly contested area was that of the status of the the free city of Fiume, on the border between Yugoslav Croatia and Italian Istria. So this
Mm-hmm.
was all sort of the motivation for the growth of of the black shirt movement in Italy. It should also be noted that Mussolini himself was a socialist who was essentially converted to the cause of nationalism during World War One, and then became one of the most prominent fascistic personalities in the
Mm.
aftermath of World War One, even though he himself wasn't the originator of fascism.
It could be said that him and D'Annunzio by war's end are the two largest personalities of fascism, and probably underneath them would be Italo Balbo in terms of their prominence in the movement.
In terms of seeing this and trying to understand fascism within the context of
Mm,
Italian nationalism and Italian expansionism before World
mm,
War II, of course, fascism is, of course, it's not just a symbol in Italy. The fascisti is also the symbol of the French Republic as well, which is harkening back to elements of Roman Republican neoclassicism. It's not
mm,
simply the symbol associated with ultranationalism, which has
mm.
become, and people tend to forget about this feature.
Indeed, and also true of the use of that symbolism in the American Republic as well. I mean, it's still even today, it's still displayed in the U.S. Congress and Senate. It's not an uncommon symbolism that existed prior to the you know materialization of fascism in Italy in the 20s.
So what I see fascism in Italy really sort of representing is in many ways you can say, as National Socialism did in Germany, is the
Mm.
continuation of German and Italian unification, if that makes sense. The idea that,
Yeah.
sorry, the idea, yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
The
Yeah.
idea that the original unifications were in some way botched or limited in the case of the
Mm,
lesser German solution under Prussia, or in the case of the um, denial of the Trentino and the idea of Italian irredentism, Irredenta, of course,
mm,
originating within Italy, which is the restitution of Italian occupied areas, most notably the Venetian Republic, was the sort of you can say the premise for Italian irredentism. But when you combine it with the symbol of the fascisti, and we're talking about a explicit Caesarian comparison between Mussolini, Mussolini, of course, and the original Julius Caesar, the idea is not just the restitution of the old claims of Italian irredenta, but of Italy being the principal power within the Mediterranean Sea, Mare Nostrum. And so you can say that it's not just a matter of reclaiming territories from Greece and Yugoslavia and even Turkey. Italy had been one of the main beneficiaries out of the Treaty of Sèvres, which ended the war in the East and with the Ottoman Empire. And
Because that
because of
would
the,
that would have
yeah,
been the Antalya concession.
yeah. But not just that,
Mm.
there were spheres of influence carved out. There would
Mm.
have been a British sphere of influence around the Straits. There would have been a
Exactly.
French
Yeah.
sphere of influence around
In the east.
Kurdistan.
Mm.
And in the southwest, we're talking about a Italian dispensation, which would have extended
Mm.
out of the Dodecanese concession roads.
Absolutely.
So
Yes.
Italian aspirations in all of these areas were denied during the First World War, and
Mm.
Mussolini was supposed to represent effectively, like Hitler did in Germany, the way to reconcile these various expansionist claims, which are mostly directed towards Great Britain, in addition to these powers, because
Indeed. Yeah.
because Great
Uh,
Britain, yeah.
Sorry, I just want to say too that domestically in Italy as well, it must be said that there was also great dissatisfaction at two factors. One, that, and I've spoken on the channel before about Luigi Cardona and the Italian High Command in the first half of Italian involvement in World War One, and there was this, as much as the Italians were having proud of having fought the war, and like you say, many socialists such as Mussolini were actually sort of almost radicalized towards nationalism conceptually during the course of the First World War. The bloodletting of the Italians in the Isonzo campaigns and in battles of, such as Caporetto and so on, had disastrous results and really broke the faith that many Italian soldiers and citizens had in the Italian system. And then also as well that even though they were a part of the victors, the Italian economy was actually in desperate struggle by the end of the war, and society itself was in paralysis. And we've used the term before. I've said it many times. Vittoria mutilata. The Italians do see it very much as a mutilated victory on their part, and this very much, I think, sets the stage not only for the March on Rome in 22, but really sort of it's the origin point of how the Italians and Germans end up being partnered come the late 30s. That's sort of like the origin point, as it were.
In terms of and thank you for that, Marcus. In terms of and you can see, hopefully, people watching, that the Italian and German claims are in some ways very much mirrored in German National Socialism and Italian fascism, in terms of this humiliation and the denied potentials, especially of unification and the effects of the First World War. But regarding the idea of Mare Nostrum, that Italy should be, the Mediterranean should be an Italian lake. Britain represented the access points to the Mediterranean. They controlled Gibraltar and the Suez Canal, which were the fundamental points or directions of Italian expansionism, in particular Suez. Even before the acquisition of Abyssinia in 1936, you can see that Italian Libya in North Africa is separated from Italian East Africa, Eritrea, Abyssinia, and Somaliland by the Egyptian puppet state, the co-dominion of Sudan, which were under British occupation at that time. So intrinsically, the key sort of aspect of the African policy of Italian fascism was directed at Mediterranean hegemony through the acquisition of these territories. There were also, of course, claims on France, the original territories that had been ceded by the Savoyard government to Napoleon III during the original Italian unification, Nice and Savoy, and by
Mhm.
extension Corsica, which was part of the Italian patrimony as part of the Genoese Republic during the 18th century and before. And then, of course, there was Tunisia. Tunisia, of course, representing the ancient Roman province of Africa with its capital at Carthage. And the idea
And
essentially, yeah.
populated by rather more ethnic Italians than French at this point as well.
And of course, it would also be the link between
Mm.
Sicily and Libya as well.
Yes.
And of course, the strategic importance of Tunisia is represented when we have the Tunisian campaign in 1943, which is very much the
Hmm.
preamble towards the invasion of Sicily and the invasion of
Correct.
Italy proper. So,
Absolutely.
yeah, so that I think is a good enough introduction for Italy's desirous of expansion. And it should also be noted that Italy and German claims, whilst in some ways facilitating one another, they also overlap. So in Austria, the original Italian position in 1934 was that an independent Austria provided a buffer between an expansionist Germany and Italy. Indeed, there were operations such as the Stresa Front to try and unite Britain and France in opposition towards Germany. Of course, the Germans had expectations in the Trentino territory, which was now part of Italy. And really, you can say it was only as a result of the acquiescence directly of Hitler himself that such nationalist aspirations at the expense of the Italians were tempered, that Hitler was prepared to prioritize the Italian alliance out of a strict understanding of the restitution of former German territories, such as had been part of Austria-Hungary before the First World War. And I think this is a good point to talk about the smaller powers in Europe before coming to Japan, because of course Hungary, Romania, and Bulgaria, and even Finland enter the war on the side of Germany for their own reasons, not just as a result of German and Italian coercion. And indeed, Hungary was important for both Germany and Italy. Indeed, Italy had been an ally of an essential ally of of Hungary as a result of the Pact of Rome, and this is because Hungary, in the aftermath of World War One, was perhaps more harshly treated than any of the quote unquote central powers had been. As a result of the Treaty of Trianon, a vast swath of not just territory which was part of the constituent kingdom of Hungary, but also ethnic Hungarians were displaced from the post-war Hungarian territory. Not only that, but Hungary had its own revolution. First, the revolution that deposed the Habsburgs at the end of October 1918, then a communist revolution, and then a Romanian invasion. So, in every possible respect, before the advent of Horthy and stabilization of the Regency government, Hungary had been through a very sort of tumultuous time. That, coupled with two botched restoration attempts by Karl of Austria to become King of Hungary again. So Hungary has basically expansionist aims on every one of its neighbors, even Austria, Czechoslovakia, Romania, and Yugoslavia. And so you can say that Hungarian aims and German and Italian aims also coincide, because essentially a Hungary allied to Germany and allied to Italy would act as a way of essentially not only undoing the legacy of the Paris treaties, but of expanding Axis influence into the Balkans. So Romania here is a strange sort of power to consider, and I think it really doesn't actually make sense to talk about Romanian interests until we get to 1940, because Romania starts the war having all of its territories that it ever wanted. It was the Greater Romania, so to speak. And during the course of the war, Romania would be amputated of various territories. So this is a good time to come to Bulgaria. Bulgaria, of course, was another one of the central powers. Bulgaria had lost territory to Greece, and Bulgaria had been forced, like Hungary, in the Treaty of Trianon, to disarm. And therefore, we have Bulgarian expectations at the expense of Yugoslavia, at the expense of Romania, and at the expense of Greece. And Finland, I think, is a good example to bring in when we get to the Winter War and the Nazi-Soviet pact. Now, bringing us to Japan. Japan has been an expansionist power really since the Meiji Restoration in 1868, which began its process of rapid industrialization under the rather simple motto, prosperous country, strong army. It begins with the incorporation of Okinawa into Japan proper, then the expansion into Taiwan at the expense of China. Then we have the annexation of Korea in 1910. This is made possible off the back of Japan's victory against Russia in 1904-1905, whereby South Sakhalin is awarded to Japan, and Japan is able to expand into Manchuria. As the Chinese state begins consolidating after the Northern Expedition in the late 1920s, Japan almost sees an existential threat coming out of a united China. And so a bunch of radical elements within the army, because Japan doesn't have a stable government like Italy and like Germany during this time. Japan has a very unstable government. The only constant factor in the Japanese system is the emperor, Hirohito. During the 1920s, Japan had been a parliamentary democracy, quote unquote. I use the word democracy very advisedly, in which essentially it had also been a government by assassination. Virtually every other prime minister during the 1920s and the early 1930s was assassinated. And so by the early 1930s, it was not just a matter of a military dictatorship, but it was about a rotation of military cliques in power, each of which not only represented a different sort of brand of domestic rule, but also had their own designs on Japanese expansionism to make this question
Mhm.
about Japan very complicated. But it is one of these cliques who are responsible for staging the Mukden incident, which gives the impetus for the full conquest of Manchuria. Manchuria was seen by the Japanese, you would find this interesting, Marcus, as the Japanese Australia. It was seen as a large, relatively sparsely populated territory, which was, compared to the rest of China, rather industrially advanced and had a large resource base, whereas Japan, of course, did not, which is really sort of underlying a lot of Japanese thinking, very much like German thinking, is about long-term security, is about
Mm.
zones for colonization, and it's about access to raw materials. But also,
And
yeah,
also Manchukuo was protected by a river around its almost entire tip of its frontier, which allowed it to be defensible in the face of a potential Soviet aggression. So there's also that aspect of it as well.
yes, in the same way that we're seeing Germany expanding at the expense of the
Mm.
Soviet Union, Japan is also expanding at the expense of the Soviet Union. And as we get into war plans, the question from 1932, with the creation of Manchukuo, up until 1936, was where to expand to. Was it to expand into the Soviet Union, or was it to expand into China? Because, of course, as the Japanese are pondering where to expand, and they're tentatively expanding into Mongolia, and it should be noted that the expansion into Mongolia could be seen at the expense of the Soviet Union and China simultaneously, because the Soviet Union had a pervading interest in Mongolia at this time. The issue is decided in 1936 when there was a purge of the military clique who are desirous of the Northern Strike policy, attacking the Soviet Union in 1936, either indirectly through a series of skirmishes which would weaken Soviet control in the East, or directly through a frontal assault instead. An incident is arranged at the Marco Polo Bridge in Beijing to bring Japan to war against China, to prevent China reintegrating its various provinces after the long march of the communists. And of course, it's not just Japanese expansionism at the expense of the Soviet Union and China we need to consider, but there's also, as Germans are determined by racialist schemes, the Japanese are too determined by racialist schemes. The
Mm.
idea is of a humiliation that had been visited on Japan during the open doors period between the opening of Japan by Commodore Perry in the
Mm.
early 1850s and Japan's forced industrialization in the wake essentially of the imposition of unequal treaties. You can say that Japan never got over this trauma, and its desire to be a great power in the mold of various Western powers was not
Mm.
only a desire to equal the Western powers, but overcome them and defeat them in that particular area of the world in East Asia.
Because
So
within itself too, it suffers an internal trauma with the restoration of the Meiji Restoration, then the Satsuma Rebellion. In itself was it was a massively traumatic episode for the Japanese that they wouldn't have forgotten at this point in time.
so it should be understood that within East Asia at this time, Indonesia is a Dutch colony. Indochina, Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam was a French colony. There were significant concessions, Hong Kong being the most noteworthy in China. But in addition to that, there were foreign international concessions in most of the port cities, most notably Canton, modern day Guangzhou, Shanghai, and Tianjin, the port city for Beijing.
And
And it's not
Portuguese Macau as well.
and it's not just Portuguese Macau, but Portugal, of course, doesn't really factor into this. There is
Mm.
American Philippines, of course.
Yes.
In fact, there is a significant American presence in Polynesia, and of course, there is Australia as a colony being in the Eastern Sphere, as well as New Zealand, and of course, we can't forget British India as well. The
And British
Japanese
Malaya.
Yeah, the Japanese, Malaya being fundamental to understand this, as Malaya with Singapore is essentially the
Hmm.
gateway between the Eastern and between the Indian Ocean and the Pacific
Correct.
Ocean.
Yeah.
So from this point of view, Japan is looking at a decaying Western presence in Asia, and they're seeing an opportunity not just for expansionism at the expense of Europeans, but they're also looking at areas, in particular Indonesia and Malaysia, and they see a resource zone to ensure the security of the Japanese empire from all potential threats into the future. So all of these powers, to some extent, have some form of trauma in their recent history to explain this desire for expansion. They're all, to some extent, resource poor, and they're all looking for some form of long-term security, which will be guaranteed by rapid expansionism. So if you think that's sort of sufficient in terms of outlining the sort of vague aspects of the expansionist desires of these powers, we can get into the chronology.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that sort of covers most of it. I think the particularly the posture in the East is very an important one to sort of consider as well, because as we discussed in the previous stream, we hardly even, in fact, touched on Japan. We just sort of did till the end. But there is these uh, sort of plush territories that sort of sit right on the periphery of Japan that belong to these waning colonial powers. America notwithstanding, because it was actually a country that was on the rise rather than one that was waning. But the fact is that either which way, Japan would have to embroil itself in some kind of a major conflict to be able to sort of snipe off these more fringe colonial territories. So Japan's sort of waiting in the midst. But meanwhile, the majority of the focus, certainly from the British and the French perspective, is certainly on the European continent, and mostly the focus is on Germany itself. But all these sort of things are turning in motion with each other at more or less the same time.
So what you wanted to discuss, Marcus, because we're not going to start with the 3rd of September 1939. We're going to discuss a few plausible scenarios before the 3rd of September 1939,
Mm,
when
indeed.
France and Britain declare war on Germany. The first sort of scenario which you wanted to bring up was the Sudeten crisis. So in the fall of 1938, a year before the eventual war break out, Hitler presses his claims to protect the German minority living in Bohemia and Moravia. Essentially, Czechoslovakia, which is carved out of World War One, has four principal ethnicities: Hungary, well, actually five: Ukrainian, Hungarian, Slovak, Czech, and German. It is essentially a Czech-run state with concessions to the Slovaks, with barely any acknowledgement of the Hungarians, the Ukrainians, and the Germans. And of course, it also coincides with the fact that not only is there a significant German population in Bohemia, Moravia, not only had that German population been the ascendant population since the early 17th century with the Battle of the White Mountain, which precipitated the 30 Years' War, but that German population also happened to reside in the mounty, hilly defense region with the vast Sudeten fortifications, which protected Czechoslovakia at the
Well, hence
expense of
the
Germany.
yeah, well, hence the
Yes.
Sudeti Mountains, I suppose, as a geographical reference.
Well, but even the idea of Sudeten Germans only
Mm,
arises after World War One, because
mm,
before they were just known as Bohemians,
yes,
effectively. The idea
exactly.
of the Sudeten German just comes out of this idea, you can say, of being politically disenfranchised as a result of the
Mm,
creation of Czechoslovakia. So
exactly.
this is the situation, and you can see from Hitler's point of view the advantages in taking over this territory, not just from the point of view of the reunification of German people, but also from the point of view of essentially making the Czechoslovak state, which was an ally of France. It was essentially the linchpin of a French alliance system called the Little Entente, which brought together Yugoslavia, Romania, Czechoslovakia, and to a lesser extent Poland, as some sort of Eastern bulwark directed against German revivalism and, of course, directed against the Soviet Union. So, in every respect, had Hitler been able to take over the territory of the Sudetenland, it would have essentially broken the power of the Little Entente, that is French power, in Central and Eastern Europe, and it would have made Czechoslovakia defenseless against any future German aggression, which indeed is proven decisively in April of 1939. So the question here is, because it basically required a all-power intervention on the part of the Allies and Mussolini to prevent the advent of hostilities, which comes together with the Munich Conference, during which the Czechs aren't even party to the dismemberment of their own territory. So the question here is, Marcus, what would have happened had, say, for example, people, because you have to bear in mind that Hitler was to some extent resigned to go to war at this time. And it required people such as Hermann Goering to come in and basically tell Hitler that Germany was not ready and that we need to at least appear to be making diplomatic concessions at this point, to which Hitler was prepared to delay the war inevitably from Germany's point of view in terms of the war of the annexations in the East for at least a year. So the question is, what if the negotiations fell through? What, say, for example, the Italians didn't get involved and put pressure on Hitler to accept a negotiated settlement? And what if the Germans declared war on Czechoslovakia?
Well, this is the thing too. I suppose in this discussion point we have two scenarios. One is an early outbreak of the war, and on the other hand, if things happen a little differently, either side of the Munich conference in terms of the beginning point of the war, perhaps taking a different direction. But for the sake of entertaining the first option, I'm sort of myself of the opinion that given the amount of opposition that Hitler did in his own country regarding German readiness for war, even with the absorbing of the Austrian army following Anschluss and essentially the absorbing of the Austrian economy into the German one, into the Greater Reich, it would seem that the Germans just simply were not ready for a breakout of war in 38. Arguably, one could say they were barely ready when war in fact broke out in September 39. But certainly by mid-late 38, they're not actually ready by any stretch of the imagination to take on this little entente. Even probably without British involvement, I think they still would have struggled with this sort of continental Central and Eastern European alliance with France. I think they would have struggled dramatically, and I think I dare say he would have been forced to have backed down, if for no other reason than opposition in Germany, because a lot of people don't actually sort of realize it's not as if sort of Hitler just signed a piece of paper and sort of waved it through. There was considerable opposition and resistance, particularly within the Wehrmacht. Like you said, even Goering sort of expressed that the Germans' armed forces weren't ready. And many of these sort of older generals from the Reichswehr days, the subordinates of von Seeckt, you might suggest, people such as von Friedrich and Bornholm and Wisleben and Beck were very much resistant to the idea of committing the German army in 1938 to war. And I dare say the Germans, in nine times out of 10 instances, if sort of that scenario cropped up, would have had to have backed down. I just do not see a frame by which the Luftwaffe is ready, the Kriegsmarine are ready, or indeed the Heer is ready to fight a precipitated continental conflict in 1938. I just don't see it being possible.
Well, not just, the army and voices from within the party, but even the entire German Foreign Office at that time. People don't seem to understand that various elements of the Weimar government persisted into the German government, into the Third Reich government. So it wasn't really up until just before the Second World War that figures, radicals such as Ribbentrop, really took control over the foreign ministry. So even before then, I think it's fair to say that, I would only say that Hitler's position as essentially dictator of Germany was only assured with the fall of Paris. Even during this time, this was an incredibly sort of contentious move. As with the occupation of the Rhineland, it involved a huge amount of risk in terms of brazenly overturning the Order of Versailles. And I believe that
and calling the Allied bluffs to not intervene.
And of course, I believe the Sudeten crisis, worked perfectly to Hitler's advantage, because in addition to essentially dismembering the Little Entente, making the Czech Republic powerless, being able to confirm to the German people his promises of actually restoring German prestige and uniting Germans outside the Reich into the Reich. But he was also able to obtain from it a veneer of legitimacy in doing so by Neville Chamberlain declaring that this is peace for our time. Appeasement, therefore, actually worked to embolden and strengthen the Germans at this time. And you can say almost buttress the idea that Hitler was a man of peace during this time. He was simply a revisionist concerning the treaties, the unfair, from their point of view, treaties which had been imposed on Germany and to a lesser extent Italy
Mhm.
as a result of the First World War,
The
and thereby he,
restitution of a dishonourable peace, as it were.
yes, effectively, and the British acknowledging to some
Mm.
extent there was a dishonourable peace,
Mm.
whilst at the same time showing the complete impotence of the Czechs and the French for not being able to effectively resist this. But of course, another scenario, the first sort of scenario you want to bring up, which would essentially qualify as a German victory, which is the idea of precipitating the Danzig crisis before the occupation of Bohemia and Moravia. So would you like to discuss that?
Mm. Well, to be honest with you, there's actually not a whole lot to discuss insofar that in terms of if the chess pieces move so differently so early, it's actually sort of hard to then extrapolate how a wider conflict pans out. You just because there's just so much that can occur thereafter, so many sort of deviations from history that ends up sort of taking on life of their own. But there's always this sort of hankering idea that it's the occupation of Bohemia and Moravia that sort of triggered this guaranteeing of Polish territorial integrity by the British and the French. And if either, and this is sort of like where the case is split in two, prior to any involvement with the Sudeten crisis and the Sudeti Germans, do the Germans actually attempt restitution with Poland first and agreements over the Danzig? Because I mean, even as history has played out in our reality today, there were segments of the Polish armed forces and particularly the Polish government who were at least amenable to negotiations with the Germans to avert war, and it was more the implied support of the British and the French that sort of stiffened Polish resolve to not deal with the Germans in a diplomatic way. So I guess the two minor points is the Germans attempting to resolve the Polish corridor crisis prior to the mini conference of 38. And then the part B bit is after mini conferences occurred, but then prior to the occupation of Bohemia and Moravia in April 39, is there a window whereby the Germans have dealt with the Sudeten crisis, but then deal with Danzig and the Polish corridor prior to the occupation? Again, like I said, I don't really have threshed out, his old history sort of ideas for it, but these are always tantalizing scenarios that aren't that far away from history as it took place, that are still quite plausible. And indeed, what kind of a war would have taken place had the driving forces of war in all the countries involved, pushed their nations into a conflict, a wider conflict, but it would have started in a different way and under different circumstances, I guess is the question. I figured to ask you, it'd be interesting to know what you think of those scenarios.
Well, I mean, I've always considered this, whether the dominoes all had to fall in a certain pattern, whether it had to be Austria, then Czechoslovakia, and then Poland. And I think it's interesting considering the Polish question, and it's not something to be waved away lightly, because I'm going to explain why I think it was actually a plausible option. Say, for example, that Hitler decided to negotiate directly with Poland before he decided to dismember the Little Entente and direct his
Mm.
aggression towards France, because
Hmm.
from the Polish point of view, not just from the German point of view, from the German point of view, it satisfies Hitler's program of the restitution of lost territories from Poland, the restitution of German populations into the Reich, and in addition to the clarifying position over Danzig, which had effectively been a occupied territory, not even part of the Second Polish Republic, to further inflame German population there. It should also be noted that the local government is also the Nazi Party in the Free City of Danzig as well. But from the Polish point of view, the Polish government, following the death of Pilsudski, the founder of the Second Polish Republic, is weak. It's basically a contention between democratic forces who are more aligned with the West and the army, who are essentially the continuation of the presidency and the dictatorship, the Sanation dictatorship in Poland.
Mm.
Now,
Who
the
are
reason
firmly anti-Bolshevik, of course.
Well, this is why I bring the issue up, because in
Mm.
1932, the Poles had signed a non-aggression pact with the Soviet Union. So
Mm.
my interesting history scenario here would be, say, for example, you were right, and the Germans decided to negotiate with the Poles before they targeted Czechoslovakia. Imagine a scenario in which the Germans basically did a Molotov-Ribbentrop pact, but with the Poles. So, say for example, they would agree concessions with Poland, whereby Poland would give away the territories of the Polish corridor and Danzig back to Germany, but in return, in any future war with the Soviet Union, the Poles would be compensated the former territory of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Say, for example,
Mm.
there may have even been an idea to partition Lithuania. So, for
Mm.
example, Germany would have gained Memel, which was formerly a part of East Prussia and a
Mm-hmm.
German port, and
Yes.
Poland would have got the rest of Lithuania, thereby
Mm-hmm.
resurrecting the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. So this
Mm-hmm.
idea doesn't sound too far-fetched. However, this also concedes the point where we're talking about factionalism within the National Socialist Party, which is, are we going to push for Lebensraum in the East? Are we looking at a long-term strategy where our principal aim is the elimination of Bolshevism, or is our long-term aim the elimination of the Slavic populations in the East? And so any binding commitment with Poland that would make Poland the principal ally of Germany in its eastward expansion towards the Bolsheviks, you could almost say that the Germans facilitate this anti-Bolshevik crusade, just at the same time all they're doing is empowering Poland. So one would have to wonder, in terms of long-term strategy, would it be beneficial just to get rid of Poland rather than losing Poland as a large buffer against the Soviet Union?
Mm.
But it's an interesting
Indeed.
question, and I think had someone like Goering been in power at that time rather than Hitler, I think it's a possibility. But I think in terms of the grand scheme of the desire of eternal security for the Reich, it was far easier to do away with Poland rather than allow it to exist and potentially
Mm-hmm.
switch sides at a later date. So
Yes.
I think that's an interesting alternative history scenario, and it's also possible that, say, for example, Hitler could have made an alliance with Smigli, the basically the co-ruler of Poland at this point, the leader of the Polish right. Indeed, you can say Hitler could have tried to put pressure on Poland by trying to detach Romania, its most important ally in the east as well. Because, of course, Romania, everyone seems to forget this, but Romania was absolutely crucial for the German war effort because of the oil fields at Ploesti. So
Indeed.
all of these things were interesting considerations, and this would have
Mm.
combined with the Sudeten crisis. I mean, everyone also seems to forget that Poland was actually awarded territory during the Sudeten crisis.
Around the Zalusia region.
Just south of the Silesia region. So Poland, the idea essentially of territorial concessions in the Polish alliance isn't too far-fetched. Nevertheless,
Exactly.
that didn't happen. And in terms of the necessity of occupying Bohemia and Moravia, because it's often seen that Bohemia and Moravia was the issue which basically flipped the Allies' position away from appeasement towards active military deterrence towards future German
Mm.
expansionism. The reason I don't believe there's a possible scenario in which Bohemia and Moravia could have been allowed, Czechoslovakia could have been allowed to exist, is that there were just too many advantages for Germany to do so.
Mm.
One, yep.
Also, from a standpoint of operation and strategic thinking too, even this rump truncated Czechoslovakian state that exists after the Munich Conference of 38, it's still this very dangerous salient that sort of pokes into the exposed ribs of a German Reich, of a German state. And the occupation of Bohemia Moravia eliminates that dangerous salient right into the heart of the German sort of central and eastern Germany. And so from that standpoint too, not having this dagger in the rib cage of Germany from a military thinking, from a military logic, is actually very sensible for the Germans too, when confronted with that scenario as it took place in our reality.
But of course, because the dagger, you can say, strategically aimed at Germany, is now without defences, it would be a relatively straightforward matter for the Germans to walk in unopposed, as they do in April of 1939.
Correct. Yeah.
And as a result of the occupation and dismemberment of Czechoslovakia, Germany gains the Czech gold reserves to help continue funding. It's basically economically ruinous rearmament program. You can say essentially the rearmament program was paid for by looting, first of all, from the Austrian economy and
Mm-hmm.
now by the Czech economy. But in addition, the Czech economy was largely industrial. I think it's fair to say, Marcus, that outside of Germany, Bohemia was the most industrialized region east of Germany, essentially. Um,
Correct, and also one of the most advanced regions of the Habsburg Austrian Empire, sort of throughout the course of World War One.
well, it was its
Essentially,
industrial heart, effectively.
it was this industrial heart, so it would be reasonable from the German standpoint to actually target it for the purposes of its industrial value, and for the fact that the Skoda works are probably one of the most advanced fabrication facilities on the continent as well, in terms of Skoda. The Skoda works are responsible for the the Germans eventually called the Panzer 38 or the 38T, and other sort of, the Czechs had very, very good designs, albeit relatively sort of small and simple, but very, very, very good, competent, sophisticated designs for armored cars and light tanks. And so the Skoda works ended up proving invaluable for kicking German rearmament and for rearming their land forces up a gear, which they would have struggled to have done without the acquisition of Bohemia Moravia.
So, in addition, the creation of the Protectorate of the Bohemia Moravia obviously takes the pressure off Germany, but also it allows it to ingratiate itself with the Slovaks. A Slovak puppet state is carved out of Czechoslovakia as actually the first independent Slovakian state since the early medieval ages. Whereas for Hungary, the Hungarians, as a result of this, are awarded Carpathian Ruthenia, which later will become part of Ukraine, which had a significant Hungarian population, and they are also awarded the Hungarian majority South Slovakia as well. So as a result of this, Hitler is economically far better off. He's strategically far better off. He has gained an ally in Slovakia. He's gained a potential ally in Hungary, but also he has massively extended the border with Germany and Poland, meaning that Poland now is even more susceptible to German pressure in any contest over Danzig. So now it comes to, yeah.
And would expose, for example, the provinces in Galicia, so like around Krakow, for instance, which in Polish military defensive planning would have not have had to consider, because although Poland is given a small part of Czech territory to south of Silesia, like you mentioned, Polish defensive planning wouldn't have taken into account a southern thrust through Slovakia, with Tiso being installed in Slovakia and the Germans absorbing this Bohemian Moravian rump state into the Reich. Well, all of a sudden, all defensive planning for the Polish army in terms of protecting their country from Germany goes out the window, because, like you say, the front is extended dramatically. So,
but saying that this is preempting the Polish alternative history scenario. Hitler didn't exploit the Romanian bridgehead strategy properly. If he decided to place more troops on the Carpathian border with Hungary and decided to make a rush towards Lvov and cut the Polish army off before it could retreat into Romania and thereby regroup in Great Britain, he could have prevented those reserves essentially engaging a complete war with the against the Axis, even after Poland proper had been occupied by the Soviets in 1943 and 1944.
Yeah, worthwhile point. I think you're quite right, because at this point, true, the things had not moved strategically and politically in Romania to sort of put them in the Axis camp. Like you said, this bridgehead strategy this intermarium strategy between Warsaw and Bucharest was still very much intact in 1938.
So the question now becomes, now the Germans have expanded into these territories, what to do about Poland? Because this is where the actual, August of 1939, the actual Danzig crisis begins brewing. And the question, therefore, is, obviously it precipitates the Polish response, which is to do nothing. And understanding this would be the Polish response. The Germans, rather than leaving anything to chance, conclude a secret pact with the Soviet Union, whereby Poland will be defeated. And we draw up spheres of influence, which you can actually see being carved out in the post-Poland occupation settlement, whereby Eastern Poland, which had a large Ukrainian and Belarusian population, would be awarded to the Ukrainian and Belarusian Soviet Socialist Republics. Meanwhile, territories in Finland and Lithuania and the Baltic states and Bessarabia would be given over to the Soviet Union, while the Germans would be able to occupy the wealthier Polish-dominated parts of Poland, which also had large German-speaking populations in them as well. Now, the advantages for Germany in this scenario are obvious, and I think in any alternative history scenario, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact persists, because the value of this pact for Germany is that even though it seems on the surface to be advancing the boundaries of communism further into Europe. You can say in contravention to this idea that the National Socialists are this anti-Bolshevik bulwark. What it does do is guarantee that there won't be an Eastern Front like there was in the First World War, thereby allowing Hitler to engage in Western Europe and indeed Scandinavia with impunity. So do you think it's fair to say that in any victory scenario, this series of events plays out as it did?
The only counterpoint I'll make is, and the reason why I touched on Poland first, is that for me, Poland events having transpired as they did in our reality after the Czech crisis and then the occupation of Bohemia and Moravia in March April 39, Poland essentially plays the role that Belgium does in 1914. Is that it basically then inevitably draws both Britain and France in together in a wider war with Germany, a sort of a wider precipitated war. And so I still think that German rearmament is, although the Germans actually prove to be a competent fighting force and they sort of roll over Poland in a matter of weeks. Indeed, the subsequent attacks, the Operation Vesrebung up into the north, into the Low Countries, into Denmark, the Kattegat, into Norway was successful. And then, of course, with the entirety of the Wehrmacht deployed westwards following the fall of Poland, the Germans able to vanquish France in 6 weeks, which, considering their efforts in World War One, the Germans couldn't have dreamt of a better result, frankly. But there's still this point where the Germans are not really ready for a wider war. And in fact, if you even read sort of sources, from this time, the Germans complete the 39 campaign in Poland and are on the absolute bones of their backsides regarding ammunition. Like, they barely actually achieved the conquest of Poland with the supplies that they have on hand. And indeed, German industry isn't even mobilized for total war until 1943, which happens after the events of Stalingrad, which is a little ahead of where we are at present. The point I'm making is that the German army and the German armed forces are probably still in a position where they're not quite ready. And indeed, with discussions with even Mussolini says, Italy won't be ready until at least 1942. So I think the problem from an Axis standpoint is that the war probably occurs at least a year, if not 2 years, too soon for them. They're sort of military in a military context, a little bit underbaked, so to speak. And so I think for me, as in terms of a viable scenario whereby the Germans either achieve a successful Operation Sea Lion and knock the United Kingdom out of the war, or indeed they're able to execute a successful Barbarossa that ensures the capture of Moscow and then the potential capitulation of a Soviet government, I think actually need more time for armament. I think as events played out as they did in history, the German forces, the German rearmament is quite wide but not very deep, and they're always chasing their own tail throughout the entire course of the war. At least that's my opinion, anyway.
So your contention isn't with the logistics of the Nazi-Soviet pact, but simply the timing of the invasion of Poland.
Correct. Like I said, for me, it's a case of the idea, like in 1914, having drawn the United Kingdom into this sort of wider war, and it does stifle the Kaiserreich's ability to actually vanquish France in World War One. I kind of feel that this attack on Poland in 39 plays a similar role in that it does bring the greater part of the Western world in contention with the Germans when they're not quite ready, if that makes sense.
But I think because of course from the German and the Soviet point of view, Poland cannot withstand a joint German and Soviet
Oh,
invasion.
absolutely, yes.
So the point of view, the alternative history scenario that plays in here is, what if the Germans were correct, and despite the Anglo-French ultimatum, the French and the British did not go to war with Germany over the invasion of Poland? The alternative history scenario could even be, say, for example, the French and the British decided to delay the decision. Even if they delayed the decision by a couple of weeks, the Soviets begin to invade Poland. Now it becomes a question of which country do we declare war on? Do we declare war on the
Exactly.
Soviet Union? Do we declare war on Germany? Do we declare war on both of them?
Hmm.
So the first alternative history scenario regarding a German victory is whether this is just going to be a German victory against Poland. You could even say that, imagine if there had been a clause in the treaty between Molotov and Ribbentrop that the Soviets and the Germans had to effectively join military operations together. It had to
A
be a joint
defensive
military.
pact against in regards to Polish action,
It
like
would have to be
yeah,
an activated defensive pact where, say,
yeah,
for example, the Soviets or the Germans would contrive a casus belli. Say, for example, Germans dressed up as Polish troops would cross over and invade Germany. Or, say, for example, the likewise with the Soviet Union. Then they can say they have been legitimately attacked. Both sides will know they haven't been legitimately attacked, but they will
hmm
know essentially that they can invade Poland, they can partition it, and present it to the world as a fait accompli, because there
yes,
would essentially be no understanding, no sort of belief that Britain and France would declare war on both the Soviet Union and Germany at the same time.
hmm yes. Well, that's a very plausible proposition. I think I appreciate the logic of that, and it does make sense because there's always this sort of wider question amongst those who entertain these alternative history propositions. Is why is it that the British and the French jumped up and leapt to the defense of Poland in the face of German aggression, but then Stalin, proclaims, as Viktor Suvorov says in his book Icebreaker, and we've covered that on a different video. But Stalin said, "I am not ready." Like, and then of course the Red Army doesn't. I think they invade 2 weeks or 2.5 weeks after the Germans do, and then this defensive guarantee of Poland just seems to have evaporated into the ether, and the Soviets roll in with no intervention on behalf of the British or the French. So
But you can
that's interesting
say,
indeed.
from Stalin's point of view, the way things played out historically, that Stalin duped Hitler into precipitating a war with the
Mm,
West that he
correct.
believed would damage all parties except the Soviet
Mm,
Union. So, in
yes.
coming into the war under the shadow of Hitler, he was effectively able to avoid the repercussions that Hitler suffered when he invaded Poland. So, I think the question therefore is, I mean, my belief is that especially the more moderate sections of the government believed that we didn't want to provoke a war with the West. Whereas I
Mm,
believe that Hitler's point of view was that it is now done as a fait accompli. You will either accept that fait accompli or we will continue to precipitate the war. And what substantiates this is once we have the victory parade in Warsaw in October of 1939, Hitler makes his first definite appeal to Daladier in France over a possible peace deal with the West that would simply acknowledge German gains. Essentially, this, from the German point of view, would seem logical because the Allies had done absolutely nothing to save Poland.
mm,
Absolutely nothing. There was no there was apart from, I believe, occupying a rail station near
mm,
Strasbourg on the other side of the river.
yes.
There was
Yeah.
virtually no French response, military response to the German invasion of Poland. They were allowed to essentially continue the invasion unimpeded without even an Allied bombing campaign. There was an Allied bombing campaign of leaflets,
Yes.
but there
Yes.
wasn't a serious military response. There was simply
Mm,
the diplomatic letter of a declaration of war, hence why it is known as the phony war. So, from Hitler's point of view, again, I suppose the next alternative history scenario, because I believe that the Nazi-Soviet pact as a binding military joint operation would have prevented the declaration of war on the 3rd of September. Other than that, I don't believe that anything could have really changed the declaration of war on the 3rd of September. I believe that Britain and France have basically tied their entire sort of prestige and diplomatic sort of relation based on the guarantee of Poland. But once the diplomatic gesture had been made with the declaration of war, nothing was done about it, as if they believed the Germans would simply give up at some later point and acquiesce to Allied demands, as ridiculous as that sounds. So I
yeah.
think from Hitler's point of view, he was perhaps justified in thinking in October, once the Polish campaign had ended, and indeed once the Soviets had also violated the territorial integrity of Poland and presented this as a fait accompli to the world, what was the pretext for the continuation of fighting? Because even among the understanding of Gamelin and the French High Command, it would take up until 1942 for the Allies to acquire enough resources to be able to mount a major offensive against Germany. So the question from the
Mhm.
Allied point of view was essentially, do we hold on in this standoff, this stalemate, like the First World War, for another 3 years, or do we make peace and acknowledge German gains?
Yeah, good point. And that's the thing. I think they almost thought that it's hard to know what the Allies are thinking at this point, because obviously military technology has changed. This is where reading materials such as Achtung Panzer, and even to some degree reading Panzer Commander by von Luck, and you actually have a deep insight into these early victories in Poland and in France, and it's easy to get this sort of first-hand understanding that the war that is fought on the onset of World War II is a very different war than what most people thought would be thought. In World War II, whereby infantry will fight much in the same way as the First World War, just with small advances in small arms technology. Obviously, in the instance of, say, the French, arguably it can be said that the French probably have the premier army of continental Europe, at the very outbreak of war, and the the French equipment, particularly in the case of their tanks, the Char B were famous for being probably the best armored vehicle at the outbreak of World War II. But French, and even to some degree British doctrine, is still preoccupied with fighting a war as a small evolution of World War One fighting techniques, whereas the Germans have totally revolutionized the way of undertaking warfare, and really the motorization and the mechanization, certainly of the German mobile units, such as their panzer groups and their panzer divisions, completely changed the balance of this. And the Allies do not expect the attack that is set upon France in 1940, which ends up being a brilliantly planned and brilliantly executed offensive.
Could I push back against that slightly?
Absolutely.
I think that obviously, Ashton Panzer, the German adoption of the Panzer is, of course, a major difference from the Germans in World War One, where the Allies were the ones pioneering in armored technology.
Correct.
However,
Yeah.
I think the French were expecting a Bevölkerungskrieg, a war of movement from the Germans, and that is predicated with their own understanding of defensive strategy, because when we look at the French defensive strategy, it is predicated around the Maginot Line. The Maginot Line is impregnable. However, there is also the acknowledgement that Belgium would have to be invaded before the Germans attack. So the logic doesn't change the French strategy so much as in dealing with a World War One strategy of a renewed Schlieffen-Moltke plan. We simply extend the Maginot Line across from Metz up until Dunkirk into French Flanders.
All the way up to the Channel. Yeah.
So the question really is, do we have the time, and do we have the money, and do we have the political will to see these plans through? Because Belgium understood this, and Belgium was so resistant of the idea of basically provoking the Germans in any way that they even closed off French military observers from entering into Belgium, which would be seen as a German pretext to invade. So the French, you can say the Belgians in 1940 during the Phoney War, were as hostile to the French as they were for the Germans. They did not want to be used as a pretext so there would be another occupation of Belgium, as was the disastrous occupation of Belgium in World War One. So I think the French were trying to respond to what they believed was a German war of movement. They simply were completely outplayed, and when it came to the Ardennes offensive, I mean, even the Belgians, for example, the Belgians had some of the best fortresses in the world. It wasn't just the French as well, and I believe it was simply the
Evan, for instance.
yes, the speed and the element of surprise which carried the Germans, and of course pushed their main attack through the Ardennes. Of course, that's something the French also did not expect. They were expecting an attack through Belgium as opposed to through the Ardennes. And of course, they weren't expecting the Germans to invade the Netherlands either. But I think this is all a question about military tactics, and this is a stream about a German victory scenario. And of course, this is a German victory scenario. And the question, therefore, is just in terms of saying what happens for the audience's benefit. Denmark is occupied in the spring of 1940. The reason the Germans occupy Denmark, of course, is essentially to prevent the Allies from entering the Baltic Sea or turning Denmark at some later point. It's also to set up radar posts and military installations which would allow Germany to project naval power, in particular U-boat power, to affect the Allies in the Atlantic, and also be a staging post for the eventual conquest of Norway.
Hmm.
Norway, again, the reason why Norway was occupied was because Narvik in particular and various ports in Norway were the conduit through which Germans were receiving vast amounts of mineral wealth, iron ore and copper in particular, from Sweden. But also having the Germans occupy that territory would prevent essentially any Allied encroachment into Scandinavia to turn the Scandinavian allies, or at least even provoke Sweden into launching an embargo on Germany, which would
Hmm.
cripple Germany's access to raw materials. I think this really needs to be understated, actually, in the same way that we're going to talk about this with Japan and the resource zone. So much of Germany's diplomatic relationships with other countries, even neutral countries such as Spain and Sweden, and even Greece to some extent, was predicated on German access to resources, effectively, because
Hmm.
Germany was very barren, not barren of resources, but simply did not have enough in the way of resources to continue a world war on their own. And
Yes.
so having access to Spanish and Swedish, and even to a lesser extent Finnish raw materials was a vital factor. So occupying Norway would ensure that. I mean, it would later provide a boon in terms of the manufacture of German hard water capacity. But other than
Hmm.
that, it would give the Germans another staging post with which to threaten Britain at the same time. And because the strategic value of Norway was so obvious, the British even considered an intervention into Norway to essentially prevent the Germans accessing Narvik, and they do send an expedition, the brainchild of Winston Churchill, and it goes absolutely disastrously. Um,
How
so,
surprising.
how surprisingly, and of course, this leads to Case Yellow, the von Manstein plan, the sickle
This
strike
the
to
sickle Schnitt, yeah.
yes, to go through the Ardennes to allow the Allied forces to conglomerate in the Low Countries before Paris is separated from the main Allied thrust, causing the Allies to retreat towards the Channel ports, which the British do. And within a couple of weeks, they are gathering around Dunkirk. And this really, again, is the question around alternative history scenarios, because I believe it was, if I remember correctly, it was actually the day of the invasion, the 10th of May 1940, that Chamberlain was replaced by Winston Churchill. Winston Churchill was brought in at the head of a new war coalition because the Labour Party under Clement Attlee would not accept Neville Chamberlain as the head of any wartime coalition. They couldn't, however, remove him as head of the Conservative Party. So Winston Churchill was in a very precarious position as a result of the immediate offensives taken by the Germans in May of 1940. And indeed, he was not the favorite to become prime minister. The man behind British strategy between the appeasement of the Munich conference and the guarantee to Poland was one Lord Halifax, who was very much in favor of a negotiated settlement with the Germans. From the British point of view, especially from the view of conservatives like Lord Halifax and to a less extent Chamberlain, who was still the head of the party, the Conservative Party, the belief was that Britain could not lose the initiative in making peace soon enough. In other words, if Britain delayed in making peace, every delay, every day that peace negotiations were prolonged would bring France closer to defeat. So long as France is still in the war, Britain still has a chance to negotiate. And this is why I want to bring in my first sort of, you can say, interesting point to sort of bring up with you, Marcus, is Italy and Italy's vital role in all of this. Because Italy declared itself non-belligerent, not neutral, when Germany invaded Poland and the Allies declared war on Poland. Sorry, Marcus, there's a bit of bleed through coming through on your side. Do you mind muting when I'm? Yeah, thank you. Um, so Italy had a significant amount of power to wield in terms of which side it would enter the war on. But even as a peaceful power, it could basically use the threat of the Italian Royal Navy and the idea of threatening the Alpine possessions in France and threatening British Egypt as a way to bring pressure on France and Britain to negotiate. So I think in terms of another plausible history scenario where the Germans could have effectively won, is whether the government of Winston Churchill was brought down in May of 1940 after a few days, whether Paul Reynaud and Halifax could have been essentially form a coalition, a peace coalition together, where rather than allow the countries to fall separately, which is ultimately what happens in the case of France, they lean on the Italians to try and bring pressure on the Germans to seek a negotiated settlement.
Well, yeah, I think this is probably the next logical uh, pathway to a feasible alternate history is indeed this window here where Churchill is appointed prime minister and obviously a cabinet that supports a war effort is installed and seeks to fight on, to use the words of Churchill, whereby, like you say, although Chamberlain, in fact, does issue the declaration of war on Germany following the invasion of Poland, there's Chamberlain, there's Lord Halifax, who do feel compelled to a negotiated settlement on the basis that, again, as you say, each day that ticks by, it imperils the French position more and more. And then what sort of, even though the Germans do succeed in rolling over France and basically knocking out the war in 6 weeks, even then the British are determined to fight on, even to the extent where there's this. Well, also too, there's a sort of a slight deviation within this one proposition here is that we know that there was an order from the Germans to, indeed I believe an order from Hitler himself to actually stop the advance onto Dunkirk. And when I believe it might have been the Ford elements of 7th Panzer Division actually reached the outskirts of Dunkirk, Dunkirk is occupied by one battalion of I believe like commandos or Royal Marines or a unit like that, and that had they actually rolled the dice and attacked Dunkirk, they likely could have taken it or at least contested the position of Dunkirk. And if there's no evacuation of the British BEF from the continent back to Britain, even if Churchill wanted to fight on, it may have been a bridge too far for the British to do so.
Well,
So
regarding
it's
Dunkirk,
interesting,
it's important to bring up Dunkirk because there are
Mm,
two plausible ideas as to
mm,
why. I don't really consider the refueling order to be particularly convincing regarding why the Germans
I
stopped
agree.
just before Dunkirk.
Yes.
So there are two plausible scenarios. One is that Hitler didn't want the Wehrmacht to have the full sort of prestige for having obtained the victory. So it will be up to the Luftwaffe to prevent the Dunkirk evacuees from making it across the channel. That's one scenario.
Which Goering gave his assurance that it wouldn't happen, but it did.
It did. Well, that's just consistent Goering, isn't it?
Correct. Correct.
But anyway, that's scenario one. So it would be a political sort of intermilitary sort of feud, interbranch feud, which is option one. Option two is that Hitler deliberately intended it as a peace gesture towards the British to make them favorably disposed towards peace, towards a peace settlement, as opposed to
An act of mercy, as it were.
crushing and annihilating the British troops
Mm,
there,
hmm
even though from a point of view of pure strategy, annihilating the British troops there, or even just capturing them wholesale, would have put far greater pressure on the British government to make peace than ultimately what Hitler did, which is allowing the bulk of the army to escape. So I think it was it was a flawed political decision, and I think it was perhaps made of hubris, the idea that the war has effectively ended, the same sort of hubris that prompted Mussolini erroneously to enter the war, believing that it was already a matter of the winning side. I think
A few thousand dead in the negotiating table, so to
Yes,
speak.
I think Hitler believed effectively that the war was already over, and a goodwill gesture would simply go a long way to ease potential sort of complications in the relationship. Because this really needs to be understood. Something I haven't brought up yet, which is Germany's posture towards Britain. Germany's posture towards France was rather simple. It was France humiliated us in the First World War. We want to revisit that humiliation on France, and we want to break French military power. But in terms of large scale sort of conquests against France, there weren't really. I mean, the Germans only very tentatively acquiesced even to the restitution of Alsace and Lorraine, and definitely not towards the restitution of their colonies. Um, Hitler had no interest in the colonies. He simply toyed with the idea of colonial restitutions because it satisfied the DNVP base, the monarchists, those who wanted the return of the Kaiser, etc. But Hitler himself had very little sort of interest in the restitution of the colonies. He wanted a continuous Reich, equivalent effectively that of the United States and America, except visited on Europe. So regarding his posture towards Britain as a fellow Germanic nation, such as, say, for example, his amicable relationship with Sweden, I believe that Hitler wanted Britain to essentially be the naval arm of any sort of Germanic cooperative within the situation in Europe. But although this whole understanding was predicated on a complete failure to understand the British political system or the British sort of political class at that time, and indeed Winston Churchill, because before 1939, Ribbentrop was essentially the reason why Ribbentrop was made foreign minister was because he was the one who convinced Hitler that he could gain a alliance for Britain when no one else could. And of course, Ribbentrop failed dramatically in that endeavor. He was able to win over some, aristocratic supporters, but even Oswald Mosley and the British Union of Fascists weren't favorably predisposed towards the Germans. They were far more sort of affectionate towards the Italians. So apart from figures like Edward VII, I think this is, you can almost say, the first alternative history scenario which we missed is what if the abdication crisis didn't go through, and what
Had it
if it
fallen the other way? Yeah.
Yes, and what if Edward VIII's headship over the Commonwealth was enough to, if not bring Britain over to Germany, then destabilize Britain sufficiently, where there were king's factions and where there was a parliamentary faction. You can almost say like a low scale.
Enough to extricate it from being involved in the continental affairs, so to speak.
Enough to extricate it, but also enough for the Germans to maneuver politically and even possibly militarily to push the king's faction further into a position of power, and thereby Britain would have been favorably disposed. Because I believe in terms of any ace that the Germans had, it was in Edward VII, because they simply did not have the support within the Foreign Office and the support among the ruling class in Britain to be able to affect this alliance, because it would have revolved an entire U-turn in British sort of continental strategy, which had been predicated
and almost psychology, like national psychology to a point.
And national psychology to a point, because again, from the German point of view, there seems to be an oversimplified logic, doesn't there? Which is continental Europe will be ours, you get the rest of the world. But of course, the Germans don't understand that continental Europe is the key, because if you threaten the motherland, then the rest of the world may not really matter at all. And of course, this is something that Hitler did not understand. But I do really believe that even throughout the entire war, I think really up until 1944, he believed there could be a negotiated settlement with Britain. I think this is important to understand all of his subsequent strategic thinking, and why I think even though Operation Sea Lion was brought up as a contingency plan, Hitler would never have given it the go-ahead, even if the Luftwaffe had been able to gain total aerial superiority over Britain.
Indeed, and I suppose not to harken back to previous scenarios, but just to sort of maybe bookend it, is that again the alternative outcomes or alternative proposals to both the Sudeten crisis and even the Danzig crisis. If either those situations evolve differently, that they avert the war and there's no British and French guarantee of Poland because the order is different, or that in the event that the Germans push too hard, too far, too quickly, and there is in fact a breakout of hostilities on the continent, does Edward being king and Chamberlain and Halifax being more predisposed to treating with Germany as opposed to Churchill and his cabinet, does the dynamic of even the diplomacy of that scenario alter, or does it change vis-a-vis as it did with the events transpiring as they do in our history, and Churchill becoming prime minister and the war cabinet, and then the fall of France, and then this committal to Britain, standing alone, we'll fight on, as Churchill says in his many speeches. That does shine a little bit of light on the scenarios that we've previously discussed. The fact that Edward does become king, and there is this, calling him a pro-German faction is probably a bit too far, but this faction that is more predisposed and inclined to treating with Germany, were they in power?
I think it's best to say, in terms of summarizing this, this is basically a peace without conditions faction, rather than the pro-German faction.
Yes, very well put. Yes, exactly. So it's just worth, for those who are watching this, and I suppose even for our own benefit, if we were to rewatch this or think about it some more in the future, that dynamic does change our previous proposals to some degree, but we probably shouldn't look back now. We should probably look forwards. And that again, I think the Dunkirk thing. I totally agree that I think the refueling order was nonsense, and I think I've also read too. I think this is elucidated too in Panzer Commander that there was a concern that these armored spearheads were so far forward ahead of the motorized infantry that they were essentially unsupported, and there was this concern about enmeshing tanks in urban combat without the Panzer shoots and following them. So ultimately, I suppose the fact of the matter is that the Germans probably didn't even need to destroy the BF, but capturing them would have been enough. But the fact that all these troops and plus some elements of even the French army who are caught in this encirclement in and around Dunkirk and Calais and that sort of that cauldron.
Just to my mind,
that
how many
does
men?
give the
How many
Allies
men are
hope
we
fighting
talking? How
on.
many men are we talking about? Sort of, I think it's, if I remember correctly, because again, I do have no notes. I'm just going off memory here. But is it? I think it's around 300,000 British soldiers and around 20,000 French soldiers.
Something to that effect. I believe it was in the hundreds of thousands in terms of I figured around 250,000, but it could be upwards of 300,000. Yeah, I'll just quickly check now while you talk.
In terms of this alternative history scenario, what I ironically think here is that the Italian declaration of war on France and Britain in June of 1940, and the separate peace with France with Germany at Compiègne, actually made war with Britain drag on indefinitely, and essentially
I have a figure, by the way.
Yeah,
338,000. So call it 340,000. Yeah.
Okay, well,
overall Allied soldiers. Yeah.
I wasn't too far away.
No, not at
well,
all.
I said 320,000, didn't I?
Yes, and then and then 30,000 French, but yeah, it's close enough. Yeah. You're closer than I was.
Thank you. But do you think that's an interesting scenario? My sort of theory that I hypothesize here is that so long as the French were at least still connected towards Britain, and so long as the Italian card hadn't been played, the British were still in their rights to consider peace as a serious condition. I mean, even from the German point of view, if they didn't negotiate with the French, if they were still technically at war with the French, then the Germans could basically just, I know this sounds awful, but the Germans could essentially just wage war on the population of France indefinitely until the British were forced to make peace with them alongside the French government. You can even say that Paul Reynaud, by this time he was replaced by Marshal Pétain, Pétain could have appealed desperately to the British that the Germans will not be content until they have basically occupied every single scrap of land in France, and they will not consider negotiating with us until you have negotiated with them too. So I think there's almost, you can almost say blackmail from the German point of view that we will essentially become Genghis Khan towards France.
Also, too, the inclusion of Italy in the war gives an active front for the British to fight on, even if they've been defeated on the continent.
Yes, exactly. Whereas having the Italians just there as a consideration, as a strategic consideration, can bear pressure on the French and the British to make peace. Whereas the Italians joining the war, all of a sudden, that sort of diplomatic pressure to make peace is lost.
I'm inclined to agree, actually.
And in such a scenario, the Italians, say, for example, may demand restitution for their mediation to bring, a military sort of presence to bear on the French and the British to precipitate peace. But say, for example, they would only ask like Tunisia. If they were to demand Tunisia from the French, not the actual core territory of France itself,
or
then
perhaps
I think
like Tunisia and Nice, which is sort of fringe.
I very much doubt Nice. The colonies certainly, like French Somaliland, what is now modern day Djibouti, maybe parts of French Central Africa, maybe anything rather than
imagine Italian Saigon.
Probably less. Probably less. No, probably less likely. But the point we're making though is that, ironically, Germany compelling the French to make peace and the Italians entering the war, I believe, made the prolongation of the war inevitable and made Britain fight on, and also, as you say, gave Britain a front, not only a front, but a front which they did very well on up until the winter and the spring of 1941. So this is all very important to consider, and I believe it is these two things, the separate peace with France and the Italian declaration of war, and indeed you can say the ostracizing of the peace faction within Britain, and Churchill's, we will fight them on the beaches, we will fight them with broken glasses, and we will fight inevitably until the new world comes to the rescue of the old. That sort of thinking is banished because there is the real consideration for France and you can say the population of France to bear. Because again, this to me doesn't seem unrealistic, because when the Dutch government would not surrender, Hitler bombed the city of Rotterdam. And it was the civilian bombing of the city of Rotterdam which facilitated a swift Dutch surrender. But this is the sort of thinking which underlined the Blitz, say, for example. He believed that civilian bombing of symbolic targets was enough to bring diplomatic pressure on various governments to compel them to make peace. So to my
And to
understanding,
demoralize the people trying to
yes,
fight,
to
of course.
demoralize the
Yeah.
people and sap their will to fight. So from my understanding, having the French essentially launch reprisals on the French population to compel the British to make peace would actually be very consistent with Hitler's overall thinking. However, you can almost say again, it betrays that Hitler did not understand the British psyche. He did not understand what steps he would need to do, how far he would need to go in order to coerce the British to make peace. And also, I think Mussolini, you can say again, hubristically and vaingloriously, did not understand. He held all the cards as a non-belligerent rather than a belligerent player in this, in that he could
Yes.
dictate the peace rather than essentially allowing Italy to become threatened. I mean, just in terms of making the audience understand this, if you are non-belligerent, that doesn't mean you are no longer a military consideration. If you are non-belligerent, you could enter the war on any side at any time. And because of that, any belligerent power would need to have troops in reserve and positioned on certain fronts available should the instance of war happen. However, that also means that for Germany, troops are being tied down, dealing with the possibility of an Italian declaration of war, but the Italians aren't suffering for it, and the Germans are benefiting
Correct.
from it because the Germans are no longer having to fight troops which are being redeployed elsewhere. So my contention very much is that the Italian entry into war actually makes the situation regarding Germany worse.
And there's two minor points to add to this, which are worth considering too, because obviously, our fans sort of know my particular interest in this myself, having had one of my grandfathers fight in Africa, is that there's this idea that exists in many circles that Mussolini should have emulated Franco and gone down that sort of non-belligerent route with obviously an orientation and a leaning towards supporting the Axis. Because I mean, you think about it as well. Although the Italians did do some exploration in Libya for oil and did extract some of it, they had no idea of the reserves, which would then be sort of discovered later in the 50s and the 60s. If the Italians themselves are not hampered by the war effort, shall I say, well, I suppose the company later becomes Egypt, but the Italian oil industry actually is able to extract oil from Libya, and that's of much easier access to the Germans than actually having to launch their army all the way to Baku and the Caucasus. The second consideration too is that the U-boat campaign that the Germans launched in our reality was for a time very successful, and for a number of months did have Britain at a breaking point in terms of supplying convoys and actually kind of keeping the island going and keeping the British economy ticking over and being able to support the war industry. Now, the Germans, I believe, at the onset of war, only had, I think, 19 U-boats that were active, that they could send into the Atlantic. And had the German rearmament effort not been sort of spread out between a half-hearted approach to fulfilling Plan Z, which was the construction of the surface fleet as masterminded by Gross Admiral Raeder, and then also this idea that Dönitz was the U-boat proponent in the German Kriegsmarine. And then, of course, they're still trying to build the Graf Zeppelin, which, although the hull is launched in 1938, the Graf Zeppelin is never constructed. And so German sort of naval aviation is never a thing. It never sort of bears fruit, even though the planes are designed for it, the planes are built for it, the pilots are trained for it. There's never this, this naval evolution for the Germans. They just sort of never realize it. But if, for instance, the Germans had forget even 100 U-boats, because they were operating, by come 1942, 43, the Germans are actually operating U-boats, beyond 100, in the sea, or between ones that are being repaired or restocked or out on patrol. The German U-boats are very, very numerous. Now, if they had half that strength at the onset of war, well, it could have been a very different proposition for the British fighting on in the early stages of the war, where the German U-boat campaign was very effective. And probably my most outlandish proposition that I have to say, and you might chuckle at this, but what I said at the start of the stream about how the Allies, between the Roosevelt and Stalin, Churchill, had this cohesive idea for a grand strategy in order to prevail in World War II and to win and to defeat the Axis forces. And then the Italians and the Germans and the Japanese are kind of doing sort of their own thing. Obviously, the Italians and the Germans fight together in continental Europe, and they fight together in Africa when they dispatch Rommel with the Africa Corps. But there's no real broad, overarching grand strategies to fighting the war and how to defeat these major powers that they're contesting. Again, laugh at me, but probably the most outrageous of the propositions that could be entertained is, what if the Japanese, without being involved with the Americans, if the Japanese are convinced to perhaps send a task force to actually contest the Royal Navy in Europe alongside the Kriegsmarine? Outrageous, I know, but
no. It's a scenario that I've actually considered. I don't think it's too. Several points to consider.
Sorry, I've thrown a
Japan.
lot your way, so by all means, you thresh out what you think.
No, because it is a consideration in terms of this peace treaty at this time. Japan, I believe, hadn't even signed the tripartite pact. If they had signed the tripartite pact at the end of 1938, then they would have every justification to go to war with Britain and France based on honoring their agreements of mutual defense, because it was Britain
Indeed.
and France that declared war on Germany, not vice versa.
Mm-hmm.
And indeed, Hitler was actually very favorable in his disposition towards the Japanese in terms of his own entry into the war against America based on the conditions of the tripartite pact. So that's something to consider. But of course, that was not the case around this time. Another thing to consider also is that the American embargo only really began to have a severe effect on the Japanese economy and the Japanese ability to prosecute the war in China after the fall of France. So we're talking about sort of from July 1940 onwards.
Summer of 1940, yeah.
So I would argue that there doesn't exist the air of desperation or the need militarily in Japan to bring the power of the Imperial Navy on to the colonies at this point. But also consider that when the Japanese did launch their attacks in 1941 and 1942, the Japanese were basing this off intelligence reports, which said that virtually the colonies were undefended. So they could go in and they could just occupy them without any sort of major opposition. And that's true for most of the early campaigns. In the early war, that was not the case, because there wasn't the need to buttress Britain in particular with so many troops, because the threat to the island wasn't so obvious in the Phoney War. The defense of the colonies was much stronger because the imperial forces were sort of more widely sort of dispersed, if that makes sense. So Japan would have been risking a lot more and gaining much less at a much earlier time. So I think very, very unlikely. But again, it's an interesting scenario, but I think zero chance of it happening.
Absolutely.
In terms of, but again, but for the sake of the audience, it's interesting bringing that up and explaining why I believe this wouldn't happen. Because again, we're serious people, and we're not going to entertain scenarios which are sort of too sort of counterfactual, that go too much against the historical grain, if that makes sense. But when you can say a logical scenario, comes to the fore in terms of this idea of a joint axis strategy, it therefore makes sense to play it out and explain why, say, for example, it wouldn't be in the interest of Japan to do that in 1939 and 1940. And there wasn't even the alliance structure in 1939 and 1940 to make that possible. So just to finish off my point on France. So shall we agree that this
Do
scenario
you want to
seems
touch on the
actually
U-boats or not worry about it?
regarding the U-boats. I think the U-boat scenario really sort of bears mention later when we get to the Battle of the Atlantic.
Mm.
But I will mention that's an interesting point because I've actually heard it before, which is the idea that Hitler is a complete
And also it's quite a plausible one, I would say, like compared to say the Japanese task force, like the idea of the Germans having 50 U-boats on the onset of war is actually a plausible scenario in a very real sense.
Well, yes, I've heard this before. I can't remember who it was, but a history professor, again, I forget his name, said Hitler was an idiot because he didn't plan for a U-boat strategy the minute he became chancellor. And
Mm.
why I consider this such an idiotic thing to say is because it basically assumes that Hitler knew exactly what was going to happen and what exactly was going to plan out, and that he was going to be at war with Britain in 1939. Again, with the benefit of hindsight, you can say such things, but I think to look at history is so deterministic and that nothing else could happen. But also, Hitler is simultaneously an idiot for not doing so, yet Hitler is also a genius for being able to see into the future and being able to
Yes,
predict these
exactly.
sort of things.
But it is worth mentioning that we're proponents in the Kriegsmarine, obviously embodied by someone like Dönitz, who were proponents of this campaign. And in the end, you could say that Dönitz was largely vindicated when you see the effectiveness of the U-boat campaign, and certainly in the Battle for the Atlantic in 41. I mean, Dönitz was not wrong in that sense.
No, Dönitz is a very interesting person to have consideration for in terms of the grand strategic operations, especially in the Atlantic, especially vis-a-vis the Americans. I believe that Dönitz was actually partly responsible for Germany's declaration of war on the United States. And I think it's important, therefore, to consider him. But I think in terms of like overarching strategy, there are military plans, but then there is the actual sort of execution of military sort of operations as opposed to planning for them. I think Dönitz was well within his rights to suggest the possibility of building up a U-boat force based on the example, the precedent of World War One, so that in the event of a war situation with Britain, it would act as basically the perfect weapon against Britain. However, in the event of the way that the war proceeded, I don't believe that Hitler necessarily thought that on the 3rd of September 1939, the Allies would declare war on him over the issue of Poland. And I still
Indeed.
believe
Good point.
that Hitler thought he had enough diplomatic pressure to exert on Britain to force them into a negotiated settlement, which is where I want to sort of steer this conversation now, because
Mm-hmm.
this alternative history scenario is predicated on Halifax ousting Churchill, the French appealing to the British and not signing a separate peace with Germany, and Italy not entering the war, and also basically prompting the Allies to sit down at a negotiating table. You can say it's the same players of the Sudeten crisis, but now this is a new peace negotiation, which is mainly going to come at the expense of France.
And
So,
let's face it, the the previous conference as well, the Germans have an awful lot more cards in their deck as well. I mean, they've occupied Bohemian Moravia, they've occupied Poland, they've occupied France. They're basically incontestable on the continent at this point
and
compared
Britain,
to previous scenarios.
and also Britain doesn't want to be in a scenario where the Italians
Mm.
enter the war. So
Mm-hmm.
the threat of war looms over them like a sword of
Correct.
Damocles, which again is much more
Exactly.
potent than the actual war. So for all of these
As
reasons,
history has proven us.
yes, as history has proven. So in terms of a scenario, I think Hitler would have had a great interest in terms of being able to exert as much control over the Dutch government as possible, not only for reasons of, you can say, Germanic fraternity, but also because control over the Dutch government would, by extension, give German influence over the Dutch East Indies. And the Dutch East Indies have vast amounts of materials, and particularly rubber. A large amount of German thinking before the war was predicated on this idea of economic autarky, that Germany does not have the resources to sustain a war indefinitely. So, in terms of thinking about a peace settlement with the Low Countries now that they have been occupied, funny enough, I actually think we're going to see a resource zone situation. However, it's at the behest of Germany rather than the behest of Japan, because Japan and Germany are suffering from the same issue. But because the Dutch government has been defeated, the Germans can basically say, okay, well, we'll put in a friendly government, well disposed towards well disposed towards us. We will guarantee that we have access to your raw materials in the Dutch East Indies, and in that sense, the Germans will appear, benevolent, but in reality, they're getting everything they want out of this with no direct territorial acquisitions.
Hmm.
As for Belgium, very likely that Eupen and Malmedy will be ceded back to Germany. It is possible also that in terms of wooing the Dutch back over to the Germans, that Flanders will be annexed to the rest of the Netherlands, as of course the Dutch-speaking, Flemish-speaking part of
Hmm.
Belgium. The
Hmm.
rest of Belgium, I think, would have been almost directly incorporated into Germany, if not as if not as a Gau of the German Reich, then definitely as a protectorate of the German Reich. And added to this, you can almost say that
Like
the
a mini Reichskommissariat, essentially.
yes, and you can
Yeah.
almost I almost see that the German boundaries would be extended to the River Meuse and the River Rhone,
Hmm.
pushed further into the west to buttress Germany against any further attacks from France, which would obviously include not just the annexation of Alsace and Lorraine as it was during World War One, but the entirety of Lorraine,
Hmm.
including perhaps areas of the French Comte as well, or in German
Yes.
the Freigrafschaft.
Yes.
As for Italy, I think I've already mentioned that it would have been very unlikely that the French government, especially because Italy hadn't actually joined the war, would be prepared to cede Savoy and Corsica. Again, Nice, I'm 50-50 over. But I definitely think that if the Italians basically forced their hand and said, okay, we won't take core France, but we will take your colonies. So we will take Tunisia, we will take parts of Central Africa, we will take French Somaliland. As for the British, it's interesting to say, really, because obviously Britain had, lost men in this, but they hadn't actually lost any territory to any major power because, of course, Germany at this point is the only major belligerent. And Germany, of course, can't bear any direct pressure on any of Britain's colonies. Only Italy can do that. So I think the question, therefore, is, what would have happened to Britain? I think Hitler, like the Netherlands scenario, which I've just outlined, would have been intent on being as lenient as possible with Britain. Indeed, I think Hitler in the long term would have seen a British alliance as far more favorable to German interests than an Italian alliance, not just for reasons of sort of maritime strategy, but also thinking about, essentially Britain acting as a shield against, America and other particular interests. But also there's the Germanic aspect to consider as well. That this, in the same way that the Netherlands is representing a form of
Yeah.
Germanic expansionism, he'll be far more predisposed towards an alliance with Britain than he would towards
Yeah,
the Italians.
which adheres very much to the psychology and the ideology of the NSDAP. Like that was very much a hallmark of their thinking in regards to ever dealing with Britain, was this idea of a of a shared sort of heritage and a sort of a collective Germanic identity that was born by the Anglo-Saxons in England and of course by the Germans in continental Europe. That would be in no way contradictory to how they viewed things from the German perspective.
And because of this, I think, first of all, the Germans would, for these territorial gains and for alliance, Hitler would have been more than willing to waive his claims on West Namibia, on the British possession in Cameroon, on Tanzania, which used to be German East Africa, the Solomon Islands, of course, which and East Guinea, which are now Papua New Guinea, which are now part of Australia. And in terms of gaining essentially carte blanche on the continent and gaining Britain as
Hmm.
an ally, I think he would be more than satisfied, and he'd be willing to overlook, say, for example, the Italians. I think Mussolini would have tried to press for Italian rights over Egypt, because that would have been, the main sticking point, I think, in these
Mm.
negotiations. But again, because
And also would have linked the Italian colonies, because then that way, from Tunisia to Jubaland, it just would have been Italian Africa, and it would have
and I
been a
don't
contiguous
think under this
landmass.
scenario, that would have happened. I think what would have been
Mm.
far more likely to happen is that Suez, just the Suez, was, say, for example, put under, you can say, a European occupation force,
Hmm.
one that would include Italians, Germans, French, and Brits, and the
Yes.
rest of Egypt and Sudan would have been made independent, so
Yes.
non-aligned with Britain. I think that would have.
The only thing I see is if the Italians have absorbed Djibouti, I would say that British Somalia would have been incorporated into Italian Somaliland, but that would have been the only transfer of territory in a minor settlement context.
Yes, I think the British would be prepared to surrender Somaliland rather than
Mm,
surrender Egypt, in the
exactly.
grand scheme of things, and
Hmm.
obviously that would unite Somalia as it, well, actually, no, Somaliland is still independent to this day, come to think of it. But anyway, no, I think that's really all we can say about this
Hmm.
potential peace scenario.
I think so.
Um,
Yeah.
I mean, even if we look at Rudolf Hess and the flight of Rudolf Hess later on, the flight of Rudolf Hess historically had no chance of bringing about peace. Later, it did in 1941.
Hmm.
Nevertheless, it's interesting considering the. Sorry, I'm bleeding through again. Um, it will be interesting considering the prospects of his peace, because essentially Rudolf Hess was flying to a what he considered to be a pro-German Scottish aristocrat. I can't remember his name, and once there, he was basically, it was a farce. He was picked up by members of the Home Guard, and he was quickly interned. But he had a proposal of peace, which this was after Barbarossa, whereby France and Britain would have a peace without territorial losses, with no sort of annexations directed against them, if they joined the war with the Bolsheviks. So I think that there might have been a secret clause in any alliance with France or Britain that came after this. I think less an alliance, but more, you can say, German influence over France, that in any future war with the Soviet Union, Britain and France would have to tacitly support the Germans, if not actually send troops over to fight the Bolsheviks. Do you think that's fair?
Absolutely. As much as the flight of Rudolph Hess was a full on exercise, I think that's an interesting little insight, and I'm sort of bound to agree with you actually. I'm not too sure if it would have been if it would have wound up being no concessions, but I dare say the concessions would have been as minimal as feasibly possible because I think there was also this sense of pragmatism as well that antagonizing both parties would just as had done for Germany in the previous generation, in the aftermath of World War One, led to ill consequences for Germany. And so I think the Germans basically had this idea by the time Barbarossa comes around that a a reckoning with the Soviet Union is their prime consideration, is their prime concern, and so is earning the future animosity of the French and the British advantageous? Probably not. As far as the Germans are concerned, Moscow is a far bigger fish to fry for them than
And
Paris or London via V.
and yeah, this really rounds off this scenario quite nicely, because this is the last real question to consider, which is, now we have victory for the Germans and not the Italians, but the Italians are benefiting from this in the Western Front. Do you think that with no opposition to the West, indeed tacit support from the West, that the Germans could have defeated the Soviet Union?
Yeah, I honestly do. I mean, in the end, they came very close to it anyway, and the Soviet Union is really propped up. Certainly in the first, by the time the Lend Lease starts arriving, up until say 1943, almost from the onset of Operation Bagration, it's the support from the West that is it's the gasoline, it's the clothes, it's the ammunition, it's the vehicles. I mean, a lot of people don't realize that the second largest user of the Sherman tank after the Americans was in fact the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union had a lot of British equipment. The Soviets even used on a small scale Churchill tanks. The Soviet army was murderized by I think 30 or 40,000 Studebaker trucks. The infamous Stalin's organ, the Katyusha rockets, were carried by Ford trucks. The scale of the Lend Lease and how it helped the Soviet Union sort of rebuild its Red Army after the catastrophe of Barbarossa can't be underestimated. The other things too is that with a neutralized Britain and a neutralized France, Germany, rather than having to consider, keeping token forces in the West to check them. Also, we need to touch on Africa because Africa kind of plays into this as well. Is that Germany is able to send the entire, the vast bulk of the Wehrmacht eastwards without having to look behind its back, which it is always doing. From 92 onwards, the Germans have sort of one eye peering over their own shoulder, waiting for the British and the Americans to open up another front, which they obviously do with Operation Torch, in the end of 42, when they land in Morocco and Algeria, and that sort of, eventually undermines the African campaign, and the African Corps is surrounded from both directions, from east to west, and eventually corralled in Tunisia and forced to capitulate. So there's those considerations there. But to answer your question specifically, I think there's every likelihood and every possibility that if the Axis just send, the vast majority of their fighting force eastwards without concerns for what's going on behind them in the west, I think a knockout blow against Moscow and against the Red Army is entirely possible. However, I'm still of the belief that a delay in Barbarossa, even a short delay, is actually beneficial from the standpoint that in the instance that, say, the British are fighting, I dare say, in the context as history transpired in our timeline, that actually deploying a large Africa Corps under the command of Rommel in Africa, and in fact capturing Alexandria and capturing the Suez, dramatically changes the balance of forces in these theaters. Also, after the campaigns of Poland and France, an extra 6 months, 8 months, 9 months of German armament, and you might say some degree of advancements in terms of tank technology, in terms of heavy weapons, because even though Barbarossa is hugely successful, the Germans had no idea that the T-34-76 was even being produced. They confront it and have no idea that the Soviets have this tank. Although it isn't deployed at the very beginning of the war, it arrives in the first couple of months. They also come across the KV-1 heavy tanks, which basically no German armament can penetrate and destroy, aside from the Flak 88 used in an anti-tank role, or by air support via Stukas, or in the event of a lucky artillery shot from the German 75 or 105 or 120 millimeter heavy artillery. And so the Germans are shocked by some of this material that the Soviets have, that they have German intelligence just has not uncovered. So I think some further development from the German standpoint of evolving their own military technology comes in useful. Also, it so happens that 1941 is the coldest winter of the entire century, which has profound effect for the German armies fighting in the northern half of Russia. The German forces fighting outside of Leningrad, outside of Moscow, outside of particularly under Guderian's Panzer Group that's attacking up through Tula, the southern pincer of the Moscow attack. These men end up being caught in the worst, coldest conditions, which several authors have alluded to in across many historical writings since the war. And I actually think that the German army not being in Russia in the winter of 41 has a lot of downstream benefits. But then again, those couple of proposals I've just put forward are themselves it's a few tangents in one. So I don't know how you want to go about it. Possibly how you want to tackle this, but that's kind of what's been on my mind regarding this question.
No, you've presaged a lot of things which I'm going to bring up later. In terms of how this new earlier Barbarossa would play out, so there is a negotiated settlement in the beginning, say, for example, in the beginning of June of 1940. As a result of this, basically Stalin, as a result of the Nazi-Soviet pact, this is just after the Winter War. The Winter War has been very demoralizing for the Russians. They have been beaten back by the Finns and have only been able to take over a small amount of territory in the Karazha from the Finns. And after this, they send ultimatum.
It could be described. It could be described as a military catastrophe for the Red Army. Let's face it.
And after this, they send an ultimatum to Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia to reincorporate these territories, even though the Germans had acquiesced to the loss of these territories in the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. I believe it is very likely that they could have used the Soviet aggression directed to the Baltic states and areas which weren't in the purview of the original agreement, such as the Book of Ina, as a pretext to claim that essentially all of Europe was fighting against Soviet aggression. And that would actually mean that in any future scenario, that not only would Finland likely be occupied by German troops, but also the Baltic states would be occupied by German troops before there is even conflict between the Soviet Union. So I think in that scenario, we're talking about sort of June, July, August of 1940. And I think in this scenario, the Soviet Union would have simply collapsed. I don't think there's any sort of chance that the Soviet Union could have. Essentially, we're talking about the Napoleon's Grande Armée, albeit directed against the Soviet Union, which is already sort of hated, having just suffered a military catastrophe. Just to put it in contrast with 1812, in 1811, the Russians had taken over Finland, whereas in this scenario, they'd been beaten back by the Finns. And of course, here, the British aren't essentially the main bone of contention for the French, or in this case, of the Germans. So I think in this scenario, as you've outlined, the Soviet Union do not survive. And you can say the survivability of the Soviet Union and its dependence on the West is something which bears very close consideration into all future scenarios coming forward. So as things proceed from here historically, not in our alternative history scenario, Italy joins the war, and the French sign a separate peace at Compiègne. Pétain becomes prime minister, and later the National Assembly of France decides to vote the Third Republic out of existence and establish the state of France in Vichy. Now, I think the considerations are here as to because of course a lot of alternative history scenarios focus on Operation Sea Lion and the Battle of Britain, and it's interesting that you sort of we mentioned this before, but I consider that there is no scenario in which Hitler would have given Sea Lion the go ahead, because it would involve the destruction of Britain, and it would have involved therefore the destruction of the British Empire. And that would have meant that by extension, American influence, say, for example, would have become dominant in Canada, and Britain would be far less strategically useful to Germany as an ally. Instead, it would simply become an occupied puppet. And in any such
Indeed.
situation, the royal family would have likely simply fled and decided to pressure the Americans into entering the war, in which case, again, Britain's value as an ally likewise is similarly diminished. So my theory is that
On
all,
top of that, if I just may, I
yeah,
think also too the operation presents very profound concerns and great hazards for the German armed forces that are sort
yeah.
of barely equipped to carry this out. And would the Germans want to risk the best elements of the Luftwaffe, of the Fallschirmjäger, of the amphibious troops which would have to be committed to this invasion, which could go wrong in so many ways? And you got to think the Germans lost their nerve for airborne operations after Crete in 41 in our reality, right? What kind of losses would they have suffered trying to execute Sea Lion? I've always thought about that, and I think the Germans ultimately would have been very, very cautious, even almost timid, to have undertaken such an operation with such dramatic potential pitfalls.
This is why I find it interesting that so many alternative history scenarios focus on the Battle of Britain as a fundamental turning point, or
Mm,
focus on Sea
yeah.
Lion. Because to me, I consider it strategically and operationally suicidal for the Germans. I mean, just put this in the terms of the grand strategic picture, which of course Hitler was always sort of doing. Um, if the British, essentially the British state, was destroyed as a result of a successful Operation Sea Lion, which I think both you and I consider very unlikely, in such an instance, you would have seen the loss of India almost immediately. You would have seen the collapse of the British administration
Do
in
you
the
mean as
colony.
in the barrage? Do you mean as in the
Yes,
barrage
as
would
in the
take its own
Raj, as in
direction?
the Raj, as in the
It would
British
take its own
Raj.
direction. It would become
Essentially,
independent.
well, by 1938, already as a result of the Simon report into India, the Indian National Congress had been given a degree of self-government in India. In other words, there was already an elite in India, an Indian elite who was willing to take over. Without any sort of British power there to prop it up, without the British army there, India would have simply become independent without the British.
Hmm.
In the
I,
similar
I,
way,
I wasn't questioning. I was merely asking because that's
oh
an
yeah, it
interesting
would
comment.
a
Yeah,
clarification.
yeah,
In a similar
yeah.
way, that the British control over the colonies and the British control in Africa would have simply collapsed. That would have meant that from a pan-Germanic point of view, the Germans would then be responsible for holding these colonies together, preventing them becoming independent. And you can almost say bringing about a winds of change in the 1940s as to what happened in the 1960s. From every sort of strategic inkling from Hitler, this would be completely contrary to not only German interests, but the interests of the Germanic race, effectively, and also in terms of Britain representing the power of the sea and Germany representing the power of the continent. So I do not see any scenario in which Hitler would have given a amphibious operation towards Britain the go ahead, especially as all of this would have done would be to serve the power of the United States in gaining potential allies to potentially undermine Germany in any future scenario. So having a strong British ally was infinitely more seductive to Hitler than having a weak and broken occupied Britain, effectively, and nothing
I'm
else.
inclined to agree with you actually on all that. And also, you got to think too that if there was this reckoning in the East, there would have been a difficult enough thing for the Germans to have accomplished in this scenario. The last thing they would have wanted was extra responsibility, which would have been a drain on German supply lines, on the Luftwaffe, on the army, even on the state apparatus. I dare say keeping the existing order would have been advantageous for the Germans in every which way.
Well, not only that, but also consider that here the Axis powers as we know them wouldn't exist, because Hitler would have no interest in allying with Japan either. He would only have interest in allying with Japan so far as the Japanese attack the Soviet Union. He would have no interest whatsoever in the Japanese attacking the Dutch or attacking the French or attacking the British, because
Supporting the Dutch, supporting the Japanese North strategy, not their Southern strike
yes,
policy. Yeah,
exactly.
there
So
you
this
go.
would have major considerations for the Japanese strategic outlook as well. But then again, because of the German situation, it is very much likely the Germans would have not embargoed the Japanese. They would have essentially given them the resources to enable them to continue their war in China unimpeded. But then again, also consider that Hitler also had interests in China as well. So he may say, for example, have tried to put pressure on the Japanese to stop. Again, all of these interesting historical sort of
Yes,
knock-on effects that come out as a result of this.
because we've hardly even mentioned the Sino-German agreement, like the fact that the Germans actually arm and equip, a handful of fighting units for Chiang Kai-shek's army. His son even relocates to Germany in 1938 and trains in the Panzer Division. Like these are a little sub stories we haven't even touched on yet.
So, interestingly enough, we're not talking about Sea Lion as an alternative history scenario. It really doesn't matter which way, if the Battle of Britain goes well or not. If Britain still then doesn't decide to make peace, then effectively nothing has changed, other than, say, for example, it may have limited the effects of the Allied bombing raids on Germany. But that's a question which only becomes sort of more significant in terms of Germany's ability to wage war when we get to the defense of the Reich. In terms of sort of prosecuting the war from here on in, the main theatre of war really then becomes Africa. Now that there is no real central front. I mean, the British are interested in preventing the French fleet from falling into the hands of the Germans, and so they launch an operation for Algeria. Hitler, of course, wants to attack Gibraltar and prevent the British resupplying their situation in the Mediterranean. Now the Italians are at war. I think, therefore, the next sort of interesting alternative history scenario to consider between the essentially the Battle of Britain and Operation Barbarossa is, what if the Spanish either joined with the Germans or were occupied by the Germans? To put this in context, between 1936 and 1939, there was the Spanish Civil War. The Spanish Republicans, who are favored by the Soviet Union, are defeated decisively by the nationalists, a cabal of military men, Spanish royalists, Catholics, and fascists, under the umbrella organization of uh, essentially the party, or the personal party of Francisco Franco, who later becomes the personal dictator of Spain. He owed much of the sort of material sort of success of the nationalists on the participation, the support of the Germans, including the aerial support of the Germans and the support of the Italian the Italian intervention. Now we're in a situation where Franco is pressured by the Germans to essentially give, if not enter the war wholeheartedly, be favorable enough to the Germans where the Germans are given a free pass to go and attack Gibraltar. And Franco is able to successfully steer the Spanish direction, whereby he is favorable to the Germans on an economic level, but he is able to sustain Spain as a sovereign nation, and the Allies do not take significant reprisals in the aftermath of their victory over Germany in 1945. So that's the sort of next scenario to consider. Do you think that an allied Spain or a conquered Spain would have had that much effect on the overall strategic picture?
I think that given Franco's reticence, it would have been difficult anyway. Because I actually do think that his claims about the reconstruction of Spain are actually quite legitimate. Also, I think there's a more obvious, in terms of even the accessibility of it, I think the proposed operation to capture Malta is in fact far more plausible and achievable than an operation to capture Gibraltar. I dare say, in the instance of, say, a vanquishing of the Soviet Union and a successful Operation Barbarossa that knocks out the Soviet Union and destroys much of the Red Army, and then if Britain is left standing alone in that scenario, then I can visualize a feasible operation to, shall I say, deal with the Gibraltar question. But I think in terms of control for the Mediterranean, really, and this is where I actually think Greece and Metaxas becomes an interesting proposition, is if Mussolini doesn't feel compelled to attack Greece and get the Italians tied up in the Albanian-Greek frontier, therefore also drawing a portion of the Wehrmacht down south to help bail him out, which obviously introduces the Yugoslav question as well. If the operations for the Axis are far more straightforward in the Mediterranean, where because we have to also consider too that the Italian Airborne Division, the Folgore, is actually one of the best units in the Italian army at this point. And if between the Italian Folgore Parachute Division and the German Fallschirmjäger units are able to sort of achieve this airborne and seaborne operation to capture Malta, it deeply, deeply complicates the Mediterranean situation for the British. Also, in the event that there is actually this continuation of Britain at war and there is a front raging in Africa and a contest between the Axis and the Allies in Africa, taking control of Malta greatly alleviates the supply problems for the Axis in the Mediterranean. And indeed, that is even probably added to in the instance that a friendly Metaxas is actually brought over to the Axis as well. Well, then the Germans are able to operate U-boats out of Crete, out of the Greek islands. Of course, the Italians still possess the roads and the Dodecanese. Although I dare say if Metaxas is brought on board, there'd probably be some settlement over it, but that's again hypothetical. But I think the neutralizing of Malta in terms of not just trying to destroy it, like they attempted in World War II in our history, where the Luftwaffe did neutralize Malta for a time, the actual capture of Malta and denying it as an air and sea base for the British forces is fundamental to any success in Africa for the Axis forces.
Just to finish up on Spain, I actually think that Hitler's policy, I mean, there was a theory essentially that Wilhelm Canaris is responsible for essentially saving Franco, believing that
Talking Franco out of
it, not just talking Franco out, talking Hitler out of it,
Both,
essentially
yeah,
essentially believing that Germany could, if they wanted, simply crash through the Spanish and occupy Gibraltar if they wanted. However, in so doing, Spain prevented becoming a Napoleonic ulcer for Hitler. And also, had Spain been occupied, I think it very likely that the British would have compelled Salazar in Portugal to enter the war on the side of the Allies, in which case there would have been a vast peninsular conflict, which, like what we see in Yugoslavia, would have simply drained Axis resources, but also it would have meant that the Atlantic wall that would later form from Bayonne to Narvik would become that much longer, because now you have to amount for the defense of the Basque country, Asturias, Galicia, not to mention the vast sort of amount of the Spanish coast. In which case, the only way that the Axis could feasibly defend Spain is with Vichy France coming on as a fully paid up, fully committed co-belligerent power, which, given the amount of defectors we see when the Free French confront the Vichy French forces, I think very unlikely. So
Seems quite difficult to imagine, doesn't it?
So I think in any such scenario, Hitler actually had the best possible situation with Franco in Spain, allowing the Axis access to Spanish raw materials and preventing the Allies from using it as a staging post to attack. In that
Yes.
sense, I think we can leave the Spanish situation there and return to your East Mediterranean scenario, where Malta is a crucial factor, but just without Malta. Obviously, the Italians suffer a humiliating defeat against the British when they prompt their first invasion of Egypt and begin the desert conflict.
Thanks for reminding me, by the way.
Sorry. So my first scenario
dear.
regarding the change in the Africa situation before we get to the invasion of Greece
Mm.
is there any situation, because we know in history that the Italian East African forces were actually able to take over Somaliland,
Yes.
one of the few, Italian gains which wasn't supported by the Germans. Do you think there's any scenario in which the Italians could have feasibly occupied Egypt with the hundreds of thousands of troops they did have on the ground in North Africa without the help of Rommel and the Africa Corps?
The answer is no, and I'll elucidate a little bit as to why. I believe, and I can't remember the exact details of this because this has been sort of a long time in my reading, but there was a doctrinal change in the Italian army, I believe, that was sort of agreed to in 37 and sort of initiated in 38, whereby the Italian army was sort of oriented towards an Alpine and continental European ways of fighting, against potentially the Greeks, against potentially the Yugoslavs, against potentially France, indeed potentially against the Germans in the event of a stressor front scenario. But this actually changes whereby in 38, and I believe General Alberto Pariani was a driving force in this, alongside some of the older generals such as De Bono and Badoglio, Pietro Badoglio, whereby, and as a result of the experiences even of Ethiopia, is that there's this idea that if the Italians want to fulfill this Mare Nostrum sort of ideal and the rebirth of the Roman Empire, and realizing that there's this Italian East African state over, in the Horn of Africa, and then the Italian fourth shore, which is what they call Libya because of its proximity to Italy, so close. The only way that these two sort of separated colonies become contiguous is an attack against Egypt, an attack against British Sudan, and being able to reckon with and to defeat the British army. And so they completely orient the Italian doctrine towards a sort of a mobile light desert force that is capable of sort of smaller scale maneuver warfare than compared to, say, what the Germans achieve, and with much lighter equipment, with these Italian tankettes, the L2s, the L3s, the sort of M4 tanks, the M14 tanks, and also with a great, a relatively strong use of cavalry as well, and camelry, which the Italians did utilize to some extent in the African theaters, and obviously with assistance with the Italian Royal Air Force. But this process is simply not complete, which is why you sort of, when you come across this in historical books, Mussolini and even Galazzano Ciano, his son-in-law, in dealing with the Germans, reiterates time and time again that Italy is simply not prepared for any kind of a mass war until 1941-42, like at the earliest.
Mm.
And the Italians do not complete this transformation of their army, so they're sort of stuck in between doctrines and in between essentially rearmament and redeployment. The Italians actually move from a triangular division to a binary division, which weakens its frontline strength. So even the Mussolini makes this boast about the 8 million bayonets. These divisions are of an equivalently lesser strength than British divisions or French divisions or German divisions. They're sort of, they're a little bit, they resemble kind of paper dragons, as it were, in a fighting strength context. And although the Italians have some very good weapons, for example, the Modello 38 submachine gun, arguably one of the best machine guns of the war, submachine guns of the war, but the Italian rifle, the Carcano, the 6.5 millimeter rifle, is probably one of the worst surface rifles of the war. So there are these things about the way the Italians go about the war, and sort of the war planning just isn't conducive to the conditions of achieving victory. And I do say, and again, for our channel members who know, I have been fortunate enough to have first-hand accounts of these experiences in Africa that I can call upon, and I've read a fair bit about it myself in my own sort of studies, is that the Italians simply lacked the doctrinal capability to carry out a war against a better army, which the British were, by and large, a better performing army than the Italians, and especially in Africa. And it is the arrival of Rommel, it's the arrival of the Africa Corps, it is the arrival of of additional Luftwaffe units and the oversight of Albert Kesselring as a theatre commander that actually does stiffen Italian resolve in Africa. And it's amazing the degree to which the Germans, having deployed, well, what's it actually? I think it starts out as the German light infantry division. I think is it the 90th division? I can't remember off the top of my head, but and eventually this German component of the Africa Corps expands into becoming the 15th Panzer Division, the 21st Panzer Division, the 90th Division, which sort of becomes then the 90th Panzer Grenadier Division, which ends up fighting in almost the entirety of the in the Italian campaign later in the war. It started off as the 5th Light Division, and then they became the 21st Panzer Division. And with the arrival of Rommel and von Thoma and Kesselring, the Italians do fight better alongside the Germans. And I dare say, had this actually occurred a year earlier or even 6 months earlier, had Rommel been in Africa when the Italians first pushed into Egypt and then just stay there, which they did do under Graziani, who led the initial Italian campaign in Africa, it is quite feasible that they could have actually got they could have captured Alexandria and they could have captured the Channel. In the end, it was a close run thing anyway. And Monty probably only prevailed on the basis of American material support as a our history in our timeline. So the Africa question is a very interesting one. And had the Italians actually got to the Suez in a relatively expeditious fashion, chances are that, under the leadership of Principe Amadeo and Gillette and these other fantastic soldiers who served in Italian East Africa, or certainly parts of it, could have held out long enough in order to have been liberated from the north.
Thank you for bringing this up and for going into such detail regarding it, because what I really want to make everyone consider here is that I believe it was the delay in the arrival of the Africa Corps and the fact that essentially victory was denied. And when we see the Africa Corps, its victory essentially is limited to the reclamation of Cyrenaica in East Libya. It briefly takes Tobruk before the Battle of Al Alamein, but it isn't able to really compete with the vast material resources of the Allies. As you mentioned, Montgomery was only successful at El Alamein because he had every material advantage over the dwindling Axis forces there. So I think
it wasn't easy for Monty as well.
Exactly. Well, I think Monty is one of the most overglorified of the British generals.
Well, I will give Monty credit, because I find Monty a bit of a character that I find hard to like. In fact, I just don't like Monty at all. But at the very least, he does what a decent general should do, and that's not lose. I mean, he doesn't win these spectacular victories in the same way that, say, Rommel does, or Guderian, or whatever.
I think it's fine, not to lose battles when you always have the advantage.
Yeah, but let's face it, there are generals who manage to do just that. So I mean, I don't like Monty myself, I'm saying, but at least Monty keeps his fighting force intact and doesn't lose big battles, and that should always be commented to as a general. I mean, I'm saying this as he fought against my people, so I'm not giving him plaudits for no reason. It's just an observation, from a military standpoint that should be acknowledged.
So we're talking about what a swifter Italian victory. This all has major bearing on Britain's ability to fight, the stability of the empire, and Germany's ability to wage war in Barbarossa. Because it's not simply a matter of denying the British access between the Mediterranean and India, and thereby weakening the empire considerably by taking over Egypt, taking over Sudan, and linking Italian East Africa with Libya. But it's also a matter of taking over Palestine as well, taking over the Transjordan, gaining access to Baghdad, and linking up with French Syria as well. And as we're going to see later with Francois Darlan and the the protocols of Paris, the Vichy government progressively throughout the war was becoming more militarily ingrained with that of the German administration, even though the colonial aspect of Vichy France was always dwindling. So these are major considerations to bear when we're looking, say, for example, of Turkey's participation in the war and Iran's participation in the war. But I'm just going to park these ideas, bring them up now in terms of the implications of a swift Italo-German victory in Egypt and the implications it would have for those various alliances in the Middle East. And I'll bring to bear on the actual history slightly later and how things changed dramatically for the worst as it came to the Axis.
Exactly, and it's just worth mentioning before you start that sort of line of thinking is that there are many people and many sort of political how can I put this currents which exist in the Middle East that are largely sympathetic to the Italian and the German cause. In fact, there's even a 1941 coup in Iraq that is, you could say, ostensibly pro-German.
Thank you for bringing that up, because I will talk about that later. But just to quickly summarize what we mean.
I'll leave it to you, though. So.
What we quickly summarize is what we mean is that as a result of the Sykes-Picot Agreement, which divvied up the most of the possessions of the Ottoman Empire in the Middle East following the defeat of the Ottomans there, the Arabs believed there was a moment where they could have realized the unification of the Arab Peninsula, where they could have had their capital of Damascus, and what is now Iraq, what is now Syria, what is now Transjordan, what is now Israel and Palestine, would have been linked up into one continuous Arab state under the headship, say, for example, of a Hashemite monarch. Instead, what actually happened was that the Ottoman Empire was divvied up into French influence in Lebanon and Syria and British influence in Iraq, Transjordan, and Palestine. And as a token gesture to the Hashemites were placed on the throne very briefly in Syria, but more successfully in Iraq and indeed in Jordan. Whereas the Hashemite monarchy in the Hejaz in Western Arabia was so unsuccessful that the Saudis took it over, I believe, in the late 1920s, hence the creation of Saudi Arabia by the beginning of the 1930s. So there was a lot of denied aspiration from the point of view of the Arabs here, and thereby a lot of, you can say, sympathetic voices within the Middle East who would welcome the Axis were they, say, for example, to reverse the Sykes-Picot Agreement and realize the dream of Arab unification. Indeed, as much as Iran is a conduit for French and to an extent Russian Soviet spheres of influence as well, but I'll get more into that when we come to Operation Countenance. As for Egypt, indeed, all of these similar currents exist, because the Egyptians are nominally a kingdom, but in reality they are a puppet of the British, and the British have a total sort of military occupation. And indeed, the continuation of a British military occupation force in Egypt is one of the keystones of the continuation of the British Empire. The population in Egypt understand this, and so aspirations of Egyptian independence would go hand in hand with what they would see as an Italian conquest. They would not see it as an Italian conquest, but rather they would see it as a liberation, where the Italians, say, for example, not to colonize the region directly, but were they to facilitate a more independent Arab Egyptian state, which would then link up with other Arab states created as a result of the ruin of the empire there. So that's just I think that's do you think that's a fair summary regarding the situation in the Middle East?
Absolutely.
As for Greece, I want to bring back to the point about Greece, because I want to throw a little wrench into the cogs here regarding your situation regarding Greece, because I don't think it's simply a matter of the Italians not invading and Metaxas maybe being sympathetic to the idea of joining the Axis forces, because I believe, kind of like what we see in the World War I scenario regarding Greece, is that if Metaxas did join even sort of hinted at the idea of joining the Axis, I believe that the British would have sent a military expedition from Cyprus, even from Malta, from Egypt, to conquer at least Greece, the southern part of Greece, the Dodecan, the islands near Turkey, Chios, etc., and of course Crete. I don't believe the British would have willingly accepted the Greeks turning sides and joining the Axis powers, in which case what the Italians would be doing when they occupied, the northern part of sort of Epirus, etc., is they would actually be supporting the Metaxas government rather than fighting against it. Because what we had in our real historical scenario is British and Empire troops coming to support the Metaxas regime. In this scenario, I think it very likely that Empire troops would have been used to frustrate and try to overturn the Metaxas regime. Do you think that's fair?
I think it is fair, and I think it would have been a difficult proposition for the British. You got to think the British support of the Metaxas government was difficult in itself, and the British, in fact, the Greek campaign for the Commonwealth forces ended up being a disaster. So, with the government of Metaxas being able to call upon very closely approximated allies in the form of Italy and Germany, I don't think it would have been of particular difficulty for in terms of it defending mainland Greece. And the other thing is, even though the Greek navy was relatively modest, it was a relatively modernized one, even though small. And with the support of the Italian navy and with the support of the Italian and then specifically the German air forces, who would have been able to operate out of off the mainland and indeed off whatever islands they were able to successfully defend from the British, I think would have made it difficult for the British to have projected any power into a Greek campaign, whilst also attempting to defend these colonies in the event of, say, an early Africa Corps. I mean, what's to say that Metaxas doesn't even join until the fall of the Suez Canal? If he joins after the fall of the Suez Canal, in the event of a successful Axis push into the Middle East, then it's a fait accompli, isn't it? It just sort of depends on the timing of when such a move happens, really.
Well, again, I think the other way that a Metaxas support for the Axis would actually be a hindrance, not a help, to Germany and Italy, is if it would stymie any rapprochement with Turkey. In other words, they had to choose between supporting the Greeks or supporting the Turks, because I believe with Bulgaria aligning itself with the Axis powers, I believe the Turkish alliance and Greece isolated was far more advantageous than the Greek alliance at the expense of the Turks.
Probably,
Because
but even then, in our reality, the Turks never ended up swaying in that direction anyway.
yes, exactly, but I'm going to try and outline the scenario here now. So what actually happens historically regarding from the invasion of Greece, the failed invasion of Egypt from the Italian point of view? Essentially, we have a series of botched Italian campaigns now from the spring of 1941, before Operation Barbarossa in June of 1941. We see the Germans consolidating their control over the Balkans. So Stalin sends an ultimatum to the Romanians seating Bessarabia. At the same time, we have the Vienna Awards, which redraw the maps of Romania and Hungary, and to a less extent, Bulgaria. This entices the Hungarians to join into the alliance. Bulgaria would much later join into the alliance, and indeed, Tsar Boris of Bulgaria would do everything in his power to prevent actual Bulgarian troops being committed to any of the Axis campaigns.
It's a deeply reluctant decision on behalf of Bulgaria, one might say.
While he would benefit from territorial acquisitions at the expense of Greece and Yugoslavia for doing absolutely nothing. Romania only enters the war as a result of Axis pressure. It has been dismembered by the Soviet Union, and it's been dismembered by Hungary at the behest of Germany. And Romania, essentially Romania has a brief coup by the Iron Guard, and then the army takes over under John Antonescu. The king, King Charles or King Carol of Romania, is essentially dispossessed. He had taken power in not a military coup, but he had taken power after having relinquished his right to the throne in the early 1930s. He had briefly established a royal dictatorship, and now he's been chased out and taken much of the royal treasury with him. So Romania is, you can say, going through regimes at the moment, becoming more pro-Axis, and it is the loss of Bukovina and Bessarabia to the Soviet Union which precipitates a reluctant Romania joining the Axis, because they can't regain northern Transylvania, which had been awarded to the Hungarians, which had previously been part of Hungary before World War I. It will, say, for example, return Bessarabia and Bukovina in any future war with the Soviet Union. However, the one major omission from this redrawing of the map, this alliance structure, which had been created out of the Vienna Awards, is, of course, Yugoslavia. As you and I mentioned on our Yugoslavia stream, there were many elements in Yugoslavia which were favorably disposed to an alliance with Hitler, there were also elements which were very much positively predisposed towards Britain. In terms of the relationship between the Axis powers and Yugoslavia, Hitler had territorial designs on Yugoslavia in Slovenia. Mussolini had most, you can say, most of the irredentist claims were at the expense of Yugoslavia, in Dalmatia, in Montenegro, and indeed in Ljubljana, and to a lesser extent with the claims and the expansion of the Savoyard monarchy in the granting of a Savoyard prince, the Kingdom of Croatia. And indeed, the Hungarians and the Bulgarians had claims on Yugoslavia as well. So all of Yugoslavia's neighbors were now somewhat hostile, and the only way Yugoslavia could be saved would be through active participation and alliance with the Germans. Now, this is another alternative history scenario, which I think is almost the opposite of Spain, which is, do you think that had there not been a coup which got rid of Prince Regent Paul, and actually meant that, sort of like Bulgaria, Yugoslavia became a reluctant member of the Axis, only tentatively supporting Axis military operations, but enough to say, for example, allow German troops to pass and allow Yugoslav resources, in particular chromium, to be sent back to the Third Reich? I think personally that would have been a far more advantageous outcome for the Axis, rather than doing what they did historically, which was turning essentially the corpse of Yugoslavia into a bloodbath, dissolving it and creating various regimes out of it, and a rump Serb independent state at the heart of it. But most of all, the Croatian War, especially in Bosnia and Herzegovina, that would arise out of it. It almost became a continuing source of military frustration, to the point that Hitler issued some of his most severe pronouncements on military reprisals directed against German troops and the ruin of Yugoslavia. So, do you think that had Prince Paul held on to power, prevented a coup, and joined with the Axis, and Yugoslavia was preserved as is, that it would have actually been very beneficial towards the Axis powers?
I'm inclined to agree, and I also think it's the only way in which Yugoslavia remains a united country in this context and isn't, thrown down this abyss of bloody internal fighting, and also ends up being this black hole essentially for occupation troops, of which Italians were there, Germans were there, as were Bulgarian and Romanian units, to their detriment, because obviously those troops are tied up in anti-partisan duties in Yugoslavia rather than, say, fighting in the east against the Soviets. And then, of course, as each of these countries in sort of 44 end up peeling away from the Axis, then it's the Germans and Italians who, in our present reality, as is, despite being under pressure from the Allies on all fronts, are forced to keep soldiers in these territories. And not all these soldiers are re-echelon units, or indeed, shall I say, the ideological units of the German forces. Indeed, in terms of actual military units, there's a number of elite Gebirgsjäger and Alpenjäger divisions of the German army fighting in Yugoslavia. There's indeed some elements of the German Fallschirmjäger fighting in Yugoslavia as well. There's very good Italian units that are committed to this as well. And rather than these really, really strong formations, or, well-trained formations fighting against the British or the Americans or the Soviets, they're being tied up in this quagmire that is the fractured carcass of Yugoslavia, as you quite accurately put it. I dare say, again, a bit like this Metaxas scenario, and again, a bit like the, it does frame to a strong degree how the rest of the war pans out. I think an early Axis success in Africa, in the form of an early Africa Corps, in the form of the capture of Alexandria and Cairo and the Suez Canal, I think makes it far easier for these proposed deviations from history to take place. It makes it easier to convince, for instance, a Metaxas to come on board. It makes it far easier for Prince Paul to hold power over a unified Yugoslavia that is not cooed by a pro-Allied group of officers and doesn't fracture on the onset of being attacked. I think the winds of change occurring in Africa sooner and far more strongly in favor of the Axis. make these other alternative scenarios far more probable, in my opinion.
And I agree with you absolutely. And the next domino to fall in this alternative history scenario is, of course, Turkey, because what actually happens, or so much happens on the eve of Barbarossa that's often overlooked. Often it's focused mainly on Greece. But even if there were elements of the Yugoslav Air Force that were still pro-Allied, the Germans could simply come in and, with the acquiescence of Regent Paul, they could have simply annihilated them, go into Greece, solidify Metaxas's control over Greece, and then what actually happens historically is that there is a non-aggression pact with Turkey, between the German Empire and Turkey. Ribbentrop boasts about the formation of a German-Turkish alliance, which never manifests. Now, a German-Turkish alliance would, of course, mean that Germans would have access to threaten the Soviets on a second front, reopening the Caucasus fronts of the First World War, and threatening you could say, the lifeline of the Soviet Union, which are the oil fields at Baku. In addition to that,
Which would only be a stone's throw away from the Turkish border.
Yes, in addition to that, it would, you could say, put more pressure under. It's more interesting to consider that the Vichy government, obviously, Pétain is the dictator, but in terms of the actual sort of military operations of Vichy France and holding it together, you really have to look to François Dalland, and as indeed he plays a pivotal role during Operation Torch. François Dalland, in August of 1941, as you mentioned, there is a pro-Axis coup in Iraq, which temporarily switches Iraq from pro-Allied to pro-Axis, which, given that Iraq was, you can say, the heart of the Sykes-Picot Agreement, and not only, the source of oil fields there, but it is a strategic link between India and Africa in terms of the British position in the Middle East.
And it's worth mentioning it's probably the strongest Arab state at this point in time as well in the Near East.
Especially before the Saudi Arabians really begin to exploit oil.
Exactly.
The loss of Iraq, and Iraq possibly be used as a springboard for further Arab irredentism, is a severe blow to the Allies, and they understand. Churchill, to be fair, understands this, and Archibald Wavell understand this very quickly, and they opt very swiftly. Within 2 months, the pro-Axis government in Iraq is swept away. But of course, if you accelerate the gains at the Africa Corps in Africa, then all of a sudden the British, without access to the Suez Canal, without access to Palestine, cannot prevent the switching of alliance between in Iraq. Indeed, it is likely that this coup would have happened much sooner had the African campaign accelerated, as indeed we see something like the Paris Protocols, where François Hollande allows French Syria to be used as a outpost for German aircraft and German installations to be directed towards Iraq. In our actual timeline, this proves such a threat towards the Allies, because essentially, if Vichy France was host to the German Air Force, the Luftwaffe, and German troops, then all of a sudden the Germans have opened up a second front in the Middle Eastern and the African campaign. This, of course, prompted a Allied response, which was the Syrian-Lebanon campaigns of June of 1941, in which Syria and Lebanon was quote-unquote liberated by Vichy France to the Free French forces. Just a note on this, it's very hard for people to understand this, but the actual legal government of France had surrendered to the Germans. This legal government was now based in Vichy, hence Vichy France, but it was, of course, the French state. People have accused this a collaborationist government, but they didn't sort of lose all freedom of maneuver until Case Anton and Operation Torch in late 1942. From 1940 up until 1942, they were officially the French government. So when we have de Gaulle's address to the French people calling on them to resist, and when we have operations such as the Syria and Lebanon intervention, again, this is done with virtually no legality from the point of view of the Allies, because de Gaulle, other than the backing of Winston Churchill, has no legitimacy or legal position to represent the French nation, other than the argument that when the National Assembly voted themselves out of existence as the Third Republic, that they had no legal authority to do that, even though it was carried by a vast majority. So just something to consider regarding the fraught situation of France during this point, that France is at one point simultaneously aiding the Germans in terms of solidifying control over French Syria, yet at the time the British are also willing to intervene and support de Gaulle and liberate French Syria. And as a result of this, whenever there is a significant operation between the British supporting a Free French force, rather than the Vichy French putting up serious resistance to this, they tend to just wholesale go over to the Allies and defect, rather than essentially devolve into civil war, which effectively this is. You can say that up until the establishment of the provisional government over France in 1944, that this isn't the French fighting alongside the British, but this is a civil war being carried out, with the British attempting to deny the Germans access to any material advantage which can come out of French neutrality, such as the Paris Protocols. But what this all does is that the British are unraveling any strategic advantage that could be given to the Germans. And in an alternative history scenario in which the Turkish are allied to the Axis powers, and in which we have this Arab Spring, whereby, say, for example, the Arabs come on side with the Germans and the Italians, and they help buttress the Axis position in the Middle East vis-a-vis the Allies, then the entire strategic situation on the eve of Barbarossa, even without a British peace situation, is changed. And in terms of sort of the Operation Barbarossa, a lot of people again focus on whether um, Operation Retribution, Operation Marita, which resulted in the occupation of Yugoslavia and the occupation of Greece, prolonged Operation Barbarossa. But I think that's missing the point. I think the crucial theatre of operations, which is often missed, is that of Iran. And I really want to bring this up because, of course, in our real timeline, on the I keep getting this confused, but it's either the 21st or the 22nd of June, 1941. Which one is it, Marcus?
Actually, you've got me stopped. I don't know either. Sorry.
Germany invades the Soviet Union
I got a feeling it's the 21st.
With 3 million men without warning. And very swiftly, they are able to destroy the Soviet Air Force on the ground. And they make very rapid advancement into the areas which the Soviet Union had just taken from Eastern Poland and the Baltic states. And Finland rejoins the war in what they see as a continuation of the Winter War. They are very quickly supported not just by Romania, Bulgaria, and Hungary and Italy, but they are supported by volunteer groups such as Spanish volunteer groups from all of Europe, and of course
the famous Blue Division, for instance,
the Blue Division, and the creation of Waffen SS units, which of course are multinational. But when it comes to this, obviously by August of 1941, things are pretty severe for the Soviet Union. I believe von Rundstedt, by the beginning of September of 1941, is able to officiate over the largest encirclement in history regarding the Battle of Kiev. And again, a lot of the questions seem to revolve in alternative history scenarios as to whether Hitler, rather than focusing on a three-pronged attack, one towards Leningrad, one towards Moscow, one towards Kiev, and the securing of the wheat fields, should have focused all of his attention on Moscow. But I think that's missing the point. To me, the crucial factor in keeping the Soviet Union alive is something that Marcus has already brought up, which I want to bring up again here, which is Lend-Lease, which is the fact that so much of the weaponry and materials which have been afforded to the Soviet Union were as a result of Allied and, in particular, American backing. But where did the Soviet Union get this vast amount of material sent from? Where was the entry point for Lend-Lease? Because if you look at a map of the Soviet Union, especially a map of the Soviet Union during World War II, the Soviet Union is effectively landlocked. It has no real port open to the world, with the exception of sort of Vladivostok. And when you have the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, all of a sudden that is incredibly fraught as well, because Vladivostok is completely surrounded on all sides by the Japanese Empire. And if I have a map here of the naval situation, just get to it. The Americans are in no way able to. Oh, did I get rid of it? Sorry, I did have a map up of the Japanese naval situation, but it sort of proves doesn't really matter because I can sort of make my point anyway, which is that by 1942, the Germans occupy nearly the entirety of the Soviet Union's access to the Black Sea coast. or that occupy the Black Sea coast. The Germans have already occupied Norway and Denmark, meaning that Allied access through the Baltic Sea is almost impossible. At the same time, German control over Norway means that access to the Arctic Ocean is very fraught. Combine that with the U-boat campaign, the Battle of the Arctic, but also the idea.
Which basically closes off Murmansk and
Yes.
Arkhangelsk for
But
shipping in the
also,
north.
it's
Yeah.
not just the you can say the vulnerability of Murmansk in such a situation and Arkhangelsk, but it's also the situation that the Finns are pressing into Karelia at the same time, meaning any
Mhm.
situation would be fraught from land and sea. So in every respect, the Soviet Union is effectively landlocked. Yet at the same time, so much of the Soviet essentially war material had been lost in the very early stages of Operation Barbarossa. And as you can see here, this map shows the maximum extent of German forces, also showing the losses during the Moscow campaign. So my contention here is that one of the most crucial operations of the war was Operation Countenance, the Anglo-Soviet invasion of the Soviet Union in August of 1941.
The Anglo-Soviet invasion of Iran.
Sorry, of Iran. Thank you, thank you. I make these sort of mistakes all the time, so thank you very much for
It happens to the best of us. I'll make them myself.
thank you for picking me up. I always forget which country is directed at which country. Thank you, Marcus. But in particular, the Persian Corridor. What the
Yes.
Persian Corridor does over the course of the next 3 years is keep the Soviet Union alive by funneling resources through to the Turkmenistan and Azerbaijan Soviet Social Republics, which later, of course, get linked up to the re-designated vast amounts of Soviet factories across from the Urals. And in terms of sort of understanding this, the Allies basically presented this as a fait accompli that Reza Shah was going to ally with the Germans. But what actually happens is far more dubious. Archibald Wavell, I believe, sends an ultimatum to Reza Shah, the Shah or King of Iran, during July of 1941. So this is less than a month after the Germans have attacked the Soviet Union, essentially ordering that all German nationals be removed from the country. Given the fact that the Shah is obviously sovereign and considers this to be an ultimatum directed at him, he does not respond. And regardless, the Allies 1 month later invade in a joint operation directed from Baghdad, which has just been retaken by the British, India through Baluchistan, and of course the Soviets directing through, to a lesser extent, Turkmenistan, but attacking Tabriz from Azerbaijan. But also notice that this operation is taking place amid the total desperation of the Soviet army, which has been annihilated during the early stages of Operation Barbarossa. So this is an operation taken out of utter desperation from the British and the Soviets. It's done very well. The Shah is removed within 6 days, and when the Shah asks for an explanation as to why this is happening, he says because there are Germans living in Iran. There is no pretext. There is no declaration of war. This is done out of pure desperation and necessity to keep the Persian corridor open and supplying the Soviet Union with the Lend-Lease materials which are going to enable them to continue the war. 50% of all Lend-Lease materials are funneled through this Persian corridor. The only other sort of major land routes open really through Afghanistan. So consider,
It's worth
yeah.
probably saying that this is one of the most cynical actions of the entirety of World War II has happened in our reality.
Oh, it's even more cynical than this because the Allies will keep saying that this isn't an occupation, even though there are zones of occupation carved up between the North, and the Soviets will appropriate industrial resources and actually provoke famines near Tehran because of
Yeah.
the confiscation of wheat and materials. Instead, the Allies essentially cajole Mohammad Reza, a very young Mohammad Reza, and his government, which is now being propped up by the Allies, to declare war and thus enter the United Nations. And they all commit themselves to the territorial inviolability of Iran. But of course, the territory has already been violated because it's under occupation. So the Allies present it as this is a
Exactly, yeah.
sovereign nation which is co-belligerent, but in reality, it's a puppet state of the Soviets and the British. And of course, not only do the British gain or secure the Persian corridor, which enables the Soviet Union to continue the war against the Germans, but it also enables them to maintain their control over the Iranian oil oil resources as well, which will only be confirmed. What's his name? Mohammed Rezadek or something in the 1950s, who also gets deposed when he tries to nationalize Iranian oil, and there was a CIA and MI6 backed coup against him. So this happens continuously to Iran, and to be honest, when you sort of understand this, you can understand why the Iranians hate us so much and call the Americans the Great Satan, because this was very much a act taken out of desperation from the Soviets and from the British, and you can say one out of pure strategic necessity. So given we know nothing about Operation Countenance, but as I've outlined, and Marcus has outlined earlier, with the necessity of lend-lease for the continuation of the Soviet war effort, my contention here is if situation were essentially turned around, where Operation Countenance was made impossible, or say, for example, the Shah continued on fighting, I think the Soviet Union would have collapsed without the link, without the Persian corridor link, and without the access to lend-lease. Before we explore scenarios, do you think that as a fundamental premise is something to explore, something worth exploring?
Absolutely, especially in the context we've sort of we have been revealing potentialities in the Mediterranean pertaining to the fate of Yugoslavia, pertaining to the fate of Metaxas's Greece, pertaining to the idea of an earlier deployment of the Africa Corps, and what could have very likely have amounted to a successful campaign to have taken Alexandria, Cairo, the Suez, and also what you'd mentioned there with Vichy France. And if, for example, even say a portion of the Africa Corps, without having to contest with a hostile Yugoslavia and a hostile Greece, and with friendly navies in the area, that actually being able to put one on the British rather than doing the great airborne operation of Crete, we could have ended up with the great airborne operation of Cyprus, and alongside with the fall of Malta, would have deprived the British of any territorial island holding in the Mediterranean, full stop. And then with actually holding Cyprus, then it would actually permit a portion of a, you might say, a secondary Africa Corps or an Arabia Corps under it could have been sent under von Arnim or Walter Nering, one of these other Africa Corps commanders that followed Rommel, could have quite easily had a force dispatch under them into Vichy, Lebanon, and Syria, supported the Iraqi coup, which all of a sudden then proposes that the Shah in Iran would have proximal support of the Axis in the event that the British and the Soviets attempt to do this cynical partition of Iran for the sake of Lend-Lease. There are German forces right on the doorstep that would be able to support the Shah in such an eventuality.
Absolutely, and you've essentially preempted my scenario, which again, if you add Turkey to this, not only does Operation Countenance not happen with a early Africa Corps victory, but the Germans now have a second front, not only to launch into Azerbaijan and confiscate the oil, but also to launch into Turkmenistan and into Soviet Central Asia. So all of a sudden, Operation Barbarossa is magnified considerably and is able to take place in several operational theaters, as opposed to solely the European theater as we have in our current scenario.
One could call it the soft Soviet underbelly in this sense.
Well, I mean, far more so than when Churchill meant it for talking about Croatia and Italy, because here we're actually talking about the resources needed for the Soviet Union to continue fighting. But in this case, with this scenario and I would say the crucial Middle Eastern theater, which is something which almost everyone overlooks when talking about alternative history scenarios, here the Soviet Union is denied oil and the Soviet Union is virtually denied Lend-Lease, and is also having to force themselves to redistribute armies from the West to counter out invasions from the East as well. In other words, the Soviet Union is dealt an almost fatal blow as a result of Iran, Turkey, and the Middle East being aligned with the Axis as opposed to being occupied by the Allies. And indeed, Vichy France becomes more ingrained in terms of the war effort for no other reason than François Delon trying to maintain French sovereignty within the French colonial empire, as opposed to allowing the British and de Gaulle to chip away continuously at the legitimacy of the French government based in Vichy. And of course, which comes out of this. And it should be noted that Churchill was well aware of this plan, which is why he essentially sanctioned Operation Countenance and the invasion and deposition of Reza Shah, is the possibility of Rommel and you can say the Arabia Corps, the Africa Corps, now combining into the Persia Corps and invading India via Baluchistan.
Oh yes, rather than what I'm trying to think what the book's called. Is it the Fox on the Rhine? Would be instead the Fox on the Indus, or the Fox on the Ganges would be the new book written in this alternative history scenario.
But of course, even with things proceeding exactly as they do historically, which is Turkey not joining the Axis, which is Lebanon and Syria switching from Vichy France to Free France, which is Iraq being denied to the Axis, which is Operation Sunflower, floundering around Tobruk, not advancing any further, and really, the whole African campaign just being stuck around Tobruk and only advancing towards El Alamein, only to be driven back all the way to Tunisia. Even in this scenario, I think it's plausible to consider what if Reza Shah didn't surrender, because the reason why I believe Reza Shah was prepared to give up so quickly and without a fight was because it ensured that his dynasty stayed in power, albeit much diminished, and that his son was allowed to remain as Shah of Iran. However, imagine in a scenario where, of course, the main military is not in any position to oppose the combined might of the British Empire and the Soviet Empire. Imagine instead that Iran becomes the Spain of the Allies. And I mean, look at the terrain of Iran. Firstly, Iran is mostly made up of mountains, not to mention the Zagros Mountains, but also the mountains around Mazandaran, and of course the Gedrosian Desert. I don't know actually what the modern name is, but I'm just basing this off classics to the south.
And the mountains of Azerbaijan and the Gilan up in the north along the
and
Caspian
Khorasan,
Sea,
and Khorasan, of course, to the east. So imagine if all of a sudden, like Afghanistan and the Soviet invasion in the 1980s, imagine that this is amplified. And not only is this amplified, but we have a scenario where the Germans are giving them military support as well, and strategic operational advice and materials to continue on fighting. And perhaps this would even spill over into Iraq as well and aid elements in, say, for example, a pan-Arab guerrilla movement there. And you could even say that this would incentivize the Indian nationalist movement as well, who had gone along and sided ultimately with the Japanese to essentially begin their own guerrilla movements inspired by that of Iran. So the alternative scenarios situation, I think, could even plan out given the stagnation of the front in Africa and the occupation of Greece and the dissolution of Yugoslavia and the loss of Lebanon and Syria, whereby Reza Shah would have effectively continued a guerrilla campaign against the Soviet and the British occupation, which I think is very possible given the geography of Iran and given the fact that this is an invasion. There is no declaration of war. There is no formal sort of pretext for an invasion. There is no casus belli. This is simply an unprovoked attack on Iran and Iranian sovereignty, which has been based purely on strategic desperation from the part of view of the Allies. So do you think in that scenario where there is just a protracted guerrilla war in Iran, that, I mean, even the disruption, like a Fabian strategy directed at the Persian corridor, I think would have seriously stymied the Allied war effort?
At least to an extent. It sort of depends too how things in either how the Eastern Front plans out in our reality or how it pans out in any of these alternative realities, tend to materialize over time. But I do think that a guerrilla campaign, what would start out as a defensive strategy for Iran and then later a guerrilla campaign against the British and the Soviets, to what degree does that disadvantage the Soviets? It's hard to project. Like, as you rightly say, and I mean, I wasn't aware that, I knew Iran was an important conduit for Lend-Lease. I didn't realize it was as important as what you've described in terms of the sheer volume of it. Pardon me for a sec. but I think it could have had a huge bearing, even as events transpiring as they did in our reality. I just would caveat that by saying that as some of these other proposals we've outlined, however many may or may not play out in any given alternative scenario, make the likelihood of the survival of the dynasty and even the survival of an Iranian state, it would improve the likelihood of that possibility. But yeah, it's interesting to sort of surmise. And indeed, you got to think as well, if the Shah commits to some kind of guerrilla campaign against the British and the Soviets, does that inspire the insurgent Iraqi forces to also resist the British? That's also a bit of a consideration there as well.
Well, more than
Hard
that,
to know.
it could spill over and support the Turks living in Central Asia as well, the Turkmens and uh, the Kazakhs, etc., against the Soviet Union. All of a sudden, what is basically seen as a safe zone for the Soviets to, deport unruly populations such as the Volga Germans and the Crimean Cossacks, all of a sudden it could become a potential hotbed
Bolster,
for
as it
an
were.
ulcer for the Soviet
Yeah.
Union and dissent. And obviously, this opens up another front, threatening the security of the relocated industry of the Soviet Union to the east of the Urals. So this has again, we're talking about logistics, whereas people tend to like to focus on the grand strategies taking place as a result of Operation
And the
Barbarossa.
sweeping operational movements. Yeah,
Yes, so I
that's
so
a very
I'm
good point.
taking a different route here, but all of this, of course, is residual. Now I'm coming back to the main military theatre of operations, and I'm going to ask you: do you think there is a situation before coming to the Japanese, which I'm going to come to next,
Hmm.
where the Germans could have won Operation Barbarossa without any major change in the diplomatic situation in the world?
Yes, however, for me, it's a question of timing. As we have elucidated to before, you mentioned an earlier attack on the Soviets immediately on the heels of the end of the first Finnish War, and I'm inclined to agree that the Red Army would have collapsed in a much more rapid way. And as I have made mentioned when discussing this, they wouldn't have had the T-34-75. They would not have had the KV-1 and the KV-2 heavy tanks. And I dare say, even though the Germans may not have quite as been as prepared, I dare say the Soviets would have been even more of a shambles, and it would have been an easier victory for the Germans by and large. The other thing is, because I mentioned the weather of 1941 being the coldest year of the entire century, is either the Germans have to attack earlier or they have to attack later. It just so happens that they have attacked at the perfect wrong time. And I would dare say that the two scenarios I see and I've seen before, and one of my favorite ones, just from the standpoint I consider interesting, is if the Germans were to initiate Barbarossa in the absolute dead of winter, where the ground is firm, and it would be a surprise attack, which
Where
would then
would
give
this
the
be
Germans
winter 1940?
no winter 41 into 42, so
Okay.
the end of 41. So I'm talking like November once the ground hardens. So then that gives the Germans license to attack for 3 months
Wait, could I just
essentially.
could I just elucidate on this and explain the geography of Russia?
Sure.
Russia isn't just vast open plains. Of course, you have the wild fields of southern Ukraine, and then you enter into essentially the vast steppes of the east towards the Baltic states and northern Belarus. Of course, you have very heavy forests around Volhynia, but south of those forests, you have essentially a boggy marsh, which
The
links.
Pripyat
Yes, the
marshes, yeah.
Pripyat Marshes, which essentially separates the Vistula from the Dnieper. And it is this marsh which results in vast amount of fatalities during any summer campaign. To put this in perspective, during the 1812 campaign, everyone remembers the retreat, but more people died in the Pripyat marshes than they did coming back during the winter. So that's what we mean in terms of the ground hardening, given the inhospitable nature of these marshes in order to get through
Hmm.
Belarus and enter into Muscovy proper, which is the industrial and logistical heart of the Soviet Union.
Absolutely, yeah, it's a good point, and thank you for touching on that, because that adds a lot of relevance to this idea that I've read about in several different places on the internet before. And the thing is too, if you even see, and I don't want to get into it in any major ways, just for the sake of referencing it, if you actually see videos of the conflict occurring now in the Donbass, you'll actually see in these other areas. I mean, the Pripyat is the worst example of it, but even in these alongside these waterways, for instance, the Dniester, the Dnieper River, and these tributaries such as the Oskil River, once they actually thaw out, the banks get really wet, and all these sort of wetlands that attach themselves to these rivers become so sodden and muddy and clogged. And that's not even including once the rains start falling, which is more of an autumn phenomenon than, say, a spring one. But it just makes so much of this landmass not impassable necessarily, but extremely, extremely tedious and difficult to traverse, which is the absolute nightmare of a motorized and or mechanized army, particularly motorized, because at least with mechanized infantry and mechanized tanks, you have tracks. Tracks can deal with mud easier than wheeled and vehicles. Wheeled vehicles absolutely do not cope in this weather at all, which the Germans found to their immense discomfort when the rain started at the end of 41 prior to the cold. So the idea is that the Germans wait a little bit longer. They wait a few months. It gives them time, saying in the timeline that we actually have we experience in our reality. It allows them more time to clean up with Yugoslavia, allows them more time to deal with Greece. It allows them to outfit a larger, more comprehensive Africa Corps, which then has a far greater likelihood of breaking through, capturing Tobruk.
There is another scenario, though, which you need to consider here in terms of the implications of a delay, which is that,
of course,
yes, it may preempt a Soviet response, and the Soviets may invade.
Well, this is the thing that we've touched on in Icebreaker, and I guess is that do the Soviets stay on the defensive? Just for the sake of these two examples, the Soviets do remain defensive. So let's just for the sake of getting through these examples, let's just say that this is presuming the Soviets don't attack the Reich. Okay, so essentially, with the expanded Africa Corps, indeed, in the event of a formulation of an Arabia Corps that attacks in unison with an Africa Corps, the Axis capture Alexandria, they capture Cairo, they capture the Suez, they capture Palestine, they support the coup in Iraq, and then a position to support the Persian Shah, which then onwards potentially opens up a route to Baku that is very, very close for the Germans, rather than having to drive all the way around the Black Sea and all the way through the Crimea and the Donbass to get there, and being able to attack the Soviet Union from two sides. The other thing is, like I said before, the terrain. If the Germans attack in, say, November, the ground is hard, the snows create conditions that the German panzer groups can advance across the Great Plains of the Pontic and Eurasian steppe without too much difficulty. And let's just say the Germans, let's presume, for example, for comparison's sake, that by the end of the chill, really cold months and the thaw begins, the Germans have probably penetrated about as far, or if not quite as far, nearly as far as where they penetrated in reality in the summer of 41, when the rains and the Raputista set in. Then the Germans are already, several hundred miles into the Soviet Union, by which point, if they are in a position where they focus on resting and refitting and just holding their lines without trying to push through the mud, as they did quite frenetically in 41, if the Germans just stay there in the thaw of 42, then by the time they're able to reinforce and re-equip and send extra divisions and be able to send in more Luftwaffe support, etc., while the Germans have an entire summer's worth of campaigning in front of them, and they're already several miles inside of the Soviet Union, they're much closer to Moscow. They're much closer to, well, they may or may not have already captured Kiev, but in the instance, they'll be close to capturing Kiev. They're much closer to Rostov. Once those cities fall, they're rather much closer to Voronezh. They're closer to Tula. They're closer to Leningrad. And so this, for me, is the surprise attack. It's a bit like what the Ardennes offensive is in the West. The Germans striking into Russia in the dead of winter would be the mother of all surprise attacks. It also gives them more time to deal with the Mediterranean. But then also, as I said before, this is sort of assuming things on our timeline as were. If Yugoslavia stays intact, if the Africa Corps is sent earlier, if Metaxas are brought on side. A whole lot of these dynamics change, but it gives the Germans so much more leeway to deal with the African theatre, which could actually have been dealt with quite, or rather, it could have been dealt with in a far easier way with greater commitment early on in the piece. In the end, the Germans kind of, or rather, Rommel kind of loses the African theatre by a shoestring against Monty in our present reality. It could have been very different if the Germans had committed far more, far sooner, particularly also with the orchestrated capture of Malta and or potentially Cyprus. So there's all these divergencies which can occur. The other alternative is, and I said about either the Germans attack sooner or later, the other alternative is that the Germans spend all of 41 clearing out these peripheral theatres, these peripheral commitments, shall I say, and then the Germans, at the very, very beginning of summer 1942, are ready for the advance on the Soviet Union. The only difference is, I do think the Soviets probably won't attack by the winter of 41, but by the winter of 42, I would say that the Soviet strength, the strength of the Red Army is rather greater. And I think there is an increasing risk that Stalin might actually attack the Reich itself. So that's probably less plausible. But I think the winter attack into the Soviet Union in 41 is a really, really interesting scenario.
I think I'm just going to throw another sort of spanner in the works here, which is, okay, assuming that Operation Barbarossa does go ahead, but also assuming that the Africa front remains stymied and the Germans don't dedicate sufficient resources in order to ensure a breakthrough there. What if Hitler didn't prioritize the attack on the Soviet Union per se, but rather he was looking to the Soviet Union to simply open up another front into the Middle East? So say, for example, he advances only tentatively, takes back, say, for example, the Baltic states, and of course there are populations there that, would acknowledge and be favorably disposed towards the Germans as opposed to the Soviets. He takes back the eastern Polish population, and then he sends most of his armies through Sevastopol, the Crimea, through the wild fields in Ukraine, through to Krasnodar, past Rostov, past Stalingrad. He attacks Baku and then uses it as an operation effectively to cut the British off from India, take over Iran, rededicate his forces back to Baghdad, and then recouple up with Rommel before then focusing on a major Soviet offensive in, say, for example, the following campaigning season.
I think, given the sheer length of the supply lines in that case, it is far easier for it to occur in reverse, that the Axis attains victory in Africa via the Africa/Arabia Corps and then attacks the Soviets from the other direction. I really think
I agree with you. I think this is just trying to reverse the scenario that we presented rather logically.
I appreciate the flight of fancy, and it's like it is a tempting one, because let's face it, what they attempt with Fall Blau, with Case Blue in 42, is essentially that. It is almost that proposal in itself. When they capture Voronezh at the top of the Don Volga, confluence there.
Yes, indeed.
That anchors
yes,
north,
indeed. I'm
and they
conscious
try
of
and
that.
push south.
I'm
but
essentially
obviously
saying
doesn't pan out.
that I'm saying essentially that Case Blue would be the pervading strategy other than Barbarossa, effectively in
Yes.
1941.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Yeah, but I just think just the sheer scale of the supply lines and the extent of having to keep those troops in the Caucasus supplied across such vast distances without having potentially achieved these big encirclements and defeats that the Soviets do suffer in Barbarossa, as it historically happened. If you're talking about a tentative advance, you probably don't get the great encirclements of Kiev, of Borisov, of Minsk and Smolensk, which end up netting probably over 1 million men who are just captured and eliminated from the Soviet order of battle. That probably doesn't happen. So it kind of goes both ways here.
I think my only caveat here, again, trying to come up with an alternative history scenario, is what if the Germans dedicated less troops to the Soviet frontier in the scenario, but instead relocated those troops and decided that in concert with this preemptive, earlier version of Case Blue, that they decided to invade Turkey.
Well, this is where I think friendship with Yugoslavia and Greece would be important, because Metaxas, let's not forget, Metaxas is also a veteran of the Anatolian War of
Well, it's
23.
not just Greece. It's also Bulgaria. All of
No, no,
these
no,
countries would
no, no,
facilitate a Turkish invasion.
exactly. What I'm sort of saying is you could probably sell the Greeks on a kind of revision of the Megali idea. The Bulgarians could be given concessions in even Thrace as well,
The Italians
and
could be given concessions in the south as well. Yeah.
the Italians could be given concessions in South. The Greeks would probably be able to achieve Enosis with Cyprus as well, and so everyone could, you might say, they can pull the turkey out of the oven and carve it out among several interested parties, if I may use the analogy. Sorry for the dad joke. But then, likewise, depending on the relationship with the Shah, it could be that there's a pathway for advancing into the Soviet Union via Iranian Azerbaijan. And then if Turkey is occupied and basically used as a springboard in much the same way that you might say Western Poland was for Germany, in the region of the what they call the general government, Turkey could be that as well, pushing in from that Turkish Soviet frontier along sort of the Georgian, what is now the modern day Georgian international border, but with the support of Bulgarian units and Greek units, and possibly a token Italian force as well. And indeed, if in fact the Africa Corps and the Arabia Corps have been successful in that Near Eastern theatre, you would have detachments of these now veteran troops who have been fighting the British in the Eastern Mediterranean for one or two campaigning seasons. Many of them would be detached and sent to that northern group to push through the Caucasus. And this really does complicate the war for the Soviets. There's there's almost a Napoleonic scenario of like this grand European army, instead of being led by the French, it's being led by the Germans. And rather than just attacking through via one axis, from Eastern Europe into the European part of Russia, they have to contend with not just a southern flank through the Caucasus either, but as you've mentioned previously, this axis via Persia through Central Asia. And I do not see, between what you've rightfully mentioned about cutting off Lend-Lease, between the extra troops which could be committed from the forces released from the African theatre alongside friendly Yugoslav, Greek soldiers, and Bulgarian soldiers, I find it extremely, extremely difficult to find or to imagine a Soviet survival scenario in that eventuality.
So what we both essentially outlined is many different possibilities, any combination of which could result in the collapse of the Soviet Union. And thank you for sort of going through this, because I've never really heard these scenarios sort of played out before, as we've sort of elucidated them, or at least, I haven't found any. So I'm happy to sort of
I've been around many people who've lamented about the waste of their effort in the war. So let's just say I've heard a few miserable stories in my time.
Fair enough. Well, especially about these alternative history scenarios. But so just to quickly summarize for the audience. So we've talked about the Africa Middle East campaign, which facilitates the collapse of the Soviet Union. We've talked about the surprise winter attack, and now we've talked essentially about the case blue in 1941 scenario. Now, the next scenario necessarily involves us talking finally about Japan and the military situation about Japan, and how Japan could have effectively brought around an early collapse of the Soviet Union, possibly. So in 1937, as I mentioned, already the Japanese had occupied Manchuria. They set up a puppet regime called Manchu Kuo. In 1937 through to 1939, they had occupied a large section of China, and under Wang Jingwei, who was a member of the Kuomintang party and opponent of Chiang Kai-shek, they had set up a collaborationist regime there. In 1940, they had sent an ultimatum to Vichy France, and they had been able to militarily occupy French Indochina, which was crucial to Japan because French Indochina had essentially Japan's only source of real rubber, to ensure, again, Japan virtually had no oil at the same time as well. However, Japan is stuck between two possibilities of expansion. One is the Southern Strike Doctrine, which is promoted by the Navy, and one is the Strike North Doctrine proposed by elements of the army. Other elements of the army believe that the principal theatre of war for Japan should remain China, and that the Kwangtung army essentially could not be overstretched and expand on the front. So bear this in mind, but also bear in mind the fact that the Japanese do not have a united command structure, that the emperor is holding together all these loose coalitions, and indeed he is often simply presented with a military coup as a fait accompli. So there is no overarching sort of grand strategy. Rather, you can say all these various factions are pulling Japan towards one strategy or another. And the strongest sort of period for the strike north strategy was actually before the war with China in 1937, between about 1931 and 1936. And this was simply an extension of the Manchukuo strategy, which is that Manchukuo, rather than being a stepping stone towards the conquest of China, which is often presented as, was rather a stepping stone for an attack on the Soviet Union. However, by 1936, people seriously advocating this strategy were basically sidelined, and instead the Japanese opted for a strategy of attacking and seizing control over China before Chiang Kai-shek could consolidate China enough to be able to launch a potential counterstrike against Manchukuo. Now, back in 1940 and 1941, it all of a sudden looks far more plausible that a revival of the strike north doctrine would make a lot of strategic sense for Japan. Siberia is very rich in natural resources. It is also very sparsely populated, meaning that it would basically prove an ideal spot, apart from the cold weather conditions, for potential Japanese colonization. But more than that, with the invasion of the Soviet Union in the West by Germany in June of 1941, Japan could do so and basically precipitate a two-front war with the Soviet Union. However, in April of 1941, Japan had agreed a non-aggression pact with the Soviet Union. But then again, bear in mind that the Germans had also signed a non-aggression pact with the Soviet Union, one that they brazenly broke when they invaded the Soviet Union in June. So I don't believe that the non-aggression pact would seriously hamper Japan's efforts to invade the Soviet Union had they really wanted to. And indeed, I'm not exaggerating when the Japanese were seriously considering this option after the Germans invaded. They called these the Kwantung Army Special Maneuver Operations. However, what was really at the forefront of the army's sort of political army's sort of strategic thinking here was the Battle of Khalkhin Gol. As a result of the extension into Manchukuo, the Kwantung Army, which was the main army based in Manchukuo, which basically held up the regime in Manchukuo, has started probing into Soviet-controlled Outer Mongolia and into the Soviet Union itself. And Khalkhin Gol is just on the border between Manchukuo and Outer Mongolia. And having basically expected that they would meet no resistance, that the Soviet Union had recently gone through the purges, they instead encountered Georgy Zhukov and some of the best units of the Red Army that were able to drive back the Japanese in what was ultimately a total humiliation. Not only that, but the Soviets in the East outnumbered the Japanese as well, which they weren't at all expecting. So reeling from this defeat after these various skirmish engagements against the Soviet Union, they had basically expected to be able to go unopposed all the way to Lake Baikal, you can see on this map, and essentially make a nonsense over the territorial inviolability of the Soviet Union. But of course, they were proven disastrously wrong. So that experience essentially had sapped a lot of the political will out of the army faction, to the fact that the navy appeared on the surface to have a much more advantageous plan in attacking the weak and lightly defended and resource-rich colonies in Indonesia, in Malaysia, in the Philippines, and even by extension going as far as India. And they opted for that strategy over this strategy. But say, for example, they didn't in August of 1941, they irrevocably put down those plans, and these plans were never executed. Indeed, the only major military land operation to be taken in the theater was when the Soviet Union invaded Manchukuo in August of 1945, in concert with the Allies dropping the atomic bombs on Nagasaki and Hiroshima. So obviously, what actually happens is that Stalin believes his intelligence chiefs for once. He believes that the Japanese had definitively dropped the plans to invade the Soviet Union in August of 1941. They had instead committed themselves to the Pearl Harbor attack and the Strike South doctrine. Of course, as a result of that, Stalin was able to send the Siberian troops to the Moscow front, where they were able to effect a serious reversal. You can say the first serious reversal of the Wehrmacht in the entirety of the war up until that point in winter of 1941. So in this scenario,
these troops form essentially the reserve that saves Moscow from Operation Typhoon, more or less.
absolutely. So in this scenario, you can say that the Japanese, I wouldn't even say likely, the Japanese, all they do is ensure they don't advance very far because of the experience of Kalk and Gol, and because the army is only, say, for example, not even on parity with the Soviets in this theater. And obviously the army is already committed to China, and there are hundreds of thousands of troops trying to hold a vast line in a hostile country. They expand up into Wuhan. They conquer most of the coastline, with the exception of the area around Fuzhou, and they hold there. And those borders remain virtually the same. And they obviously have to deal with communist and Chinese partisans in that ranks. Essentially, China is an ulcer for Japan, and they don't have the resources to prosecute that war. So you can say in part that the Japanese Navy were right in saying that an attack on the Soviet Union would simply doom the occupation and the continued war in China. Yet at the same time, if there was a time to attack the Soviet Union, it would be now. It would be during Operation Barbarossa, when the Soviet Union may collapse anyway, and all it would take would be Japan knocking on the back door for the Soviet Union, for the whole house to collapse. So I think even in the scenario, Japan doesn't actually need to win any victories. All it needs to do is tie down the Soviet forces in the east long enough for the Germans to take Moscow. Do you think in that scenario it is possible the Soviet Union may have collapsed?
Absolutely. Although I do think there's a slightly more probable variation of these scenarios where, if there's coordination from further back, say from 38, when you can say at least to some degree the power brokers in the Reich know which direction the country's going, and they sort of are aware in a roundabouts way where they're sort of heading in a strategic sense, and whom they intend to pick a fight with, and which directions the Reich intends to expand into, be it Poland, be it a quick victory over France, etc., etc. If a strategic understanding is formulated sort of in 38, 39, there's a variation of this whereby the Japanese refrain from getting muddled in China and getting bogged down, like you say, trying to man this vast front in a hostile land that doesn't really accomplish anything, as you say, turns out to be an ulcer for the Japanese army, but actually concentrates this strength in Menjiang and Manchukuo, and then uses that extra military power and a less overstretched army to do that initial push towards Lake Baikal in the context of the Battle of Kalingol having panned out as it did, and possibly with a different outcome, or B, even in the instance that Japan does get itself involved with the Marco Polo incident and gets tied up in China, etc., that I think there could have actually been, in some ways, a bit of a compromise plan whereby I sort of envision, in a sense, the Japanese do send their troops out of Manchukuo into this eastern sort of periphery of Russian Siberia. And then in the event of shall I call it, a smaller southern strike option, they target the Commonwealth countries, but don't strike against the United States of America. That's an interesting proposition worth entertaining as well. If I may just circle back very briefly to this proposition that I believe you're saying that all things remaining consistent historically, but the Japanese do advance into Russia in the midst of Barbarossa reaching its crescendo in the West, then yes, it basically deprives the Soviet Union of being able to pull out these Eastern Siberian troops, being able to train them all the way west, of which they form alongside some very hastily created units in European Russia,
these troops formulate the strategic reserve that ends up defending Moscow and protects it from the last-ditch attempt by Fedor von Bock's Army Group Center in its attempt to take Moscow in Operation Typhoon. If those troops aren't there, I don't see that, even with the desperate conditions within which the German Wehrmacht is fighting, it is hard to see them holding Moscow without these troops there. So I've just put a few counter scenarios your way and see what you think. But I like to agree with you.
No, I think the only scenario in which Moscow holds under this situation is whether Stalin was content to lose the East effectively. He surrendered Vladivostok and he surrendered Eastern Siberia for the sake of holding on to Moscow.
Yeah. He sends the Siberian troops irrespective of Japanese moves and just accepts the occupation to save Moscow. Yeah,
and I think in this case you would have a protracted, essentially guerrilla conflict emerging out of that, especially in the East, because I mean, just look at the amount of territory that Japan would need to hold on to if they were denied a quick victory and they're able just essentially to piece out the territory to new collaborationist governments and the local Siberian sort of non-Russian populations. I think in such a scenario, Japan already has to occupy China, but this is on a huge, on a magnitude of scale higher than that. The only thing that would benefit Japan would be, despite the vast territory itself, which would again favor Soviet partisans, would be the fact that the population is so scarce. And once you have taken, say, for example, control of Vladivostok and Chita and Irkutsk, etc., then hopefully, for the Japanese point of view, the situation of managing the population and preventing reprisals and partisan operations would be much weaker. And of course, there are areas such as North Sakhalin, which could be quite easily sort of integrated back into Japan. However, before we sort of move on from this and talk about this, American entry into the war.
Just before you move on, AM, what I said about avoiding Marco Polo bridge incident and getting tied in with China, how do you think that changes that proposal that you just made, where the Japanese actually have more manpower, more resources to be able to commit to this Eastern campaign? What are your thoughts on that briefly?
Well, again, I mean, what we're talking about here is something we mentioned at the very beginning of the stream, which is a united Axis from 1936 onwards versus a disunited Axis who are basically fighting their own wars. And really, that's going to be the case. I mean, even with Italy, that's really the case up until 1941, 1942. And thereafter, from 1943, they're not fighting their own war at all. They're just an occupation zone of the Germans. But especially with the Japanese, they're always fighting their own war effectively. It only just happens to coincide that they're attacking Germany's allies as well. And I think in this zone, if there was, I mean, there are even sort of agreements with the Second Polish Republic before the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact about a possible alliance or possible strike based on the Promethean strategies between Japan and Poland. So such, forward planning from the Japanese would make sense. I mean, there's even the possibility that the Japanese may exploit the White Russian center in Harbin in Manchukuo and try and, say, for example, resurrect anti-Soviet, pro-Tsarist, whiteist sympathies in the East and use Vladivostok as some sort of Trojan horse again for essentially a pan-Russian revivalist movement against the Soviets. I mean, all of these things, could have been planned, far in advance. But I think you have to bear in mind that by the end of 1936, the situation was effectively that the Soviet Union does not represent an existential threat, whereas a consolidated China under Chiang Kai-shek that could launch a reprisal against Manchukuo and could basically shut Japan out of expanding into China forever did represent an existential threat. And so that faction who were more, again, convinced of the existential threat of Bolshevism were sidelined instead by those favoring a war with China. So I don't see a scenario in which there could have been a joint attack as early as or joint planning for such an attack as early as 1936, based on the instability within Japan itself. Had, say, for example, there been one, overriding figure in Japan who had that foresight and had that sort of a grand overall sort of strategic thinking, then possibly. But like I said, Japan was simply a clique, and the strategy varied depending on which clique was in power. But before we, like I said, we get to the South Strike Doctrine, we need to consider something which a lot of people always bring up, which is what if the Germans didn't invade the Soviet Union at all? Now, I need to explain why Hitler invaded the Soviet Union, because everyone keeps saying, oh, Hitler was stupid because he invaded no, he wasn't stupid. The reason Hitler invaded the Soviet Union was delaying any attack on the Soviet Union would allow the Soviet Union to come into the war with the Allies on the Soviet Union's own terms. For that reason, Stalin wanted to prevent any attempt by the Allies to contrive a means of essentially preempting the Soviets to engage early. Of course, Winston Churchill was very intent on the Soviet Union coming to the war under any circumstances because it would finally open up a European major front against the Germans. Stalin was aware of this and was not prepared to go to war with Hitler until he was ready. But I do believe that regardless of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, that especially over the Finnish issue in particular, which the Germans and the Soviets came to blows, I do believe that even with the transition of materials, the sharing of military secrets, I do believe the alliance would have eventually broken down and one nation would have attacked the other under any circumstance. However, for Hitler, it's not simply a matter of defeating the only land power capable of defeating Germany, and doing so at a time where it appears that the Soviet Union is on the verge of collapse. You have the weakness, the self-inflicted weakness of the Soviet Union as a result of the purges, and you have the disastrous Winter War campaign, all of which confirms to the Germans that the Soviet Union will, in Hitler's words, break as soon as you kick down the door, effectively. So you have that. You have the ideological component of defeating Bolshevism. You have the racial component and the economic and material component of taking that possession west of the Urals, effectively. But you also have the considerations of ending the war with Britain. Britain could only continue fighting against Germany if there was the hope of someone coming to Britain's rescue, effectively. Would you say that's fair, Marcus?
The prospect of the major Second Continental Front, which,
Yes.
if it's eliminated in one swift stroke, basically then dashes all of Britain's hopes of fighting on as it wished to do.
So
I'm inclined to absolutely agree with you on that one, by the way.
So once you defeat the Soviet Union, you've achieved all of these aims, but also you have prevented Britain from any possibility of victory against Germany, apart from a protracted financing of various guerrilla movements that would mean the war would last possibly for decades. Even with the Soviet Union on the side of the United Kingdom, the United States and the United Kingdom would still have no way of escalating the war, even if they were to retake all of Africa. Essentially, we're talking about all of Germany's resources being able to focus on, apart from the pacification of the Soviet Union, on the Atlantic Wall, meaning that an operation like D-Day would have to be on an order of magnitude higher in order to break through. In other words, I don't see any scenario in which Britain could feasibly continue the war, and even had, say, for example, Operation Barbarossa succeeded by October of 1941, as was originally projected, then the United States wouldn't have even been in the war at that point. So I believe in terms of all of Hitler's strategic aims, a quick knockout blow of the Soviet Union would have presented the British with a fait accompli in the way that when he believed he had taken Poland, he presented the Allies with peace terms, and another attempt to sort of present the Allies with a fait accompli, that the British Empire would have to simply bow down and accept the new situation on the continent.
Exactly. And another just quick point as well, just to sort of buttress your point, is that in the event of a relatively military fresh United States of America entering the war and a re-armed and re-equipped, albeit a slightly diminished British army, they undertake Operation Overlord, and it is a struggle to land on Normandy, take the beaches, push the Germans back, capture Cherbourg and capture Caen, and actually prosecute and open up a second front in northern France in 1944, as occurred in our reality. And they did that against less than 20% of German fighting strength of the Wehrmacht, and with less than 10% of the Luftwaffe supporting them. And it was already a close run thing in our reality as was. If the Germans could have even had twice the number of divisions in France in a scenario where they beat the Bolsheviks in the east, there's absolutely no way that the British allies, even if, for instance sake, the Americans joined the war, there's absolutely no feasible way that they're able to break through the Atlantic Wall in the event of the Soviet Union and the Red Army not existing as an existential threat in the East against the Reich. It's almost impossible to conceive of an idea of a situation where that's even possible, because this isn't going to be a case of where the coastline will be covered by a smattering of either tired or reconstituted divisions, or hastily levied divisions, or Osttruppen who are sort of thrust into that role, you might say reluctantly, and then there are certain, there's certain army corps and divisions and battle groups, Kampfgruppe, scattered around that can act as sort of fire brigades in the instance they have to tackle an invasion, which is what the response to the actual Operation Overlord was that you had these sort of blotches of crack units distributed across areas of the front that would then support these second and third rate divisions, which were sort of holding the main line, or garrison static divisions that were holding the Atlantic Wall. It would be an entirely different scenario militaristically, in military operational terms, if the Red Army's been defeated in the East and the Germans can do whatever they want on the Atlantic Wall. It is totally two different scenarios.
In terms of how essentially this would play out in terms of the collapse of the Soviet Union, I still think Japan would have had a role to play, and I think it would have actually had major bearing on the South Strike Doctrine. So assume everything we said came to pass, and that even without Japanese aid, the Germans were able to essentially precipitate the collapse of the Soviet Union by October. I think in that scenario, the Japanese would have essentially gone into Eastern Russia anyway under the guise of peacekeeping, but effectively they would use this to carve out spheres of influence. And in our own timeline, in December of 1941, Hitler agreed with the Japanese this principle, this delineation of territory into East and West. And this was before any military commitment of the Japanese coming to the war on side, which actually caused much chagrin with the Wehrmacht commanders, that they were essentially giving the Japanese this territory for absolutely nothing. But I think in any plausible scenario, even if the Germans did all the heavy lifting when it came to an anti-Soviet campaign, I believe that this situation would effectively come to pass anyway, not necessarily in terms of the direct annexation of all these territories, but in terms of Hitler having no interest beyond that of the sort of greater Ural area and that of, say for example, Central Asia, only enough to bear down onto India and basically threaten the life, the crown jewel of the British Empire. But from the point of view of German strategic interest, East Siberia was peripheral, and if it came to blows with Japan, it certainly wasn't an issue worth provoking a war with Japan over. But also consider that if the Japanese are able to occupy Eastern Siberia and the Germans go and occupy Baku, then all of a sudden the Germans have all the natural resources, not only for their continued war effort, which, as we mentioned, is basically over now. The British have no way of reigniting any serious conflict or opening up any new fronts against the Germans. But the Japanese, all of a sudden have imports of raw materials and oil from the German
Particularly,
occupation zone in Russia, which means that they can continue their war in China.
and also the Middle East as well,
And also the Middle East, and they therefore can continue their war in China without fear of essentially the US embargoes. They can basically circumvent the US embargo system.
Well, it makes them irrelevant.
But also consider the fact that if the British are making peace, that also means the Japanese can effectively bear pressure and determine a peace settlement in which they gain resource-rich areas in the East as well. So I think an early collapse of the Soviet Union and Britain bowing to the inevitable as a result of the collapse of the Soviet Union would basically mean that the South Strike Doctrine, as envisioned historically, would become redundant.
Indeed, but I guess the point I would mention is, if there was this sort of compromise option whereby there was some undertaking of the Strike North doctrine, and if the Japanese actually had certain areas in Southeast Asia that they had planned out, there's nothing to have stopped them there was nothing to have actually stopped them having joined the Axis formally at a slightly earlier date and actually entering the war. And then, like I said, rather than actually attacking, say, the Philippines and drawing in the Americas and attacking Pearl Harbor, could have quite simply taken Hong Kong, struck at the Malay, taken Singapore, and basically trimmed off the British holdings in this part of the world with probably not much opposition. In the end, the Japanese captured most of this area anyway, whilst also projecting power against the Americans and committing significant naval assets against Midway, Hawaii, Guadalcanal, etc. That the Japanese could snipe these holdings of the Commonwealth in the Far East and then present Britain with an even more difficult fait accompli.
I think there's just one last thing I want to mention on this collapse of the Soviet Union when it seemed most plausible scenario, which we've gone over this in depth, which is actually the internal situation of the Soviet Union itself. We haven't mentioned. We've just basically presented Stalin as all powerful. But obviously, Stalin believed himself, even though it really didn't come to pass, that because he'd so underestimated Germany, and again, this doesn't make Stalin an idiot. He believed that without adequate provocation, based on the historical precedent of France and Germany declaring war on the Soviet Union, so long as Germany had sufficient reason to be friendly to the Soviet Union, which was facilitated by various German-Soviet agreements regarding the supply of raw materials, that Hitler had every reason to remain friendly to the Soviet Union. And so long as Stalin remained hostile to the British and the British weren't prompting him to precipitate a grand second front against the Germans, that the Germans simply would not have the casus belli or the material reasoning to open up a second front, which is why Hitler's attack in June of 1941 did surprise him, and he had underestimated Hitler, but nevertheless, it was because he had misappraised the strategic situation. However, as a result of this, and as a result of the early defeats, Stalin went into a drunken stupor where he basically didn't speak anyone and remained in his dacha for several days until a weak and pathetic Molotov begged him essentially to resume control of the war effort. So in terms of accelerating the collapse of the Soviet Union and making the Central Powers victory more possible, I think there is a possible scenario that had actually someone in the Soviet Union been, because this was the weakest Stalin probably ever was between 1934 and 1953 when he died. I think there is a plausible scenario here where someone, say for example in the army, which had been roundly humiliated and purged by Stalin, could have taken over from Stalin, or even someone within the party could have taken over from Stalin. Say for example a military coup where Voroshilov is presented as some sort of inoffensive head of state, while people like Ivan Konev and Georgy Zhukov actually take control of the war effort. I wonder in such a scenario whether the deposition
they could serve as like the Soviet equivalents of Ludendorff and Hindenburg, for instance.
Yes, pretty much, except with Voroshilov as a inoffensive figurehead.
Of course, yeah.
I think in such a scenario, one has to wonder whether the fall of Stalin, him, either committing suicide in this situation or him being deposed and then shot, whether such a scenario would have aided a German victory or actually frustrated it.
It's hard to know, actually. I can't say I really have an answer. I would have to stew on that and give it some consideration. Because on one hand, I think it would depend on the performance of the army that, let's say Stalin's deposed of, and the Red Army is actually controlled by capable generals. Like you say, in the figures of Konev, Zhukov, possibly Rosakovsky, among others. That it would steal them and potentially improve their fighting capability against the Germans? Or does the death of Stalin create a paralysis in the state and then a paralysis in the army and diminish their fighting quality and hastens, eventual capitulation? It's a difficult one. I honestly haven't really considered it. What's interesting, though, is because you mentioned at the start of the stream, ideas such as Man the High Castle and Fatherland. It's interesting how in all these scenarios, wherever the Soviets are still fighting, they're still somehow being run governed by Stalin. It's kind of a really interesting quirk with these old history propositions. Don't you agree? Like not in one of them has Stalin actually been deposed, or rarely is Stalin deposed in them, if you know what I mean.
Yes, you never see a sort of second Leon Trotsky or Leon Trotsky making a glorious return from Mexico to the Soviet Union.
Or that Beria seized power, or
Or Berries, yes, and
or Khrushchev's undermined him or something.
No, you never see it. It's bizarre. Maybe it just stems from a fact that in those scenarios, the Soviet Union is just something going on in the background. It's not really the main sort of interest of these historical fantasists. But nevertheless, it's weird to consider that Stalin and the Soviet Union during this period are seen as inseparable, which may, if anything, add to the credence of the idea of the deposition of Stalin hastening the decline of the Soviet Union. Anyway,
Indeed.
this is finally an opportunity to talk about America and what you've already mentioned the scenario in which we have a South Strike Doctrine, which basically bypasses the American Navy and bypasses the Philippines. I am of the not too conspiratorial attitude that the Americans were already aware, as in with the Battle of Midway when they broke the Japanese codes, that something like Pearl Harbor was going to happen, hence why certain battleships and carriers were out of Pearl Harbor when the Japanese attacked. But
Or some might say some were in and some were out of
and
Harbor.
some were in, some were out. But moreover, that the Americans needed something like Pearl Harbor to happen in order to justify entering into the war, which of course, Roosevelt had been tentatively trying to do. And of course, the Americans were not neutral. Despite signing the Neutrality Act, the Americans were heavily in favor of the Chinese against the Japanese and the British against the Germans. And this, of course, is through the embargoes in the Eastern Theater and Lend-Lease in the Western Front, which is essential in terms of understanding why Japan decided to attack America and why the Germans actually declared war on America and not vice versa. In terms of the Japanese attack, in terms of the strategy underpinning it, immobilizing the American fleet would, in their view, allow the Navy complete carte blanche in taking over all of these territories in the Southeast Asia zone, which, I mean, in terms of their overall military thinking, that did pan out up until the Battle of the Coral Sea and the Battle of Midway. Effectively, the Japanese expanded unimpeded. They took Hong Kong, they took the international settlements, they took the Philippines, they took Indonesia, they took Malaysia, they took Singapore in what is one of the most humiliating defeats for the British Army in its entire history. They expanded into Burma.
Alongside the sinking also of the Prince of Wales and Repulse in a very humiliating naval action for the British as well.
And they continued expanding up until they reached the Solomon Islands and southern Papua New Guinea. And
Indeed.
this is sort of crucial in terms of understanding the limitations of Japan, because they had effectively set themselves in a situation where they couldn't afford to lose any ships. They couldn't afford to even have aircraft carriers put into harbor to repair for very long, because Japan simply did not have the industrial capacity to outbuild the Americans once the Americans were brought into the war, and once the Americans were able to commit all their resources to winning that war. They had to hold on. Sorry.
Well, certainly, whilst history played out as it did, say for example, with what you're proposing, if Germany prevails against the Soviet Union, right, and Germany isn't committing 85% of its armed forces fighting the Soviet Union, trying to defeat them on their turf, if they've neutralized the Soviet Union and they've defeated the Soviet Union, on one hand, the Japanese and the IGN is getting all the oil it needs. It doesn't necessarily need to somehow get by on an oily rag, if I may use the analogy. The second thing is that the Germans can then turn their own industrial efforts to maybe finishing off the Graf Zeppelin and its sister ship. It can actually set about undertaking Plan Z once again, and rather than just being Japan fighting this attritional war in the Pacific, like you say, they're in a position where they can't afford to lose a single particularly major ship. And in these battles, be it Midway, be it Guadalcanal, be it Coral Sea, the Japanese are actually quite unlucky that in a number of those instances, they either get carriers or even larger sort of combat ships like battleships or heavy cruisers either sunk or badly damaged, which ends up turning the tide against them. Meanwhile, again, if history had played out differently, say in the Soviet Union, and the Germans can actually produce a modern navy to fight in concert with the Japanese, even if it's keeping the Americans busy in the Atlantic, it also changes the balance of power. But with the way things pan out as it did in our timeline, that doesn't happen. But it's just an interesting consideration about the naval balance of power that should be considered in these alternative scenarios.
Obviously, obviously, all of these internal scenarios impact the strategic thinking of these nations in various ways, even though they are basically thinking independently of one another. we've already mentioned the scenario in which the essentially the mopping up of these colonial territories is only an afterthought after the German victory in the West. Of course, when I'm sort of mentioning the Battle of the Coral Sea and the Battle of Midway, I'm very much thinking this as history has played out, just as it has up until this point, and the Germans are still bogged down on the Eastern Front, attacking the Soviet Union, and have suffered the reversals and the Moscow repulse. So I think in this scenario, I mean, in terms of the Solomon Islands, I mean, in terms of the grand Pacific strategic picture, they don't look that significant, but they really are. The Japanese failing to take the Solomon Islands, the Japanese failing to push on to, say, for example, annexing, taking over Fiji and taking over Tahiti, means that Australia continues to be essentially important to the war effort, to the Allies, and that the Americans can essentially, they have a place of operations with which they can begin the island hopping procedure towards Iwo Jima, and then ultimately, we have the Doolittle raid, but really it's the acquisition of Iwo Jima which allows the massive bombing campaign against Japan. So I think in order to sort of understand where the Japanese need to be successful here, they need not to take over Australia. I know people in the chat are mentioning whether the Japanese would take over Australia or not, but really in terms of the manpower needed to attack Australia, that would have been counterproductive for the Japanese, especially with their main military effort already sort of contributing to China.
Absolutely.
I think what Japan would need to do is cut the Australians off, which indeed was part of the naval plan, and their failure at the Battle of the Coral Sea, which is compounded by the Battle of Midway, essentially gives the Allied forces, it's a very slow effort, especially as the Americans have committed most of their resources to Africa and then the European theater before the Japanese theater, which really begins to collapse in 1944, 1945. But this essentially, out of all the gains, the battle, the failure to take the Solomon Islands, the failure to cut off Australia from the United States really begins the fall for Japan very quickly into these succession of very easy victories. And of course, there is another consideration, which is the fact that despite having the Japanese on the border with India, having taken over Burma, the Japanese aren't, say, for example, able to inspire a sympathetic revolt of the Indians to support the Japanese Greater Asia co-prosperity sphere. And I think this also is indicative of a failure of Japanese strategy in general. I mean, it's quite telling that the only nation which willingly joins the Greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere is Siam. All the other nations which are members of the co-prosperity sphere, essentially it is organized under the auspices of anti-Europeanism and Asian solidarity, but in reality they are conduits for Japanese resource extraction.
It's almost a bit like I hate to sound a bit gauche here with my analogies, but it's almost like a sort of an Oriental Pacific Delian League, where sort of Japan is sort of Athens, and it has all these peripheral entities that sort of contribute to the treasury, which is held in Tokyo. I mean, I know it's a bit of a loose analogy, but
no, I actually think it's a very good analogy for several reasons. One, Athens, of course, was a major naval power, which Japan is, but also the fact that the Athenians were prepared to go out and create colonia everywhere. The Japanese were very much sort of predicated around the same strategy. So I think using a sort of Peloponnesian example is quite appropriate here. That in the sense that also the Spartans viewed the Athenians essentially as a source of warmongering, so they'd need to be stopped, and their regime would need to be changed and occupied, which is effectively what the Americans do.
True.
So I think there are actually many interesting comparisons with the Peloponnesian War now I think about it. But had, say, for example, the Japanese been able to present themselves as earnest creators of a new sort of Asian solidarity against Europeanism, I think the China War is obviously a main source of propaganda woes for China in that sense, for Japan in that sense. Obviously, the Japanese have set up a collaborationist government, but obviously Wang Jingwei is not considered in sort of modern Chinese historiography as a hero of Pan-Asianism. No, he's seen as a traitor. And of course, when the Japanese were looking for collaborationists in India, I'm going to forget the name, but there was an organization set up. But again, it failed, and the British, despite everything, despite the damage done to the whole sort of strategic theatre for the British Empire in the East, with particularly the loss of Hong Kong and the loss of Singapore, they were able to hold on to India. And indeed, it is from India where the British were able to launch the reconquest of Burma, and they begin their race with the Americans to essentially reclaim their colonial empires before the collapse of Japan. The Americans rush towards the Philippines, and the British are rushing towards Hong Kong.
Which must be said, as history panned out in our timeline, General Slim, the British commander of forces in the Burma theatre, probably undertakes one of the greatest British and Commonwealth feats of arms in the entire war, and is rarely spoken about. But his counterattack against the Japanese was a fantastically successful military campaign done on a shoestring.
I think what I'm trying to mention here is that, with a possible exception of Indonesia, where Suharto comes into power, again, the only reason I look at Indonesia as a success story indirectly for the Japanese and everywhere else as a failure is only because the Indonesians were administered by the Dutch, and the Dutch simply did not have the power to affect the reconquest of their colonies, unlike the Americans in the Philippines. It wasn't technically a colony, but it was a puppet state, and the British and the British in Malaysia and Hong Kong. Other than that,
which then the British also suppressed a communist uprising in the 50s as well.
So I think other than that, I mean, obviously in Malaysia we have anyway, it's a tangential discussion. But my point is really that apart from Indonesia, which had the Dutch been in a stronger position, they would have possibly reconquered. And again, had it not been for a UN Security Council resolution to end it, I think the Japanese legacy of the co-prosperity sphere is that effectively of nil, of that have only been an extension of Japanese expansionism. And so I think, therefore, I don't sort of see the Japanese empire as sort of winning in this scenario, because it was predicated upon a felonious sort of strategic understanding, which is that the Americans would seek a negotiated peace. In the same way, we haven't really mentioned the idea of the Soviet Union and a possible negotiated settlement, which was a possibility, something we haven't really considered, which is the idea of a second Brest-Litovsk, whereby the Germans would have gained significant territories. But even then, I don't believe the Germans would have accepted them, because there would have still left a Soviet Union, even a weakened Soviet Union, possible there to
beyond the Urals,
but not even beyond the Urals. I mean, this peace treaty would have effectively left Moscow as the capital of the Soviet Union. I think in that scenario, the Germans would not have accepted it, especially given their long-term strategic and ideological thinking.
I dare say the only way, well, the reason I mentioned the Urals is I think the only way in which the Germans actually entertain and accept a Soviet treaty is if literally there's a rump Soviet Union beyond the Ural Mountains. That's the only way I conceive of an agreement. If the Germans just fancy cutting their losses and not contributing, to further losses in the Wehrmacht, then they might just countenance a rump state beyond the Urals, which that they can then sort of police from literally and figuratively from upon high. Whereas allowing the Soviets to keep, say, Leningrad, Moscow, Voronezh, potentially even Stalingrad, is just too risky in terms of trying to keep them out of Europe whilst they have an axe to grind.
So what I'm really saying with the Japanese scenario is that after the Battle of the Coral Sea and after the Battle of Midway, I don't see a scenario where Japan could have won the war in the long term unless it was part of a general settlement with Germany and with America in the aftermath. And
Germany would have to win everywhere
yes,
else, essentially, and
Germany
drag
would have
the
to win
remaining
everywhere
allies to the
else in
table.
Europe, and Japan would have to be a factor in any sort of general peace settlement. But I don't see any scenario where Japan would win independently.
Particularly if they're dragging America into the war. If we're going for, say, a smaller South Strike, like I said, that exempts the USA, then yes. But I think once there's a strike on Pearl Harbor and the USA are in the war, the best the Japanese can do is palm off the Americans for long enough and stave off attritional losses for long enough for there to be a broad settlement brought to the table at the behest of a German overall victory elsewhere. That's the only way in which it pans out as such.
Well, again, the caveat in terms of people advocating that Japan should never have attacked Pearl Harbor. Well, I mean, either you have a military victory in a partial immobilization of the US ability to respond, which is the Japanese thinking, or you have a diplomatic victory in that the United States would actually have to declare war on Japan without a direct provocation. And therefore, I mean, the United States is not like any other country we're talking about. The United States has a very strong pro-peace party and a president who can't dictate the American foreign policy through fiat. So I still think even with the conquest of so much of the European colonies, I don't think American public opinion would have swung behind, say, for example, protecting the British in Singapore or protecting the Dutch in Java or Batavia. I think it's still unlikely, even in 1942, that the Americans would make an active declaration of war rather than what actually happened, which is them responding to a threat. Which brings us to responding to an attack on Pearl Harbor, which brings us to Germany, because of course Germany declared war on Japan in December of 1941.
USA.
Sorry, USA. Thank you. Thank you. Again, because the problem is if no one does that, I'm just going to continue and confuse everyone. So thank you. No,
I was going to say a declaration of war between Germany and Japan would have been a fascinating alternative scenario. I will admit the IGN against the Kriegsmarine. Who would have known?
All right. So why did?
Sorry, I couldn't help myself.
No, it's fine, and possibly why not? But okay, so why?
Well, this is alternative scenarios, isn't it?
Yeah. So why did I would like to get your thoughts on this as well, Marcus. Why did Germany declare war on America in 1941? Because it was done rather abruptly. There wasn't that. Obviously, it's important to note that the German cabinet very rarely met. The joke was essentially that if people like Ribbentrop, Bormann, Himmler, and Goebbels were all in the same room, they wouldn't all leave alive. But seldom, therefore, were decisions actually made collectively in some form of sort of cabinet consensus in Germany. Hitler, dictated by the Führer principle, essentially an authority unto himself. And so when the declaration of war was made, even people like Goebbels, of course, Goebbels, a great advocate, really the pioneer of total war in Germany, was actually taken aback by this. And I believe Dönitz was actually quite surprised because he hadn't been given prior sort of consultation regarding a direct attack plan on the American eastern seaboard based on the vast sort of deployment of U-boats. But nevertheless, from the speeches coming out of Germany before December of 1941, Hitler, in addition to citing what we've already mentioned at the beginning, the general Judeo-Masonic conspiracy, was also discussing the idea that America was already effectively a co-belligerent. And what a German declaration of war on America would achieve was, first of all, it would be a reversal of the situation in April of 1917, when America declared war on Germany. He believed that for reasons of prestige, that Germany effectively needed to turn the tables on America and see this as a hostile attack on America, which would effectively put them in the defensive posture as opposed to vice versa. But that with vast amounts of convoy shipping in the Atlantic, Dönitz could basically sink every convoy reaching Britain
and gave the wolf packs a free hand
and give the absolutely. So effectively,
and also the convoys, because that was another sticking point as well for the U-boats, was American convoys.
Yeah, so effectively, America was provoking Germany with Lend-Lease, and this would be a response to Lend-Lease, effectively believing that so long as the Americans militarily supported one side and not the other, they were at war with Germany in all but name.
Which is a reasonable conclusion. I mean, let's be frank, it happened to them, 30 years prior, so it's understandable that the Germans would feel that way in this particular sense.
So what do you think in this scenario? Because obviously what really happened was, even though the Japanese were the ones to directly attack, and obviously Hitler then contrived this post hoc to say that it was as a result of his tripartite commitments, even though America declared war on Japan, Japan had been the original aggressor. In terms of understanding this, of course, it proves fatal to Hitler, because Churchill commits Roosevelt to the Europe First strategy. And obviously, as we mentioned, with the vital importance, the unsung importance of Operation Countenance. What this means is a massive extension of Lend-Lease, which aids the Soviet Union and facilitates in Soviet victories in 1943 and 1944. This obviously is a major setback for the Germans. But do you think there is a scenario in which the Americans could have gone to war just against the Japanese and not against the Germans?
Yeah, potentially. I still find myself a little perplexed that the fact that this things occurred as they did, and like you say, for someone like Goebbels to be taken aback at the pronouncement of the war, and even someone like Dönitz, who probably, for his own reasons, as the chief opponent of the U-boat strategy for containment and for eventually as a pursuance of a victory pathway for Germany, even he was surprised at the declaration of war, does sort of demonstrate that the opinion was split within the Reich leadership itself. So that doesn't sort of surprise anyone that people like you or I might sort of look at this from an alternative history or counterfactual point and go, well, maybe should they or should not they not have done? I think really once the USA is brought into the war, in the advent of a failure to defeat the Soviet Union, and whilst the British also are still fighting on, I think the prospects of an outright victory vanish essentially for the Axis. And then, if you remember, you asked me in the previous stream, okay, 1918, the Eastern armies deployed west, explain how they win. And I sort of said to you, I don't see a pathway. I'm sort of in the same position here, that once Hitler declares war on the USA, what all the Germans and the Japanese can do primarily, I mean, I throw the Italians in there as well, but all that can really be done is that husband their resources and try and inflict so many casualties on the remaining Allied powers that they eventually choose to bargain just out of desperation for losses. But as we know, the Soviets, the Americans, and the British had resolved to unconditional surrender. So whether that would arise or not is a different story. But I think, once you sort of tie these three things together, the American declaration of war in the context of Pearl Harbor occurring as it did, the failure of the Germans to knock out the Soviets, and the British still in the war without the loss of Africa and without the sort of crumbling of the Suez Canal and their medieval and their Middle Eastern holdings, there's no way forward. There's no real way for the Germans to win, like aside from perhaps reaching the atom bomb first. But like, even then, who's to know? But I think onwards, I don't see a way forward.
I just want to contextualize again why Hitler felt compelled to make this seemingly suicidal decision and declare war on the United States. Because, Marcus, you brought up time and time again about the idea of a combined strategy. Well, another reason why I believe that Hitler declared war on the United States was he believed that it would compel Japan into a combined strategy. Not only that, but he also believed that German declaration of war in America would essentially force the Japanese not to bow out early at the conflict, that any resolution to the conflict would have to be made by all powers concerned, and that effectively, because the United States was already in Hitler's view at war, that Japan and Germany therefore could place pressure on the Americans to end the conflict rather than simply the Japanese leaving the conflict on their own terms. There is also the consideration, again, the fatal strategic sort of misappraisal by Hitler, that if the Japanese were at war with the Americans and so were the Germans, the Japanese would eventually go to war against the Soviet Union, which of course they never did. They never broke their pact of neutrality, and it was the Soviets in the end who broke the neutrality pact. So I think on all sort of strategic levels, the Americans were never going to make peace with the Japanese, even if the Japanese wanted to. So it was it was a moot point from Hitler's point of view, and the Japanese never attacked the Soviet Union. So other than a free hand in the U-boat campaign, Germany basically gained nothing as a result of this.
Well, you said the word about creating the cohesive strategy, but I hate to say it, once the Germans have flung the Wehrmacht into the Pontic Eurasian steppe, and once the Japanese had, sunk the USS Arizona and dropped bombs on Pearl Harbor and committed a task force to Midway,
the idea of a overarching agreed grand strategy, that horse is well and truly bolted, I have to say.
But it's funny,
What is it? What is it to
isn't
play
it?
afterwards? You know what I mean?
But it's funny, isn't it, that you've been suggesting combined strategy scenarios since as early as when 1936, and we
Or even
finally
38, yeah.
and we finally have Hitler considering a combined strategy scenario, at which point such an idea is not only impossible, but it's counterproductive.
Yeah, well, it actually ends up condemning Germany, sort of basically in that sense. Hitler sort of thrusts if Germany was a skull, he's basically forced it into the vice, and just gets squeezed by the Soviets and the Anglo-American West.
So
You know,
just in terms of, because 1942 is really the last year where the Germany couldn't have defeated US and the UK, obviously, but Germany could have possibly defeated the Soviet Union, albeit very unlikely, before we get into the impossible scenarios, which would simply incur from allies deciding to abandon the conflict out of, you know, pure exhaustion and mounting casualty rates. Well, obviously, the Soviet Union never did. The Soviet Union lost around 20 million people during the war, and that still committed them to total victory regardless. But in this scenario, in terms of what's happening, the Allies are building up a presence in Egypt. Of course, the Americans are helping them in this regard. By the end of 1941, the Allies have actually achieved their first campaign victory in the war, not these little victories, which is the conquest of Italian East Africa and the restitution of Haile Selassie in Abyssinia, Ethiopia. So returning to the situation in Europe, we're still pre-Operation Torch. The situation in Africa is still a go, and obviously Tobruk will eventually fall, and Rommel will push on to El Alamein, despite the vast material advantage of the Allies. So I think the last sort of serious alternative history scenario I can present, because I don't think Kursk would have been significant enough to seriously alter the war in any way, other than perhaps a negotiated peace with the Soviet Union.
also, just on that basis, if I may, just quickly, because you mentioned Kursk, Kursk had to be an offensive executed almost immediately after the recapture of Belgrade and Kharkov. The fact that they delayed with that obvious salient sticking into the German front was a complete telegraph to the Soviets. And obviously, we know from the way the Soviets dug in around the Kursk salient, they knew the Germans were coming. And even though the German southern thrust, which was sort of headed by the third Panzer Corps, headed by Paul Hauser, and those elite units of the Waffen SS divisions, they simply threw themselves headlong into a trap that the Soviets had designed for them, and it obviously was just not going to materialize. The only way Kursk might work out as an operational victory, which then might lead to the circumstance of possibly a negotiated surrender, the Germans would have had to have initiated Operation Zitadelle almost straight after the Third Battle of Kharkov, and they just didn't do it. And then they threw their best units into the minefields and to the pillboxes and the kill zones of the Soviet defenses around Kursk. And there you almost see the undoing of Army Group South in the immediate aftermath of Kursk, which then in 1944 condemns Army Group Center to its fate. And so it goes. But sorry, just on Kursk, I just want to mention that thing about the possibility of it, because it was already pretty minimal as it panned out in our timeline.
I think, therefore, the last sort of major point to really consider is whether Case Blue, the German attack on the Caucasus and Stalingrad, could have possibly succeeded. Just to outline what the strategic thinking was around Case Blue, given the fact that the area around Moscow was heavily fortified and the main German attack had been repulsed, given the fact that Leningrad wasn't a major strategic consideration for the Soviets, and the fact that it was holding out, albeit under siege on all sides, the German strategy revolved around essentially splitting off Baku and the oil fields from the main Soviet offensive. I think it's also important to mention that any strike south would have obviously threatened Lend-Lease as well. So there was a strategic reason for striking at Stalingrad rather than, say, for example, launching a renewed offensive against Moscow. However, the Germans frustrate that plan right from the beginning by splitting their forces, sending one detachment off to attack Stalingrad and sending the other to go and assimilate control over the Caucasus. So I guess the question here is there any scenario in which Case Blue could have succeeded in knocking the Soviets out of the war?
I think, well, if you read into the details of Case Blue, it's kind of fraught from the onset because there's that northern thrust that basically captures Voronezh, which you can actually sort of see here, just where that the sky blue, the most easternmost portion of this map, there's just two little arrows that point towards the top of the river there. That there is basically the attack towards and the capture of Voronezh. And so if they had have shouldered the front around Voronezh and then pivoted as they originally intended down to Stalingrad without actually attacking the city, and then actually driving essentially for the Caspian Sea to physically cut off the main part of the Soviet Union from the Caucasus, and then drive south with Army Group B, which was the portion of Army Group South commanded by von Kleist, whilst von Paulus held the north. Something actually happens at the onset of this offensive where the 4th Panzer Army, commanded by Hermann Hott, was a part of the northern thrust and then was reallocated to the southern thrust, and then actually was transferred back and forth several times and actually clogged up a lot of the movements right between the confluence of the Don and the Volga rivers, which actually set the timetable back for Case Blue by some margin. And even though they actually managed to surround and destroy several large pockets of Soviet units, it does actually allow many of these other units to sort of slip out of the encirclements, and then they end up becoming the frontline troops that defend Stalingrad in the face of the Sixth Army. And so if they had just committed the 4th Panzer Army to either the northern thrust or the southern thrust, Army Group A or Army Group B, that would have saved an awful lot of logistical strain on the German forces. Likewise, they probably would have been able to have eliminated even larger groups of Soviet forces which were trapped in these initial encirclements. The other thing is, as we now know about Stalingrad, it ended up just being an absolute catastrophe for the German army. Getting involved in what the Germans call Rattenkrieg, a literal rat war over the rubble of the city, was absolutely counterintuitive. And even the initial plans for Case Blue don't even call for the capture of Stalingrad. It just happens to be this sort of struggle that takes on a life takes on a life of its own and ends up consuming the Germans, consuming the Soviets, consuming everybody in terms of its focus and its energies. And the Germans end up committing so many men and reinforcements, and the Luftflotte 4 drops the majority of its ordnance on the city. And then, of course, once the army is surrounded, it is the transport planes and the converted bombers essentially of Luftflotte 4 that end up being sort of requisitioned to use for evacuation and supply of Sixth Army while still surrounded, ends up almost destroying Luftflotte 4 as a formation, as a viable air unit of the Luftwaffe, which, as comparative, the Sixth Army was one of the largest physical army groupings in the German army. Luftflotte 4 was one of the largest air groupings in the Luftwaffe, and both of these forces are absolutely eviscerated. Well, basically, Sixth Army is wiped out off the map, and Luftflotte 4 is totally eviscerated as a functional part of the Luftwaffe. And so getting involved with Stalingrad was just this pointless exercise, and the only thing that they could have done is sort of formed, you might say, a perimeter around Stalingrad, contain Stalingrad, and then drive south, and then just actually hope for the capture of Baku. But even then, there's a really good channel on YouTube called Military History Visualized, which is run by an Austrian fella, and it's actually content. I'm sure you're familiar with it. And he actually went through the list of divisions that on the onset of Barbarossa in 41, I believe 80% of the divisions were at 90, like around 90% fighting strength or above in terms of men and equipment, material, ammunition, etc. That same sort of arrangement in terms of just determining the fighting strength of divisions at the same point in 1942 is actually rather worse. A lot of German divisions are barely at even half strength. Many divisions are even below half strength, and the divisions committed to Case Blue, in some instances, are not even above 70 or 80% fighting strength themselves. They are still diminished from the previous year's fighting and haven't been properly refitted. They aren't equipped with enough vehicles. They're not equipped with enough support weapons. These divisions, and they still perform extremely well. I mean, the opening part of Case Blue is fantastically successful for the Germans, despite these little failings, regarding Panzer Army 4 and the encirclements of certain Soviet divisions between the two rivers, the Don and the Volga. But they even still then perform well. But then, despite the fact that they're under strength and they're lacking in reinforcement supply, their generals still condemn them to this grind fest in Stalingrad, which is totally counterintuitive. And then they don't even achieve their strategic objectives. And then 6 armies lost as a result. It ends up turning into an absolute catastrophe. It almost is a case that Case Blue would have been better off almost not even happening, or if the Germans had just encircled these initial Soviet divisions on the outset of the operation and then just stopped, it would have been a better outcome for the Germans. But the Germans have this knack sometimes of doing so well on the offensive that they sort of are intent on maintaining impetus and then find themselves in a position where they're sort of beyond a point of no return, which is in some regards where Rommel found himself in Africa. Rather than just encircling Tobruk and taking it as a win and consolidating, he drives into Egypt and suffers, and he actually achieves a decent victory at I think it's called a place called Sidi Bachem, which is just I think 20-mile west of El Alamein. But then attempts to take El Alamein, attempts to drive the British back to Alexandria, fails, and then rather than cutting his losses, he sticks on the he digs in along that ridge that faces El Alamein and resolves himself to fight Monty. But Monty is just going to find himself in an increasingly advantageous position in terms of material and reinforcements and men and the Royal Air Force being able to offer support and the Royal Navy, that Rommel ends up being deficient in every conceivable way. And this is also true of the Germans on the Eastern Front pertaining to Stalingrad. They end up lurching so far forward, pursuing victory, it ends up ensuring their defeat.
Thank you very much for that very detailed breakdown, Marcus. And I think I'm in total agreement with you regards to how I think Case Blue wouldn't have resolved the situation, even had the Soviet Union been brought into a situation where there was some sort of negotiated settlement. I don't think there would have been enough to dissuade Britain and the United States without attempting to bring the Soviet Union back on board at a later date. It would have simply bought the Germans time. And that's even the best case scenario, which I don't think would have happened. So just in terms of what happens now, because I think both of us are agreed that other than some negotiated settlement, which I think, I mean, it wouldn't have happened with the German government, just to put this in perspective, what happens now? This is the situational map at the middle of 1943, just before the fiasco at the Battle of Kursk, which will happen over the next few months, ending in, I believe, September of 1943. Just to quickly sort of examine what happens, which dooms the German and by extension the Axis war effort. We have obviously the Battle of El Alamein. This proceeds into a retreat towards Tunisia, which coincides with Operation Torch. Francois Delon, the military head of the Vichy government, switches sides to the Americans, which basically enables the very swift and quick capture of the French military positions in the north. Effectively, by the beginning of 1943 and the loss of Tunisia, the Germans have been chased out of Africa entirely, well with the Italians and the French. This precipitates the Allied invasion of Sicily, and after the Allies touched down,
Operation Husky?
and the Italians then effectively switched sides.
Mm-hmm.
The southern Italians conglomerate around Vittorio Emanuele and Marshal Bergoglio. And in the north, the Germans do not respond by allowing this to happen. They take Mussolini out of his imprisonment and they place him at the head of a new Italian social republic, which is effectively just a German occupied state. And he is basically
the so-called Republic of Salo.
Yes, and Mussolini is basically quarantined in Salo, whilst all the major decisions are made by the Germans, including the decision to execute his son-in-law, former Foreign Ambassador Ciano, and a lot of the members of the Grand Council of Fascism who had originally deposed Mussolini. So, in terms of all considerations, the idea of a sort of military victory for Italy in this scenario is now no longer, an issue. All the gains that Italy has made in Africa are lost. Even the gains that Italy has made in Yugoslavia are lost. Croatia becomes a puppet state for the Germans, no longer nominally a puppet state for the Italians, which was never the case. They lose their possessions in Dalmatia. Even Trentino and Carniola are made into operational zones for the Germans, which meant in any possibility for a victory, it is likely the Italians would have lost these territories as well. They would have started off far worse off than when they entered the war. Of course, the situation on the Eastern Front becomes absolutely terrible throughout late 1943, 1944, in particular Operation Bagration, which results nearly in the total loss of all German gains, save for the Courland pocket and, of course,
and also the elimination. The sheer scale of losses were tremendous. The Germans lose around 80 to 90 divisions are just wiped off the map, and this is the loss of around 450,000 men, 500,000, like 500,000 men are just blotted out of the German order of battle within 2 months. It's an absolute catastrophe for the Germans that is irreversible from that point.
And you mentioned earlier the commitment of the Allies to unconditional surrender. This principle is very much confirmed at the conferences of Casablanca and the conference in Tehran throughout 1943. And when we go to Yalta and Potsdam, it's not an issue of negotiations. It's obviously with Potsdam, it's a negotiation with the post-war situation. The principle of unconditional surrender had been agreed, and really by 1943, the Germans weren't in any position to do anything about it, unless we talk about the scenario where it's effectively a stalemate brought on by an overexertion of the Allies and a series of unprovoked errors and military incompetencies.
Essentially, if they'd preserved their fighting strength from, if say for example, if Stalingrad turned out a little differently in terms of, say, the extrication of Sixth Army to some degree, and then that the fighting strength that was accumulated for Kursk wasn't expended on the Kursk operation as we understand it, and if somehow the Germans were able to keep an intact Italian state in the war, then it's a case of, would Manstein's and Guderian's sort of dream of elastic defense to just hold the Soviets at bay for long enough to demand unconditional surrender work? But even then, the likelihood of that actually materializing is in the order of something of less than 5 or 2%. It's absolutely almost inconceivable even then, to be frank.
Well, I think Stalingrad and Kursk are vital in terms of understanding this, because I think if more troops were deployed and more resources were invested in the Atlantic Wall, as we mentioned, even during Operation Overlord, the initial casualty rates for the Allies were extreme, and there was
and it
a
was touch
chance.
and go for several days and even weeks. Yeah.
So I think had the Germans had more resources, I think it would still been very difficult for the Allies to set up a Western front. Indeed, when they did set up a new front, even in Italy, it didn't go anywhere. It stalled around the area between Rome and Ancona. For most of the duration of the conflict, Italy, northern Italy, Milan, Salo, etc., remained occupied by the Germans, whilst most of Germany had been occupied by the Allies on both the Eastern Front and the Western Front. So it wasn't the soft underbelly, as Churchill was predicting. Actually. It was quite the opposite. So it is,
Just quickly, because we're just on Italy, and before we move away, when it becomes irrelevant. Another thing, Ken, we've barely touched on this. Actually, we've spoken a lot about Africa in terms of, if there's an Africa Corps, if they take the Suez and and they capture Cairo and Alexandria, and if there's an Arabia Corps and flanking through the south, via the Caspian and whatever. But there's one important aspect about Africa, and I remember this because I obviously remember my grandfather talking about being captured, in Tunisia in 43, and just the sheer scale of the operation there. And the Germans have this knack of doing this from Barbarossa onwards, and that is reinforcing failure at incorrect times. And for instance, if you look at, say, if you say look at Rommel's order of battle, during the Operation Battle Axe, Operation Crusader, the Second Siege of Tobruk, and the first and second battles of El Alamein. I mean, you're talking, I think, in order of 4 or 5 German divisions. You have the light division, 15th Panzer, 21st Panzer, the 166 Infantry Division, the 90th, which ends up becoming the 90th Mechanized Division. And then I think there's, if memory serves me correct, there's about a dozen Italian divisions sort of spread across Africa, most of which obviously fighting at the front alongside the Germans. The Italian armored divisions, the Littorio, the Ariete, the Centauro, the Italian motorized divisions, Brescia, Trentino, and the Italian parachute division, the Folgore. So this is actually somewhat a somewhat competent army group, but it's not in any, well, in most instances these units are struggling for supplies, struggling for reinforcements, are under-equipped, ill-equipped, struggling with supplies, because obviously with the failure to capture Malta, the British are sinking Italian and German supplies at a rate of knots. And then what actually happens is, after the defeat at Second Battle of El Alamein, this massive retreat all across Libya, and then eventually Rommel even gives up Tripoli and contains himself in Africa. The Germans then, a lot like the Italians and the Germans, then commit to creating Panzer Army in North Africa, which then ends up being a fighting formation of 250,000 men. And aside from a few reversals against the British at the Mareth line, and then the fantastic counteroffensive led by Rommel at Kasserine Pass against the Americans, who were sort of pretty green at this point, they hadn't really had a lot of combat experience. Between the British and the Americans, the Germans and Italians are sort of corralled into retreating constantly in Tunisia, and eventually end up around the capital, and then end up sort of having to surrender just for sake of having nowhere to go and being surrounded and having their lines broken. This eventual army that surrenders in North Africa is around 250,000. It is actually a larger surrender than Stalingrad. You can at least say, on the balance of power here, that even though 91,000 men from the Sixth Army eventually end up surrendering in Stalingrad, and that original formation was, I think, something in the order of like 190 or 200,000 men, they would have damaged the Soviets to a considerable degree. They did destroy, or at least maul, a large number of Soviet divisions. And even though the Soviets did surround and destroy Sixth Army, and indeed captured 91,000 of them, of which only a few thousand made it home after the war, it took a lot of Soviet investment to do that. And indeed, a number of their divisions were damaged, both in the early and late phase of that campaign. Meanwhile, this 250,000 men that are sent to Africa to reinforce failure achieve almost nothing tangible against the British or the Americans. They're not inflicting anywhere near those kind of losses on the Americans or the British. And this reinforced army that was was relatively well equipped, with the best of the Italian material had to offer. It was reinforced with, I think, 1 or 2 heavy tank battalions of the newly built Tiger tank. This was not it was not a cheap force that was lost in North Africa, and it should be actually considered by people listening that the loss of Panzer Army in North Africa was probably of a greater consequence than that of the Sixth Army in the East. Sorry to harp on that point, it's just that many people miss it, but it is very valid.
No, thank you. I appreciate all the detailed expositions. They do nothing but add to the stream. But I think in terms of like the only sort of alternative history scenarios regarding an Axis victory now, 2 for Germany. One is, what if the 20th of July plot succeeded? One, of course, is Wunderwaffe. And for the Japanese, I think it is just a matter of their willingness to endure anything and everything being thrown at them, and whether they would have forced the Allies to invade Kyushu, etc.
Which to the credit of the Japanese soldier, they did attempt that to their utmost, because the Japanese soldier in the last 2 years of the war was very much on the back foot, and they fought with great tenacity. And that's to say, like, so did the Americans, so did the British. They were all very courageous, but doing so at a massive firepower, manpower, supply disadvantage, and they were still very, determined in their defense, as were the Germans actually as well in Europe.
So obviously the Germans were pioneers in jet technology, they were pioneers in rocket technology, and for a while it looked as if they could plausibly develop a nuclear bomb. However, I do not believe that, especially given the way the war was turning, they could have ever developed a nuclear bomb, simply because there was no way they could have feasibly begun construction on a nuclear bomb without the Allies essentially bombing it. And indeed, even with the ability to construct hard water in Norway, I don't believe Hitler was actually personally willing to commit the resources needed for a German atomic bomb campaign. So the idea really never sort of left the prototype stage, unlike what we saw with the Manhattan Project. And again, unlike the German nuclear program, you have to consider that the Manhattan Project, other than its susceptibility to Soviet spies, it was completely impervious from German attack. The Allies had every way of testing nuclear weapons and constructing nuclear weapons away from any sort of military reprisals that the Germans could inflict on them, as was the case with the Soviet nuclear program. So I don't believe there was any situation where the Germans could have actually operated and effectively changed the war with wonder weapons, with nuclear bomb. And indeed, when we look at V1 and V2, German missile strikes, again, they did barely any effect on London. Of course, Hitler believed that these were going to effectively achieve his Blitz strategy, which had been failing consistently for the last 4 years, which was undermine Allied morale sufficiently where they would seek a negotiated settlement at least, or even if not total victory. I think was still on Hitler's mind. So do you think that very quick appraisal and dismissal is actually quite valid?
Yeah, essentially, and I think also too, by the time, and that being said, there's even like these attempts to try and wrangle something out of nothing. Like the Germans attempt what they call a mini blitz in '44, just to try and, if the British haven't capitulated now with dropping bombs as we did in 1940, let's just see that with the diminished Luftwaffe that they might just do the same in 1944, when obviously that wasn't going to happen. They just fettered away desperately needed fighting strength in the Luftwaffe they need to fight, on the continent at home. And likewise, I mean, the V1 project was probably a little bit half-baked, whereas the V2 project probably could have had more going for it, and was indeed a system that was essentially impervious to interception at the time. And I don't know if you've ever come across this, AM, but the proposals for the V3 system was actually extremely sophisticated, and I mean, indeed, maybe enough could have been poured onto London to have perhaps convinced the British to have entertained a how can I put this, a negotiated surrender. But I think by sort of 1944, and once the Allies have opened up not also, they don't just land in Normandy. Let's also recall that they also land in the south. They land at Marseille and Toulouse in the south, and they open up a sort of a southern French front as well. Once the British and the Americans are pushing up through Italy, and they've landed in southern France, they've landed in Normandy, and they're on the continent. At that point, and of course in the east, the Soviets have just absolutely obliterated Army Group Center. Then it's just a case of they can have all the SDG-44s and V2 rockets and Messerschmitt 262s that they could possibly ask for, but it's just a case of starting the clock. By that point, the Wunderwaffe and the propaganda were just desperate means to try and keep Germany and the German people fighting, whereby the reality on the ground. And then, of course, you have, the first of the countries to turn against the Axis was Romania, then followed by Bulgaria.
Hungary attempts an armistice, but as we know, I think it's Operation Panzerfaust, where the Germans stymie the
Can I go over this a bit? Because I think this is an important consideration to make regarding the fate of the other European axis. Because we were talked about.
But just to finish my point, all I want to say is like
Yeah.
it just ends up being a case of it being all over for the Germans, and the regime just tries to keep the German people fighting in vain, essentially. But sorry, go on to your point, Ian.
So obviously this is a stream about, Axis victory. Well, of course, regarding Finland, Finland is forced into a capitulation effectively where they agree some minor territorial concessions, neutrality, and for all intents and purposes, it's basically the status quo antebellum. When it comes to Romania, of course, the loss for Romania is crucial for Germany because Germany has basically lost its only real supply of oil as a result of the switch of Romania, which further dooms the effort and makes the 1945 campaign all the more desperate. But effectively for Romania, as a result of the peace treaties, Romania gains the territories it lost at the expense of Hungary, loses the Bukovina and Bessarabia forever to what would later become the Moldovan Soviet Socialist Republic and, of course, Ukraine. But of course, the king is eventually deposed, and Romania is made into a very, very much a Stalinist state. As for Hungary, Hungary tries to do what Romania did. It tries to switch sides, retaining the territories of a Greater Hungary with Carpathian Ruthenia, southern Slovakia, and of course northern Transylvania, which have been taken from Romania. I do apologize for this map because it has superimposed the 1938 boundaries. Can I even say 1937 boundaries? Is there a line between Austria and Germany? But nevertheless, Hungary was much larger in 1944.
Yeah, this is a pre-Anschluss map. Yeah, there's definitely a demarcation between Austria and Germany.
Yeah, pre-Anschluss map. So Hungary attempted to switch sides, the Germans invaded, and Hungary basically remained committed to fighting until the end of the war, and suffered greatly as a result of that. So the only sort of last scenario to consider is whether the 20th of July would have had any effect. And my view is that if it had been accepted, it would have been an armistice. It wouldn't have been a negotiated settlement. It wouldn't have been a conditional peace. And maybe Germany could have retained its status as a sovereign nation, unlike what we saw historically, where Germany was divided into 4 zones of occupation and only became a nation state once again as a result of the conditions of the Cold War. I think in that scenario, there is no situation in which the Allies would have countenanced German pre-war gains. So they would have probably lost Czechoslovakia. They most likely would have lost Austria as well. But there may have been a scenario in which they could have kept, if not East Prussia, they could have kept Silesia and Pomerania. But then again, this is an Axis victory stream, not a mitigated defeat stream.
Indeed. Just on that point, very quickly, if I may, too, I think this also depends that in that scenario, I think the British become the party which are most amenable to entertaining the prospect of a negotiated peace as well. And also depends who the Germans bring to the fore as being the new leaders of their country. And I think, for example, if the Germans had actually resorted to propping up someone like a Rommel, then those prospects slightly increase in probability, but they're still very slim. But as you say, this is not a mitigated defeat stream; it's a victory stream. So I'm just I just want to sort of tie the bow on your point, as it were.
Well, just a last consideration. Of course, it's who do you capitulate to? Do you capitulate towards the Soviets or do you capitulate towards the West? Assuming they capitulate towards the West would have every incentive to at least hear out the condition, hear out a mitigated sort of German defeat on the basis that it will prevent further Soviet encroachment into Europe. So say, for example, Poland was lost as a result of this, but say, for example, the Allies gained out of this a smaller but Western-aligned Germany. I don't see any scenario in which they would have gone against that, other than as we eventually saw, a zealous anti-Nazification campaign, which was predicated upon the dismantling of the German Reich and its occupation. But in that case, I mean, if the Germans had got rid of Hitler and they presented themselves as essentially willing to offer an armistice and the Allies rejected it on that principle, I mean, I think it would have had major issues for morale if the Allies were simply fighting a war of conquest to force on the Germans an unconditional peace. But anyway, like I said, Allied Central Powers victory stream. So I think that's really all we can say. I mean, we outlined the general sort of projections of victory and what all the powers were hoping out of it. Of course, I have these maps up here. So say, for example, this is I wouldn't even say an accurate map, but this is just a general idea of demarcating of spheres of influence. Say, for example, that the French Empire were eventually to be essentially amalgamated into the Italian Empire, were Vichy France to be under the Italian sphere of influence, very unlikely. And say, for example, Portugal and Spain were to orient towards Italy in addition to Bulgaria and a remnant of Yugoslavia, which wasn't annexed to Hungary. But like I said, in all of these scenarios, I think an Italy on top scenario. I mean, we mentioned our mediated peace scenario, which I actually think is possibly the best scenario for Italy in all of this, back to 1940, because I think due to Italy's successive failures, both in North Africa and in Greece, that any victory regarding Italy would have been essentially conceded by the Germans, not in spite of them.
Indeed.
So even this map here, which is a possible demarcation of spheres of influence, I think this bears some consideration for a Japanese victory rather than an Italian victory, because like I said, I think the pan-Arabism, which would be conducive to basically the Egyptians switching sides, wouldn't have allowed the Germans to give Egypt to the Italians. It would be much more conducive to the Germans for the Egyptians basically to be in some way aligned with a pro-Arab Axis bloc. But other than that, possibly Sudan conceded. Basically, it's confusing, but Sudan wasn't a British colony. It was a co-dominion of Egypt and Britain. It's possible that this could be a co-dominion of Egypt and Italy. Maybe a little change in the legal definition of Sudan would have given them a technical link between East Africa and Libya, albeit through the desert and through Darfur, which isn't really any link at all. And you see obviously the gains here, Yemen, Oman, the United Arab Emirates, the French colonies in North Africa. And then, of course, there is one final sticking point, which is the German restitution of Middle Africa. Even though it's often mentioned in alternative history scenarios, the resurrection of Middle Africa, I think it is very unlikely that in any sort of negotiated peace settlement, the Germans would have prioritized the restoration of Middle Africa rather than, say, for example, the preservation of the British Empire with the pre-existing colonial structure there based around basically what we've argued here about Hitler's designs of Britain representing the sea and Germany representing the continent. Other than that, this map also has Sweden, and this, of course, is predicated on another argument, which is not just the creation of a greater German Reich, but the creation of a greater Germanic Reich, which would have invariably included Britain, the Netherlands, Flanders, Sweden, and Norway. But in terms of pure power considerations, it would have only harmed the Germans to occupy Sweden, especially as Sweden was such a vital trading power for Germany, and unlike America, remained beneficially neutral towards the Germans throughout the war.
I'd agree with that.
Obviously, the Finns are not German. They are more related to the Hungarians, so that wasn't a consideration.
And also the Germans too, I think, would have seen the Finns as a nation that actually sort of willingly fought alongside them in both, well, obviously the Finns stood against the Soviets in the Winter War, but then would join the Germans in the continuation aspect of the war. And I doubt the Germans would have had an appetite or a desire or indeed any intent to have occupied Finland on that basis when they would have actually had, and there are in fact quotations and evidence to prove that the Germans actually held the Finns in high esteem. So there would be no reason or justification for occupation of the Finns.
Regarding the East, the map here really isn't very helpful, I think. I don't think the Japanese would, under any situation, have allowed even a collaborationist Chinese government to resort to control over all of China, with the exception of Tibet and Manchukuo. I mean, I think it far more likely that the Japanese may have tried to make Puyi, the puppet emperor of Manchukuo, the titular emperor of China, and then basically rapidly begun the decentralization of China to prevent any sort of eternal sort of solidification or consolidation that could one day threaten Japan. And as a result of that, I think Japan would have basically annexed all the major port cities within China, whereas they would have promoted inter-Chinese separatism, for example, the Muslims against the Han population, the Cantonese against the Mandarin speakers, the Inner Mongolians, etc., etc. I don't need to go on the list. In the same way that I think Eastern Siberia, parts may be directly annexed to Japan, but it would have essentially been an opportunity for the Eastern Siberians, non-Slavic, non-Russian peoples to exert some form of limited national self-determination within the concept of the Greater Asian Co-Prosperity Sphere. As for India, again, I sort of do wonder whether the Italian nationalists would have the Indian nationalists would have countenanced anything other than essentially the reunification of India. But even on this map, the delineation of where German influence begins and when Indian influence begins is quite hard to say. It is possible the Germans may have even sort of gone along with Pakistani nationalism on the wave of their sort of pan-Arabism, as essentially a way of pushing the boundaries of the German Empire beyond the Indus, rather than essentially giving the Japanese all that territory. But even so, it's very difficult to say without willing collaboration how Japan, with its very small population and its relatively small industrial base, compared to even what happened in the 1980s, could have held on to this huge empire, given the fact that the Japanese population, even compared to China and India, is so small, unlike the Germans. And you can say their plans on assimilation and conquest of the East, the division of the Soviet Union into the various Reichskommissariat. Of course, the Reichskommissariat of Ostland and Ukraine would have been augmented by a Reichskommissariat for the Caucasus and the Reichskommissariat for Moscow, which would probably
Donbass and
Donbass, the preliminary steps possible for reintegration into the Reich proper, which, as you can see on this map, the Reich proper, as of sort of 1943, included areas such as the West Prussian corridor, the Wörthersee, which included an enlarged Poznan, but areas such as Bohemia, Moravia, the general government, which was enlarged in 1941 to include the area around Lvov. It's interesting to consider what would have possibly happened to these territories and any, obviously, long-term settlement. And I also, the Dutch were treated terribly by the Germans, especially towards the end of the war, in the aftermath of the failure of Operation Market Garden. And again, one wonders what the situation with the Dutch would have been, because I mentioned a very favorable scenario for the Dutch, beginning with the mediated sort of peace negotiations in 1940. But I think I do sort of wonder whether in this sort of later scenario, had, say, for example, victory for the Germans occurred in late 1941 or 1942, whether the Dutch would have simply been incorporated into the Reich as opposed to basically given Flanders. And as we saw historically, the Netherlands were created as a Reichskommissariat. The Norwegians also put up stiff resistance against the Germans and so were treated thusly. And then, of course, the Germans even tried to promote North Frankish Wallonian nationalism in the north, to incorporate that region into the Reichskommissariat of Belgium, Nord Frankreich. So, yeah, this all, of course, happened historically. So it's interesting to consider that in a victory scenario, what the Germans would have done. And I think maybe on terms of the Western Front, more than the annexation of Alsace and Lorraine, we would see the border sort of resembling more of the Holy Roman Empire up to the Rhone. And possibly that would also coincide with Italian expansionism as well, beyond just an Eastern Savoy.
And also that line that you showed in the previous stream, that sort of delineation that sort of ran just west of Belgium and was in eastern France there, that sort of line of demarcation, if the Germans had sort of won and imposed the peace on France. What was that line called, or who proposed that line? Was it the German Chancellor who proposed that in 1914 or 15?
It was Bethmann Hollweg's September plan.
Yeah, so maybe like a line delineation, not far from the September Plan line, possibly.
And again, any sort of the reason we haven't mentioned these sort of broad overarching plans is because any scenario would, of course, be predicated on any one of these combination of scenarios coming true. And this is why I find the sort of overall sort of alternative history scenarios rather reductionist, because of course they are fantasies projecting these you can say these plans unabated into the sort of a historical future, as opposed to, we mentioned any number of scenarios in which Yugoslavia survives, in which Turkey becomes an Axis ally, in which Greece survives, in which again, whether the alternative history scenario we're talking about is in 1940 or in 1942, all of these factors are open to change. Whether the British Empire is secured and aligned with Germany, or whether it's dismantled and it's only the islands of Britain and Northern Ireland that are occupied forcefully and unwillingly effectively by the Germans. So I think that that's really all I can say. I mean, we've gone over 5 hours, and I'm rather exhausted.
I think we've broken our record. I think 5 hours is a record for us.
But is there any last sort of point you want to bring up before I quickly go over the super chats?
No, not really. Nothing that really comes to mind. Just as you're finishing that point there, I mean, I know we sort of touched on Greece a little bit and Metaxas, and it should actually be sort of the only thing that does come to mind is that Ioannis Metaxas is actually a really interesting figure, and it's astonishing that given the ideological similarity between Greece as under the Metaxas government and Germany and Italy at the time, it's kind of interesting how British wartime propaganda does, really stoke the Greek cause, as it were. But as I said before, when we sort of touched onto it, that Metaxas ideologically was actually quite close to the Germans and the Italians, and was actually himself a Germanophile, and he's one of the few generals who participated in the Anatolian War of the 1920 to 23, and with his reputation intact, and was considered a Greek hero even before the events of World War II. And the fact that he's obviously now famous for his famous Ohide, when the Greeks say no to the Italian ultimatum and obviously drive the Italians out of Greece and then invade Albania, which is sort of a heroic display of Greek feat of arms in the modern age. But certainly from the standpoint of the Axis, the Italians getting bogged down in Albania and Greece was just a completely nonsensical. It was a very short-sighted decision. And also, it does actually sort of remain a bit of a sticking point for Greeks and Italians, because we sort of share, you might say, an enduring heritage in the Mediterranean, and it's just one of those sort of sad instances where we've come to blow for no purposes. And again, this is where even leaders, no matter how intelligent or unintelligent may be, or how brilliant or inept they may be, they make sometimes good and sometimes bad decisions. And on one hand, the Führer supporting the Manstein's Sickelschnitt was an act of genius, or the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was sort of a very insightful thing that the Führer masterminded. Likewise, Mussolini bumbling Italy into the war just to have a few thousand casualties so he could sit at the negotiation table against France in 1940 was nonsensible, as was the Italian invasion of Greece. And the history is replete with these examples,
I didn't think we would actually agree on that point, that the Italians served to benefit far more from staying out of the war than actually joining it. That's definitely something I didn't consider, but there we are.
Indeed.
All right.
But no, I'm done. If you want to get to super chats, I just want to touch on that point about Metaxas and Greeks. But no, we can go with super chats now.
Darth Kilhoon for $2 and immediately demonetize. Well, we haven't been demonetized yet, interestingly enough, Darth Kilhoon. I really don't understand what the conditions are for demonetization, to be honest.
Does anyone?
No. It's only the YouTube fairies that know. D's Bit of Rough for £2. Thank you very much. It is lovely to have my history teachers back. Well, thank you very much, D's Bit of Rough.
Thank you, sir.
Judge Clickler Bushman for €6. Thank you. Gentlemen, how could the war have gone if Italy wouldn't have joined? Thanks, friends. Well, I think we discussed that exhaustively in the earlier stages of the
Yes.
stream, so we won't repeat that.
Indeed, and I'm sure the Germans would have been thankful for the Libyan oil, which would have been a lot closer than Baku. But anyway, I digress.
Darth Kilhoon for $2. Also remember Romanian oil. Great streams, guys. Take my money. Well, willingly, Darth Kilhoon. Thank you very much for the second super chat. Lady of Charlotte for $5 Australian. Thank you. What might the fate of Australia have been under the Axis power Japan? The Japanese Navy had proposed an invasion in 1942, but Australia was bombed in 42-43. Well, like we said, Lady of Charlotte, the main consideration for Australia wasn't to occupy it. That was only like a peripheral consideration, but it was to cut it off from the United States. In a potential scenario where the Axis powers achieved total victory, even though that was very unlikely, it may have been possible that the Japanese did occupy and set up a government in Australia. And as they did with Manchukuo, they might have used it as a source of resource extraction and colonization. But this wasn't sort of seriously considered. And unlike somewhere like Indonesia and Malaysia, where the Japanese were able to play on anti-colonial settlement, obviously the Aboriginal population in Australia wasn't a militarily significant factor enough to be able to overthrow the Australian populations, unless Marcus is going to contradict me there.
No. And I would say, from the standpoint of as a political and a sociological entity, just not anywhere near potent enough or populous enough to have taken that role in any way at all. No, you're 100% right, AM. There's no point of contradiction there at all.
And last super chat, Crispy GT for $2 just gives a thumbs up. Well, thank you very much, Crispy GT, and thank you everyone for the wonderful super chats. There's one last super chat from Momo Kyo for €2. Thank you very much. Great stream, and thank you both. Well, thank you, Momo Kyo. All right, Marcus, is there anything you would like to say?
No, I think we've covered all the relevant aspects of this stream. The thing is, I think just because of the complexity of World War II, it is definitely a bit of a tougher ask than the previous stream. But I think I dare say, reading at the comments, I hope all the stream stays up. Obviously, this stream has to be handled carefully for obvious reasons. But I think we've both been well behaved on this stream. It's just the nature of the subject, of course. But indeed, I'm glad people, despite it being, for members only, I'm glad people have tuned in. I'm glad that there's been super chats. Thank you all for having stuck with us. 5 hours and 20 minutes is the longest I think we've ever done, but I have thoroughly enjoyed it, and we're both tired. But no, it's been great, and it's like I said last stream. It's actually nice to be back, and it's nice to be back at it and doing the thing that we both have a shared passion and, I dare say, a vocation for. So thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Majesty. I'm much appreciated.
Well, thank you very much. AM is fine. You don't have to call me Mr. Majesty.
No, I do it for a laugh. It's just good fun.
Yeah, I know. I just don't want people to get the impression that I demand that of my guests.
I do it purely voluntarily because I'm a bit of a shit stirrer. That's all.
All right. Thank you very much, Marcus. Thank you, everyone, for watching this stream. I may sort of let this out onto the public later. So for people watching then, please like, comment. Well, actually, no, there won't be any comments on this video. And subscribe and consider becoming a channel member. Thank you very much, Marcus, for being such a wonderful guest. And
you're welcome.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.